What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God!
Lilu Dallas Multipass. Lilu Dallas Multipass.
Wow, I had that one on loop. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are you doing? I am Legal Vices, and whoever you are, whatever you're doing it with, and however good it feels, just know that you're not alone, because we are the Vice Squad, and we are enjoying our legal vices. And of course, we all know where the legal vices start. They start with the daily cocktail. And today we've been doing some things with vermouth recently. Today's cocktail is the Manhattan. First thing you want to do is get yourself a nice cocktail glass. Make sure you chill it with some ice. Then you can pour your ice straight in your mixing glass. Then you want to just add one good dash of bitters. Just boom, that's all it takes. And then put in a good 2 ounces of a good rye. Knob Creek rye is an excellent rye for making a Manhattan. Drop that right in. 2 ounces, boom, straight into the mixing glass with your ice. And then you want to top it off with 20 milliliters, or about 2/3 of an ounce of a nice red vermouth, nice sweet vermouth. Drop that in, boom, that goes into your mixing glass. Then take it, and as always, you just want to gently stir it to get it chilled. You don't want to dilute it too much, so just a few seconds, maybe 10 seconds. Between 10 and 30 seconds, however diluted and watered down you want. Then once you're done with that, you simply do a strain job. And what I did is I failed to do something. I failed to get the garnish. But boom, here you go. You pour that beautiful, beautiful colored Manhattan into your cocktail glass. And I didn't bring it, but you should top it off with a nice, amazing Luxardo Maraschino cherry. And perfect. That's the perfect Manhattan. We'll put that aside for a minute until we get underway here. We got to top off all the bottles. We don't want the precious alcohol to evaporate now, do we? And that's the third day in a row I've dropped it. Hang on. The caps. All right, there we go. We got to get the caps back on the bottles. Boom. Rye. Vermouth. And screw the Angostura bitters back on. Okay, there we go. We are set. We are ready to go. How are we all doing? Are we ready for another day of this trial, man? Well, I don't know if we're ready. Benjamin Anderson says, thank you for not using a maraschino cherry. Well, you just use the original maraschino cherries from Italy. Use the Luxardo, the dark cherries. Sometimes you can find them aged in bourbon barrels, but the actual, not the candied, bright, artificial flavored, red, sweet maraschino cherries. You want the real ones, the Luxardo cherries. Those are the ones you want to put in. I left them on the counter in the other room, so no garnish for me today. Okay, with that out of the way, here we go. We've got to jump straight into this. We are doing day 4, Law and Crime. They are already on day 6 starting now. We will do kind of a marathon tomorrow night, and then we'll catch up over the weekend. So when we start on Monday, we'll be on pretty much on live court time. We'll do our best to keep up with them, but we'll get caught up over this weekend. All right, before we go, we've got a couple of the housekeeping details to take care of. We got 305 of you here now. That'll increase as the night goes on. 193 likes. So 100 of you haven't done your job. Get over there, hit that like button, hit the subscribe button, and make sure that you're still subscribed if you think you've subscribed previously, because YouTube does its thing and sometimes randomly unsubscribes you. And then make sure you take our like and subscribe poll. The like and subscribe poll is just there to remind you to hit the like and the subscribe. It's a little lighthearted, a little tongue-in-cheek. Today is the no poll. There is no like and subscribe poll today because I just can't stand these witnesses. It's missing, like everyone's guns. It's a figment of your imagination. And wait, what? Those are our poll options today. We'll check back in an hour or so and see how things are going. A couple different things, as you know, as is standard operating procedure at the certain amount. We unlock the doggo cam. The dogs are over here. They're just waiting to take center stage on the doggo cam. And when the doggo cam is released, then we also do the law and crime overlay. Even if we don't have the law and crime overlay today for some reason, we'll still put it there because rules are rules. And also, we're going to start a new little thing here. Every single, you don't even have to super chat, and I appreciate you being here, but every single super chat is incredibly valuable to me. I know it means you parting with a piece of your hard-earned income. So one person's $2 super chat means as much to me as someone else's $500 super chat. It's you giving your hard-earned money to me. So what I thought I would do every day is just give special recommendations. Let's try that again, shall we?
That's why you're the judge and I'm the law-talking guy. The lawyer.
All right.
Right.
So I thought I would pay special recognition to whoever at the moment of the day has the highest level super chat, the highest amount, just as a special thank you for being the top of the pile. And I thought we would designate our daily high super chatter as the Vice Racks for the day, the daily Vice Racks. So we'll see how the Vice Racks goes. We've already got a contender for Vice Racks. Our first Vice Racks of the day is Tanny Simmons. Tanny Simmons has given us our first super chat, the $5 super chat. We'll update the Vice Racks thing as we go along. Legal Vices, I'm so sorry for failing you guys yesterday. Busy at work. You got it. /that is the equivalent of okay, you win. Put hands up and say it fast. As you said, that's your genetic predisposition. I don't know. I am far too white to comment on Black Street slang, so I'm staying out of that one. I just have to take other people's words for it that know better than me. And Uncivil Law is love me, lol. Thank you, Kurt. Deeply appreciated. All right, so that's what when we put up everything, we'll start the Vice Racks of the day, and it'll just vary depending on what the current maximum super chat is for the day. Anyway, with that out of the way, we really do need to get in here. We're going to be having a couple of guests joining us. If they haven't forgot, I bet at least one of them thinks that I forgot to give the link. Is Hayden Aussie Overlord is supposed to be joining us, but I'm just now sending him the link because right after work I had to go out to a function. I had to go to a function. It was a 2-hour all-you-can-drink beer and pizza networking thing. So, of course, I went straight for the 10.5% ABV Imperial Stout and got as many of those down me as I possibly could. All right, and before we do anything else, let's just start the trial. We have to get into this. There's a lot to get through today. And are you ready for this? Quick update on what's happening. This is our defendant over here on the far right. This is Travis Rudolph. He's been charged with 1 count of first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. Why? He was fighting with his girlfriend, allegedly. She goes home. She texts her brother. She sends the text and says, this happened to me. Now tells her brother to go shoot his shit up. And then texting some friends, apparently. Nobody knows how the friends became involved, but they got messages saying, come on over. And her brother said he's a walking dead man. And at least one of them took a gun with them. They crept down the street. They rolled down. They parked, 100 yards, 300 feet down the street. They went back, the 4 of them. They pounded on the guy's door after midnight, and his brother came out. Then he came out. A big fight ensues. And then the question happened. Gunshots ring out. Reportedly 39 gunshots rang out from the defendant's weapon, killing one kid. And I say kid, 20, 21-year-old, shooting one of them and killing him and putting 3 holes in one and Swiss cheesing him. Now, the question is it murder, an attempted murder, or was it all self-defense? As the prosecutor said, self-defense murder begins where self-defense ends. He's saying that whatever happened before, they broke it off. They ran away. They were fleeing the scene. There was no more threat. And he just opened fire on the vehicle. It's murder and attempted murder. But the defense, they're painting the picture that it might be self-defense, that he didn't shoot when they were fighting. He didn't shoot when his brother was being dogpiled 2-1. He didn't shoot while they were running towards their vehicle. The only time he shot is reportedly, allegedly, when someone came to the vehicle. We believe it's alluded to, it's suggested that it may be our current witness, Tyler, whatever his last name is. I can't think of his last name off the top of my head, but Tyler, the guy that's on the stand right now, he was the one that admitted to bringing his gun with him, but he said he forgot he had it. He never pulled it out. He never used it. And after he was shot 3 times, he threw it away because he didn't want the ambulance people that were responding to him to delay him due to his weapon, whatever the hell that means. He didn't bother to ever tell anybody that he had just thrown a fully loaded extended magazine handgun, Taurus handgun, loaded with hollow point bullets out into the street where any child could find them or whatever. So the defense is saying that when they got in the car or as they were getting in the car, somebody, presumably Tyler, pointed a handgun at the defendant. And at that point, he had no option but to defend himself and his family and unload on the car. So that's where the difference is. Is it self-defense because somebody pointed a weapon at him as they were trying to get away? Or was he just out for revenge and unloaded in the vehicle? That's the deal. And we've had 4 witnesses now, 4 or 5 witnesses, I can't remember. We've had the sister and the 3 surviving people that went to the house testify. And honestly, I don't know what they've testified to that could help the prosecution. Why? Because I can't remember anything they said on direct examination. Why can't I remember anything they said on direct examination? Because the cross-examination has been brutal for every single one of them. And it's only been brutal because the witnesses are being standoffish. They're being really, really, I mean, just, I keep using the word obstreperous. They're disrespectful. They're angry, they're haughty, they're ignorant, they're pretending, they're acting like they know more than the lawyer, they're antagonizing the lawyer. Of course, he's antagonizing him, but that's his job. Talking about him holding his bladder, he's got to go take a pee, he's an old man. Just things like this. And all it's doing is just taking away from whatever positive testimony they've been able to offer up to this point, and only making you realize these guys are untrustworthy. They keep changing their stories. They're rude little shits, and it makes me hate them. So I honest to God don't know if they've said anything yet that's particularly helpful to the prosecution in proving that this was not self-defense and it was in fact murder and attempted murder. And as I was mentioning to someone who sent me an email about this, I was saying, if this guy is acquitted, one of the major reasons he's going to be acquitted is the way the eyewitnesses are testifying on the stand. I already hate them. I'm sure the jury hates them. But will it be enough for them to just phase out anything good he said? It has been, because I mean, I'm not joking when I say that I have no idea if they've testified to anything that would be helpful to the prosecution. Because I focused on their devastating cross-examination by both attorneys for the defense and their really, really horrible, snotty, idiotic answers. And it got so bad yesterday, I just stopped taking notes. Because they were just arguing. They argued. Tyler, who's on the stand now, has been arguing with the defense lawyer for about 5 hours. Did you and your gang go there? Oh, define gang. Did you go there immediately? Oh, define immediately. And I mean, it's just been this kind of crap. Did you do this? I don't know. You tell me. And this witness has even said on, I think, 3 occasions yesterday, I don't care what the jury thinks. I don't care what you think the truth is. He's just been this way. And I just stopped taking notes because it's pointless. But he jerked around so much yesterday, and he didn't even want to testify. This last witness, he had to be arrested on a bench warrant and drug into trial to testify for the prosecution. So he didn't want to be there. And because he was delaying everything, he's going to be here on the stand today for at least part of the day. So he had to wait over the weekend, and he's going to be here. So we're just going to have to see how this goes. Let's jump into the testimony, and hopefully Ozzy Overlord will be here. And Chandler Remington will be here in an hour or so. Those are going to be our guests for the day. Wow, with that out of the way, let's get at it, and we'll update everything as we go along here. And boom.
Let's bring Mr. Robinson back in, please. There he is.
Tyler
Mr.
Robinson.
I'm going to have you sworn in again.
Wait, let's close cap. And I wanted to go 1.5 speed on him, but he and the lawyer were arguing back and forth so fast.
All right, you may continue with your cross-examination of Mr. Robinson. Yes, sir.
Robinson, when you were here last Friday, you told this jury that you dove on top of your friend Chris Lowe as much as you could, and there was no crevices, so you couldn't get in the bottom of the floorboard area, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you spoke to the first officers who arrived when you got shot, you never told them that, right?
I can't remember, sir.
Oh, God, we're off to that
When
race
you go to the
again.
hospital and you speak to the officer and give a detailed statement, you never told them that, did you?
I'm not sure.
Want to see a copy of your statement?
No, sir, there's no need. I'm just not sure.
I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
No, sir, there's no need for me to look at the statement. I'm just saying I'm not sure.
Well, do you agree that you didn't give a statement? Or if you're not sure, I'll show it to you so you can look at it to see that in there or not.
I agree.
You agree you didn't, right?
I agree.
Spoke to Detective Vanderlyn. So you get shot on the 7th. We talked to the two law enforcement officers separately on the 7th. And then on the 8th, you speak to Detective Vanderlyn, the female detective, right?
Correct.
Never told her you dove on top of Mr. Lowe, right?
I agree.
Okay. Gave a deposition on June 16, 2021. All the lawyers, well, many of the lawyers there, under oath of the court.
All right. Guess, all right, what was that? Was
I agree.
Came to a hearing on November 30th, and you were sworn under oath. Under this judge, the same lawyers, pretty much multiple lawyers, and you said nothing of the sort that you jumped on top of Chris Lowe during that statement under oath. Isn't that true?
I agree.
Now, yesterday, he wasn't agreeing to anything. Yesterday, he wouldn't say anything. Now, today, he's just agreeing to everything.
Go back
he's
to the
being
June
a dick.
16th statement. I was just about to finish.
But that can work to the
last
prosecutor's,
week.
to the defense's
Deposition. You remember coming to that
advantage.
statement, right?
Yes, sir.
You would agree that Mr. Rudolph's brother came out of the house first after y'all did what y'all did, right?
After we knocked on the door, yes, sir.
Okay. And back then, you didn't remember taking your shirt off, right? Back in June?
No, sir.
You would agree that Travis, when he came out, pushed the door open mildly. He wasn't in a rush, right?
I'm sorry, did you say loudly or mildly?
Mildly.
No, sir, I wouldn't agree.
All right. I approach the witness, give him a copy of his deposition from June 16th.
You may.
Okay. Now we're back to the I didn't say that. And now, here's where you said it.
Tell you what page in a second. Go to page 100, line 9 to 12 of your deposition, June 16, 2021. That refresh your memory, back in June 2021, you said he came out mildly, Mr. Rudolph?
My last name's Robinson, sir.
Actually, Mr. Rudolph, I didn't ask you coming. I said, isn't it true that Mr. Rudolph came out mildly? Does that refresh your memory,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Robinson?
Yes, sir.
That's what you said back in June under oath, right? 2021.
No, sir, you provided me with the verbiage mildly. I just agreed.
Would you always agree with people who tell you things under oath and you just say whatever they want you to say? Is that what you're telling us?
Yeah, that's what he told us
No, sir,
yesterday.
you provided me with the word. I just, like I said, agreed in that situation.
You telling the truth or were you lying then?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Telling the truth when you made that statement or were you lying?
I was telling the truth.
Okay. So tell the jury today what you want to tell them and how he came out the door. If you disagree that mildly today is not the right answer, tell us today what your answer is.
Not agreeing or disagreeing with or whether or not he came out of the door mildly or not. I'm just telling you that you provided me with the verbiage. I never described the situation as Travis coming out of the house mildly. We spoke about it. I'm actually was having a difficulty describing how or of what nature he came out of the house, and you provided me with the verbiage mildly, and I agreed then and I agree now. I'm not sure what.
Word salad, dude.
Well, I asked you today.
I can't deal with
first
this
question
today.
about mildly and coming out the door, Mr. Rudolph, not you, Mr. Rudolph, coming out his front door. I said, would you agree Mr. Rudolph came out mildly? And you said, no, I don't agree with that. So what my question is tell us what you mean he didn't come out mildly. That was your statement. When I asked you if you agree, you said no. How did he come out? What's your testimony today?
I don't know. He just came out of the door.
So sick of this shit.
He was mad, so I'm not sure how you would describe that.
That's you, how you describe it, not me.
I'm not sure how I would describe it.
Okay. Do you agree it was mildly or you disagree? Today, do you agree with that or disagree?
Whatever speeds this up, I agree.
Oh my fucking! Oh, I'm sorry. It's.
I asked you back in June of 2021 to tell me how the physical confrontation started, and
All right. This guy is just being a dick. That's all. This is just him being a straight up dick. He is done testifying. I mean, he was done testifying yesterday. Now it's just like, oh, well, how would you do whatever you think I should say to speed this up? What is that for an answer? Take this thing a little bit seriously. The judge really, really is letting this go way too far. I mean, I like the judge. He has enough and he steps in, but this right here, this kind of testimony, this kind of stuff, I think should be contemptuous. This should be grounds for contempt. Warn him once and throw his ass in jail till he's ready to at least, I mean, you don't have to testify if you don't want to. You don't have to answer the question. But if you're just going to sit there and be a whiny little snivelly, obstreperous, just objectionable dick, then I think you need to spend a day or two in jail to think about it. This is,
you said, I just told you I don't remember. Remember making that statement under oath? Back in June of 21 with the court reporter and the prosecutors and me and Ms. Perlette present. Do you remember that, sir?
I agree.
Right. So back in 2021, April, May, 2 months after this happened, you couldn't say how it started because you thought there was video. Isn't that true, sir? Of the front house. You saw the cameras and you thought there was video that existed. Correct?
No, sir. I believe I was frustrated and just didn't want to speak on the incident any further.
Well, you spoke for 2 hours. You never said you were frustrated one time, did you?
I'm not sure. It's a long deposition.
What's that all about? Is that them or me? That's them. That's not me. The counter is still counting. Interesting. That's them.
You remember Mr. Rudolph hit your...
All right. How far back is that going to go? Oh, and now we're buffering. That's great. Again, I violated the rule. Don't.
But who started? You said you don't remember. Then I said in June of 21, you don't know who hit first, and you agreed. You had no idea, right?
Are you telling me that was my statement?
Yes, sir.
I agree.
Right. But today, Friday, you remember, and today you remember. It's different, right?
I agree, sir.
Yeah. And you don't care what the jury thinks, but you do want them to believe your testimony is that Mr. Rudolph came out of the house and punched your friend first. That's your testimony today, right?
Dude.
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Well, yes. Last week you said you don't care what the jury thinks, right? Remember that?
That may have been taken out of context.
Those are the exact words. That was your context.
That's correct.
Okay. And today you're changing your story. And Friday you changed the story. Now you're saying Mr. Rudolph came out and hit your friend first, right?
Sustained.
You gave a different answer than you gave under oath on June 16th. Now you're saying that my client, all of a sudden, 2 years later, you remember Mr. Rudolph hit your friend first. Isn't that true? Isn't that what you're trying to tell us?
In June of 2021.
I'm asking you today, not June 21st.
Yes.
Here in court today, you want this jury to believe that. The jury that you don't care what they think about, right? You don't care what they think, but that's what you're trying to explain to us, right?
Sustained.
You don't care what the jury thinks as of last week. Do you care what they think today?
I understand the weight of their opinion, but
answer the damn question.
The effect it has on my life is very minimal because this situation has already taken such a major impact on my life. So I don't feel as if the outcome of this really would, or I don't really personally feel or care that much. But I understand, like I said, how important a jury is and the jury's opinion. So like I said, if you want to keep taking that statement out of context as you are, because you're not saying you're not telling them, you're not rereading or relaying my whole statement, just paraphrasing or taking that particular part. But
tell me what I took out of context in June.
This guy is crawling up my last damn nerve. I swear to God, I'm just going to crawl through this monitor and slap the hell out of him. It's just I'm on my last nerve. Notice the vocal fry is back. The vocal fry is real. Yeah, he's got the vocal fry back. Ugh. All right, this guy. I mean, honest to God. Well, let's get through these super chats here because I have a comment I want to make. Enchiladas Unbreaded, who is so far the current Vice Racks of the day. So glad the beautiful Flux got us into this mess. Thank you for your time, Jeff. Law Racks rules. Thank you so much. And Flux, $5.01. Mocha Poon XOXO fully adjustable blow for freedom. What does shit mean? And as always, pants are prison. Hi, Jeff. Hi, Flux. Glad to have you here. Booterberries. I hate all the witnesses in this trial. Well, I don't hate the fireman and the detective from yesterday. I hate everybody else. At least they were, and the neighbor guy was cool. Marv White, thank you so much for your super chat. Sounds like mutual combat. I wish that was a real legal defense. I just go back to duels. Just make them, walk 20 paces, turn and blast, and the winner wins. Chaos Coordinator dropping the 5-pound super chat. Just ordered a 10-pack of cheap vodka to deal with this. Who wants a shot or a bottle? Yeah, I've got my old Manhattan here. Just wish I hadn't left the cherries over on the counter. Whatevs. And we have Cherry Reed. I don't understand why he would. I don't understand why he wouldn't want to testify given he was shot and his so-called brother was killed, right? But see, I think he, I don't know, maybe there was some sort of I don't want to be a snitch thing or whatever. But once he's there, you think he wouldn't actively do something that's going to sink the prosecution's case just by being an uber dick. And that's one thing I want to talk about here in just a quick second. And again, Cherry Reed meant to say would not want to testify. Yeah, we got that. Thank you so much for the 2 super chats, especially the clarifying one. And Carrie Crom, thanks for covering this. These witnesses should be charged. Well, yeah, I agree they should be. The chances of them actually being charged are next to nothing because they've got a guy on trial for first-degree murder and 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. These guys, it would just be a simple assault or something like that. Maybe an aggravated assault for him because he had a gun, whether it was shown or not. But the prosecution cannot have their 4-star witnesses being charged with similar crimes or with crimes arising from the same event because it just looks bad. That would not go well. So yeah, these guys basically get to skate and play victims because the prosecution is going after the defendant for the count of first-degree murder and the 3 counts of attempted first-degree murder. And Fondian, $5 trucker Fondian in the house. What's up, brother? They want the defendant to go free so they can get him themselves. Got to save that street cred. Well, they're not aggressive people. They're just there to defend the honor of his friend's sister. Yeah, but Mike Endom asked a question I wanted to get to real quick here. How does the jury react when they hear statements like that from the stand? All right. Again, they could either go, yeah, we agree, stick it to him. Yeah, stick it to the defense lawyer. We want this guy to hang. Or, which I think is the more reasonable position for the jury to take, was dude is a dick. He's lied. He's changed his story numerous times. I mean, just numerous times. He's changed his story. He's lied. He said he doesn't care what we think several times. He said he doesn't care what the truth is, period. He doesn't care. He'll say whatever he wants to get this thing to end. He has no credibility as the witness who survived being shot 3 times. This guy was Swiss cheesed by the defendant, and he's acting this way. I think they would be inclined to just throw out his testimony, the girlfriend's testimony, the girlfriend's brother's testimony, and the other dude's testimony, just on the basis that they're horrible human beings. They're despicable human beings. And in the process, that weakens the prosecution's case. So I think that they're going to be tired of this guy. They're done with this shit. Because of him and the other witnesses, this trial has gone on longer than it's scheduled for, and they can't be happy. And I think they're going to just take it to the prosecution for this. They're going to hold it. They're going to hold it against the prosecution because it's the prosecution's case. That's my feeling at this point. And while we're at it, we do have one member chat, from Nicola Maxwell, member for 2 months of the Clean and Sober crew. Nicola, recovering from surgery. Nicola, we hope you're doing so well because you are such an awesome, amazing, wonderful, beautiful human being. Thank you, Jeff and Vice Squad, the best community and channel on the interwebs. You guys got in getting me through a lot. Oh, well, thank you so much. Love you guys. Thank you. Well, thank you for that, Nicola. You're an awesome, awesome human being. Well, with that little bit of brightness in our lives out of the way, let's get back into this toolbox's testimony because it's going to be a while.
Of 2021, when you said you didn't know who started the fight and you don't know who hit who first. Tell me what I'm taking out of context, sir.
I can only testify and answer questions based off of questions you asked or based off of my deposition, sir. So if you have a question you would like me to answer, I can do that, but I can't.
You can't tell us why your answer is different today than it was back in June, can you, sir?
Well, speaking of people whose answers change according to the time of day, it's Ozzy Overlord. Ozzy, where are you? Oh, you're down there in the dog corner. Let me move you. There we go. Hi.
G'day.
It's Ozzy. It's Ozzy Overlord, and he's here. So, yeah, we're just mocking the jury, the witness.
I was gonna say, you keep talking like that, I'm gonna fall back to sleep.
Yeah, well, that's him. He's got like super uber vocal fry, and he just ums and uhs a lot, and he doesn't care. Did you listen to this guy yesterday? Have you been listening to him here today?
I'll be perfectly honest. I fell asleep. I haven't listened to shit.
Good. Well, his line. He's the guy that was Swiss cheesed. He was the guy that was shot 3 times and survived. He argued. They've been having this argument for 5 hours yesterday, and they picked it up again today. They're just arguing back and forth. Did you say this? Oh, I don't remember saying that. Well, here you said this in your deposition, a year ago. Well, I didn't really know if that was the case, but I just said that. And well, what do you think is the truth? I don't care what the truth is. Do you agree with this? Well, whatever gets us through here quicker. What is this? What you're trying to tell the jury? He said at least 3 times yesterday. I really don't care what the jury thinks. He doesn't care what the jury thinks. He's not interested in the truth. He doesn't care about the facts of the case. He's just saying whatever's going to get this thing through the fastest. He didn't even want to be there. They had to pull him in on a bench warrant to testify yesterday.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
So yeah, he's a cock munch. That's all he is. He's just a dick.
Okay.
And that's all you really need to know.
Well, to be fair, look at the facial hair. He's got the side without the That tells me all I need to know. Fair enough.
And he was the one that brought the gun. At least he admitted to being the one with the gun. He brought the gun, but he never took it out. He as a matter of fact, while they were getting their ass kicked, all 4 of them were getting their ass kicked by 2 guys. He completely forgot he had the weapon.
Oh, bullshit.
And while he was being shot at 39 times, he didn't even remember he had the gun in his pocket. And it was only when he realized he didn't have his cell phone because he left it in the car, and he was knocking on doors, bleeding from 3 wounds, and nobody was opening the door, and he heard the sirens from the ambulances in the distance that he remembered, oh my God, I have this gun on me. If the ambulance people see me with a gun, they're not going to treat me, so I better throw this gun away into the bushes. So he threw an extended magazine Taurus pistol loaded completely with hollow point bullets into the bushes, and never bothered to tell anybody. Never bothered to tell the police anywhere at the hospital, the ambulance people, oh, there's a loaded weapon out there in the bushes that some child might find. Never bothered to tell anybody.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, that's where we're sitting right now.
Okay. Well, quickly, because I can see everyone. Hello, chat. How are you all doing? I'm not ignoring you all.
I am. We just had to catch him up to date.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Holy cow! So hollow points left in a garden somewhere.
Yes, with
literally
an extended
at the point
magazine.
Of is that a gun in your pocket, or are you just happy to see me? I'm sorry, I call bullshit, because if you're in a life or death situation like that, you're going to remember that you have a weapon of survival on you. No, okay, all right.
Well, and asked why he took it. Oh, he didn't have a concealed weapon permit either at the time he did it.
Of course.
But yeah. But why he did it because he had it and it made him feel like a man. He had something to prove, but he forgot about it. Yeah.
So look,
this guy was being such a dick that Steve Gosney got mad at him yesterday. That's how big of a dick.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, we've got some ground to cover here. Cherry Reed bringing another super chat. Thank you so much. Would the prosecution team put these witnesses on first because they know they're horrible witnesses? Is this a better strategy? Well, if they didn't put them on, the defense would call them because they're devastating. But yeah, probably just to get them out of the way. They have to be there. Yeah, but I don't think the prosecution knew that all of them were going to be. Well, I mean, this guy makes the other three look like damn saints. I mean, this guy is just a real piece of work. But yeah, I think I don't think the prosecution expected them to derail their case like this. But we'll have to see how it goes. And Nicola Maxwell, thank you so much for the £2. Come on, girl.
So hang on. So have the prosecution
I love you,
actually
Jeff.
been
Vice Squad?
Has the
Thank you so
prosecution been just like incompetent, or have they actually been reasonably competent in themselves and the witnesses are just throwing them under the bus?
Well, I was just talking about that beginning. I don't know. I literally can't remember a thing that any of these people said on direct examination because I'm just watching this shit show go down on cross-examination where they're just tying, they're lying, they're changing their stories, they're fighting with the guy. That's all I remember. I don't remember a damn thing he said on direct examination.
Okay, because if a lawyer's not following it, then God only knows how the jury's feeling at this point.
Yeah, I'm just going, this guy's a dick, and I wouldn't believe anything that comes out of his mouth. Full stop. I have nothing good to say about him. Nothing at all.
Right.
Well, let's dive back in as soon as we read Wolfram's Hand, Law Racks, and Aussie, their blood pressure medication. Oh, I should do that. I should go into the other room and get my blood pressure kit and just see how it changes throughout the night. Ooh, I like that idea.
That's a good grift. That is.
Oh, I like that. Oh, I'm gonna have to think about that one. Damn it! Why didn't I think about this 3 days ago? I should have brought my blood pressure kit. God damn it! Oh well. Let's get back into this. Yeah. Oh dear.
Sustained.
Can't tell us today why your answer is different than June 16th of 2021. Can you, sir?
Yes, I can, sir. I was frustrated just because one of my brothers passed away, and I didn't really want to talk about it.
Okay, so you lied in the deposition is what you're telling us because of your brother passing away?
No, sir, I didn't lie. Sometimes when you're mad or frustrated or upset, it's hard to remember specific details. So while you ask,
no, I said he didn't do that bad of a job.
Or not, I could remember as time has gone on.
He didn't do a great job because I don't remember a thing he said.
It's gotten not easier, but
this is at 1.25.
More common where this is something I may have to speak about. So
you're in the hospital one day, right?
Yes, sir, correct.
Flushed out your wounds. You didn't have any bullets went through. You had little tiny fragments of metal that hit the car and went into your body. Isn't that true, sir?
Girl said to that guy that
no,
she
sir,
likes
I had a
husky
bullet
voice and he took it and ran with it.
My body during surgery.
You had one bullet or how many bullets?
I'm not sure, sir.
You had little pieces of bullets. Isn't that true, sir?
I'm not sure to what nature the bullets were when they were removed from my body, but I can only
well, that's one thing we talked about yesterday was those didn't look like bullet wounds. They looked like shrapnel.
Never went to physical therapy.
He's saying he wasn't shot by 3 bullets. He was shot by shrapnel.
Question is, never went to physical therapy, right?
My answer is that I couldn't afford it, sir.
So that means no?
Correct.
In school when you graduated, you said you told us you got an AA degree, right? In criminology, correct?
1.25
degree in paralegal studies.
Right, and you're still working. That's what you told us. You have a security license, right?
Yes, sir, correct.
Oh, wait, today he said he said it was, first of all, he said it was pre-law. Then he said it was legal studies. Now it's paralegal studies is what he was studying in college. He made a big deal about that on cross-examination too, that he studies the law.
What do? You're in a community as a security guard or a business?
Sitting down, correct.
Business?
Like a community.
You sit down the whole time even when cars come through?
Correct.
All right. You never went to any follow-up doctor appointments for any medical treatment. Isn't that true, sir?
I had follow-up appointments at the trauma unit for about 6 months following the incident.
How many times did you go?
Like 3 times a week, maybe. pretty often.
Would you be surprised to learn they're not on your medical records?
Sure. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen.
Stand up and scratch, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so the guy says he did this. He did the 3 times, and he's like, "Oh, it's not in your medical records." And then suddenly the prosecution's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa! We need to talk, judge. Oh, I want to see where this is going to go." That's not good.
Oh, there's no way in hell that that guy's a paralegal.
Well, in fairness, he's just in school for it. Oh, there we go. We got the buffering going because I just have to be that way.
What the hell does that banner say?
Which one? What?
Something about enchiladas?
Yes. That's my new
thanks
thing.
to today's Vice Racks. Enchiladas unbreaded. What?
Yeah, that's the highest super chat we've had today. So they're the Vice Racks. They're the current Vice Racks. All right. We are at 38:45. I am dumping that, and we're gonna go to the semi-downloadable version. Hang on real quick, folks. While we're doing this, Hayden needs to grift himself. That's what needs to happen.
Fair enough. Guys, you should probably already know me by now because let's face it, I'm near enough to Jeff's sidekick when it comes to this trial stuff. Aussie Overlord on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter. Best place to get notifications is definitely on Locals, because that seems to be the only place where YouTube will actually allow me to. Well, YouTube doesn't allow me to, but it seems to be the only place where notifications come through regularly. Because although they're happy for me to advertise through them, YouTube still aren't happy with me doing organic reach. They really don't like me for some reason. But yeah, law news and laughter pretty much daily. Today we had the Ben Robertson Smith verdict for one of Australia's most decorated soldiers turning out to be having enough of a sufficiently proven cause to be caused a war criminal. There's more than likely going to be a war crimes tribunal, in my opinion.
Yikes. You think it'll go to that?
Oh, yeah. Well, let me put it this way. One of the allegations against him was that he kicked a handcuffed prisoner of war off a cliff and then shot him, or had him shot. And that was proven sufficient enough that the defamation claim against that was the newspaper had a full defense. So, yeah. Do I still do Kinky Corner? Kinky Corner is reserved for Locals because some Karen decided to go through and report all of my previous videos.
Lame.
Yeah. So, this is why we can't have nice things.
Right.
And, yeah.
People behave. People behaving. Yeah, sorry, it's like I'm going on Tiffany. I think we're alone now. All right, we have our stream back up here, and Benjamin Lewis says, Jeff, you said this guy did a great job on direct. No, I said he wasn't that bad. He didn't do too bad of a job, all things considered. But that was before the prosecution got the defense got a hold of him, and I really can't remember why I would have said that. Nathan C, need heart monitor overlay that displays your BPM. Seriously, that would have been funny. I should have thought about that. John Gordon, stop. He's already dead. And Wolfram, free the doggo. We are there. We are at free the doggo. So as soon as we fire the grill back up, that's what we shall do. Intellectual iconoclasm. Friendly Jordans did a great piece on those war crimes.
Yeah, but we don't watch Friendly Geordies. We watch Aussie. We watch Aussie Overlord. He does much better coverage of shit than Friendly Geordies does.
Absolutely.
He's got plenty of subscribers and viewers, okay? There's enough of the internet to go around.
Yeah. That's why people are like, oh, the lead attorney is doing this. Yeah, him and his a third of 1 million subscribers, they can just do their thing. We're cooler. Jonathan Smith, bring back OJ case. This wit afraid of stitches. Yeah. Well, that'll hopefully be back next week. Hopefully OJ will be back. Same bat time, same bat channel. All right. Speaking of bats, we are batshit crazy here. Going to get into that. So in the meantime, we have Putting Away with my favorite duo, Batman and Robin. Oh, you mean us. Cool. Thanks. Also, Mrs. K. Griff for mod. Yes, Mrs. K. Griff is awesome. I could not
for God's
agree
sakes.
more.
Well, Nicola, just check and resub as necessary. Sorry, someone's just letting me know that YouTube unsubbed them again.
Yeah, it happens. All right, let's hit the button and get on with it.
Yes, sir.
So would you be surprised to learn in the medical records there's nothing that you went to any kind of trauma rehab?
No, sir.
I'm sorry?
No, sir.
Okay.
For some reason, Law and Crime doesn't have their thing up for this one, so but we'll put this up anyway. Just in spirit, we'll put the overlay up.
You didn't see Mr. Rudolph fall when he came out of the house, did you, sir? With a gun?
I don't know. I can't remember, sir.
All right.
You can't remember if a guy came
on page 110, lines 15 to 19 of your deposition of June 21, or would you agree with me that
No, sir.
you said you never saw him when he fell?
I agree with you, sir.
Okay. Is it your testimony today or Friday that Mr. Rudolph was shooting as you left his mom's area and was running to the car? He was shooting at you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And he's coming towards you shooting, right? As you're running to the car, he's coming towards you and he's shooting, right?
I'm not sure what positioning he's in, sir. I was busy running.
All right. Well, you remember saying back in June of 2021, I'll direct your attention to page 114, line 15 to 18. Or would you agree that you did say he was walking towards you, Mr. Rudolph, as he's shooting and as you're running to the car?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You didn't get shot running to the car, right?
No, sir.
Dude. Okay.
You would agree that Mr. Rudolph became between 10 and 30 feet from the car you allegedly jumped on top of Mr. Lowe in the back seat, right?
Yes,
Jumped
sir.
on him in a fit of hot buttered monkey love.
And you ran about 50 to 100 yards to get to the car, right? From when my client came out with a gun, right?
Correct.
How many gunshots did you hear as you're running down the street?
I can't remember.
Multiple ones?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I mean, if he's been
Is your
shot 3 times,
testimony
you'd hope
that-
he'd at least 3.
You actually got in the car and closed the back door? Is that your testimony from Friday, that you got in the car before the shooting or at the time of the shooting, in the back seat and closed the door?
Yes, sir.
So you would have had to obviously open the door as you described getting out of the car, right?
Yes, sir.
And you never fell down, did you, when you got out of the car that it supposedly was moving?
Joint before coming to court or what?
He's expressing disinterest.
May have lost my footing a bit. I'm not really sure.
I
You
guess.
saw the video. Remember coming out stumbling with your hands raised in the air?
Yes, sir.
Hands in the air like you just don't care.
You're not looking at the phone, are you? Because you keep looking down. I'm just making sure you...
No, sir.
Okay.
Oh, look, it's the Aussie show.
So when you get out of the car, do you remember stumbling? And take a look at me. I'm not sure, if you don't mind. You went like this with your hands and then stumbled and then ran across the street. Remember that?
Yes, sir.
You were running alongside the car. You were never in that car, were you, sir?
No, I was in the car, sir.
That door never opened up. You saw the video. You saw it never opened up, the back door. You could see it. Don't remember that?
Overruled.
Would you agree? You never opened the back door. It never opened as the car was moving.
You can ask leading questions. Nice try.
Huh? So let me make sure I got your testimony. Your door's closed, and then you open the door as the car's moving. You actually hit the ground, or do you stumble? You tell me what happened.
Sorry, what's the question?
Hello.
What the hell happened there?
I don't know.
I asked you the question. You're in the car. You with me?
Yes.
You claim now you open the door to get out, right?
Right.
I want you to tell me, the best of your memory, even watching the tape, did you fall down and hit your feet and your knees and scrape your knees at that point? Or did you just come stumbling, whatever position, whether you were in or out of the car? Did you come stumbling? I don't know. I'm asking you.
I don't know.
You can't tell, right?
No, he fell down and scraped his knees because he was blowing his friend.
So
in the
when you
back
come
seat.
out of the car, you don't get hit by the car, right?
No, sir.
100%
Yeah, that's not
positive
really what
the
he
car
meant when
didn't
he
hit
said he was getting blown away.
Oh, nice. Wow. All right. That was his testimony yesterday, because we couldn't figure out how he got out of the car, because he said he got in the car and the doors were shut. And we couldn't figure out how he got left behind, like Kirk Cameron in a Bad Christian Remake video. But it turns out he said that at some point the car stopped moving, and he thought that everybody else in the car was dead, so he just jumped out and ran away.
But
I
now they're
know.
saying that there was
I
video
know.
showing that he never actually got in the car.
I know, it's confusing, and who the fuck knows? We don't know anything that's going on in this stupid trial, because it's a stupid trial. So let's just see what happens. I don't know.
Right?
Because
no, sir.
I was
And
commenting
you didn't
yesterday, I
brace
never saw the
yourself
car
on that
stop.
car, right?
I never saw the car stop.
I may have.
Well, did you ever tell anybody that? Did you ever say a statement to anyone in this whole world that you may have braced yourself coming out of the car?
I'm not sure.
All right. So you don't know if you braced yourself in the car? It's possible. Is that your testimony today?
Yes, sir.
Where would you have braced yourself if you did?
Seems like it.
I don't need, what do you mean by that? Brace myself. Where would I have braced myself? I don't
Well, that's what I'm asking you. You said yes, maybe.
What does that even mean? I don't know.
Well, then why would you say
I
yes,
can't hear
maybe?
you.
I don't even know what that means, sir.
You don't know what the word brace yourself means? Touch, lean against, grab, hold on to for balance.
Suck
Did
off.
I touch the car
Give a
as I
reach
exited
around.
it?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
The
Get
door?
a little gender fluid on you.
I'm not sure.
When you say yes, if you're not sure, what part did you touch?
I was in the car, so to exit the car, I would have to touch it.
All right, tell us what part you touched. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
I'm not sure.
All right.
Stop saying that.
You didn't touch the windshield, did you?
No, sir.
You didn't touch the trunk area of the car, did you?
All that junk inside that trunk? Who
You don't know.
touch it?
No, sir.
And on the video you saw in the courtroom, you've seen that video before you testified. You've seen it, right?
I don't believe so.
Huh? No one ever showed it to you?
I don't think. I'm not sure, sir.
You had your depositions before you came into court, didn't you?
Yes.
You had all your statements you had a copy of, right?
I don't have copies of my statements from court on hand, no, sir.
Oh, not here today, but you had them previously at home, didn't you?
No, sir. I have homework and other things.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, back in June when I asked you these questions about the car in 2021 and coming out, you said you fell on the floor and you got up and ran. Remember that?
Did he ran? He ran so
Yes.
far away.
All right.
Is that it?
So falling on the floor, does that mean, what does that mean to you when you said that? Yeah, you fell on the floor and you ran when you got out of the car. You tell me what that means to you.
Can't you see there's like chariots of fire music in the background as he's like running in slow motion?
Well, compared to the floor, the car is at an elevated position. So to exit the vehicle, you would technically have to fall, especially if the vehicle is moving. So regardless if you catch your footing or not, you're still falling out of the vehicle.
You said
You fell on the
that
floor.
stop, 'cause
Technically,
you
was
thought
your word,
everybody
floor.
was dead
I
and
fell
you
on the
ran
floor.
away.
So what does that mean, falling on the floor? I'm not asking about technicalities. I'm asking what your words meant.
Like I just said, or you heard
Defendant,
what
would
I
you
said.
get up and
so
please
there's no
show this
reason
man
for
what it
me
means to
repeat
fall
it
on the
again.
floor?
But the car, and then there's the floor. So if I went from the car to the floor, I would have to fall from the car to the floor. Where do you want me to fall? Where else is there to fall?
These are your words, right? That's what you said.
Right.
How could you touch the car then if the car is moving and you fall on the floor? That's what I'm trying to figure out. You never touched the car, did you?
I'm exiting the car, so I have to touch it to exit it.
All right. What part did you touch specifically then?
The whole body's in the car,
phrasing.
so I don't know, sir.
All right.
I
What part of the
disagree,
exterior
given
of
that
the car
so
did you
many
touch?
car
Exterior.
accidents with petrol stations
It's hard to
occur
say
now because people aren't touching
specifically
the outside of
when
the
you're
car
getting
to get
shot
out.
at, sir. I don't know.
Okay.
That'd be pretty
Yeah,
good.
basically. Old people, they touch the metal in the car when they're getting out of the car, so they discharge the electricity.
And you told us back in June that Mr. Rudolph was chasing you and still shooting you into the backyard. Remember that, sir?
Yes.
And you didn't know if you were going to be finished off because he was chasing you, saying he was going to finish you off, right?
Yes.
Good.
And you
That
dump
may
your
have
gun
been
over the
all.
next fence when someone's chasing you and shooting you, and be completely defenseless at that point, right?
I'm sorry. What's the question, sir?
You're completely defenseless as soon as you jump over the fence and dump your gun. You're saying this guy was chasing you and shooting at you and saying he's finishing you off. And that's where you put your gun, right where he's chasing you and shooting at you? That's what you want us to believe?
When I said
So
I was
you
getting
act-
blown away and he was
So you
finishing me
asked
off, that's not
so
really what I
many
meant.
questions at once.
That's
maybe
what I was
2 or
going to
3
say. God
at a
damn it.
time.
Shut up. That's my joke.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
All right, you agree. You made previous statement under oath in
God damn
June
it,
of
that was my
21 that
joke.
Mr. Rudolph's chasing you and shooting at you at the same time after you ran out of the car. While you're running in the backyard, he's running after you, shooting at you, right?
Well, they did show pictures of scabs on his knees
This whole
yesterday.
time, I'm just trying.
Oh,
I'm
God.
retreating. I'm trying to get away. So I don't know from the car, after the car, before the car, from when I was standing in the street next to his mom. I'm surrendering and trying to retreat, and it's of no succession.
Not what I asked you.
Yeah, look, Mr.
Yes,
Enzo,
no, and then if you don't know the answer, you don't
it's
know
the
the answer.
low-hanging fruit, I'm not going to lie.
Okay.
You know this answer is, well, tell me was the truth. Did you go to page
Can't listen
120
to
line
the normal
121
speeding.
line 5 to 9 of your deposition?
Could you read it to me, sir?
You want
What?
a copy of it?
I would prefer if you read it to me.
Dude. I mean, kudos for that. I mean, I think that's a great line. I would probably say that too. But dude, come on. I'm conflicted by that statement, Hayden. I'm conflicted by that. That was a beautiful answer. It's like, no, I'm not going to do your job for you. You read it to me. But on this, I mean, so I give him like 10 points for that, but I have to give him minus 10 points just for being a dick. I mean, oh my God. He
Look, I don't
can't
think
be
that was so much
forced to
about him
read it.
being lazy as it was him just going, hang on, I want to see what you think of my deposition statement before I have to formulate an answer to your question.
I mean, like, you can't, he's not required to read his own statement. So, I mean, good on him for saying that, but again, minus an equal number of points just for being a dick delaying the proceedings. Oh,
Yeah,
I'm
look,
really
this guy's being
conflicted by this.
amazingly like without being aggressive or anything. He's being effectively a passive aggressive combative witness, which I think is
Yeah.
hilarious.
He's the dick that lays down on the freeway with his friends just to block morning traffic to protest the overconsumption of coconut oil in Malaysia.
Well, see, that's going to be illegal here soon.
I just can't. Let's go. I can't.
Page 120. You can read, okay? You're a college grad.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm here to answer questions based off of my deposition. So if you have a direct question, I can answer that. If you'd like to ask it, I'm not here to read.
Well, I'm giving you a direct question. You told me back
hate him,
then
but
that
I love
Mr.
him.
Rudolph
It's
was
so
chasing and
conflicted.
shooting you while you're running in the backyard, right?
Correct.
Okay. And they said he's going to finish you off basically as he's running after you through the backyard, right?
Hey, phrasing.
I'm not sure.
Don't remember saying that before either?
Not sure, sir. I don't know. Yes.
Page 123, line 5 to 12. See if that refreshes your memory. Read it to yourself.
Got it.
You got it, bro.
Pardon me?
I agree.
When I said illegal, guys, I meant the laying down in the
Running.
road in the
What's so hard
CBD,
about these
not-
questions? Do you understand them?
No, I
Not the
understand.
actual palm oil.
Oh, okay. I thought you were saying they were going to outlaw like palm oil.
You understand the question?
Oil in
Yes, sir.
Malaysia. Oh,
I'm going to break it down. I'm breaking it down.
there.
You jump over the fence,
Good.
right? You do.
Good for Australia.
You escape this crazy man who's shooting at you, trying to finish you off, and those are his words. He's
Also,
going
you
to
gotta
finish
go
you
to
off.
work. You
Right?
don't want to be like 2 hours late for work just
So
because
it
someone
seems.
lays down in the middle of the road because, you know, there's tuna getting caught
We
in
just
nets
run
and
over
shit
him in
like that.
America.
Yeah, well,
Right after you jump the fence, you dump your gun there, right?
Correct.
While this man's trying to finish you off shooting at you. Correct?
This is literally the exact different thing than he testified to yesterday. He testified he ran away. He was knocking on doors, and nobody would answer. He didn't have his phone, so he couldn't call anybody. Finally, he heard sirens in the distance coming at him, and then he went, "Oh my God, that's right. I forgot. I have this weapon with me. Boy, the ambulance drivers, they're not going to treat me if they see that I have a gun, so I better get rid of it." That was his testimony yesterday. It's like yesterday never happened. This motherfucker wasted 8 hours of my life to tell a brand new story today. I'm pissed.
I'm not sure whether or not he was chasing me anymore.
Holy hell.
And you told us you didn't want to have the gun on you because you didn't want the police to think you did anything wrong, right?
Yes.
pineapple slushy.
I just
It's a
didn't want
shame
them to
Travis wasn't a
arrive
better
and
shot.
Start shooting at me more and more.
Right.
Knock, knock, knocking on heaven's door.
So let's talk about November 8th, 2021. Remember coming to this courtroom under oath during a hearing?
Yes, sir.
Promise to tell the whole truth?
Yes, sir.
Remember being asked by the prosecution that you, during the evening hours of April 6th, did you receive a phone call from Dominique that day?
Yes, sir.
What was your answer in court under oath?
Can you refresh my memory?
Yeah, you said, I don't remember, right?
Like I said, I was just frustrated, so I wasn't making any efforts to remember, so it's probably truthful.
Oh, yeah, but
So did
somehow
you
it has
say,
something
I
to
don't
do with the
remember when you were asked by
orangutan.
the
So we
prosecution,
can't
did you
touch it.
receive a text from Dominique that day on April
Oh,
6th?
yeah, that's right.
I agree.
Then you were asked more specifically, did you get a text message from her, meaning Dominique? And again, under oath, you said you don't remember. Remember that, sir?
I believe that was my response to every question I was asked. But yes, sir, I remember it, and
That's
I agree.
racist.
Right? That wasn't truthful, was it?
Was truthful, yes, sir.
Okay, that was a truthful answer.
Yes, sir, it was
Did
truthful.
he get shot in the head when he jumped over the
Then the
fence?
prosecution asked you, do you know what you were doing on April 6th of 2021? And you said, no, ma'am. Remember that?
Yes, I remember that.
And that was under oath. Every one of these are under oath, right?
Yes, sir. Every question asked in court is under oath.
There was a judge here, prosecution, just you're sitting in the same chair you were in back then, right?
Correct.
Because I know the law.
Prosecution asked if you know why we're here today, and you said, no, ma'am. Remember that?
Don't remember specifically.
You
but I agree.
ass, this guy.
You
Oh
want to
my
copy?
God.
I'm not trying to trick you. You want
No, I'm not accusing you of trying to trick me. I'm just
Yesterday
telling
got
you
to
I
the
agree,
point
though.
where the prosecutor. I mean,
You were asked by the
defense was
prosecution who
asking
shot you, and you
questions.
said you're not sure. Remember
Do
saying
you
that under
know
oath?
what a police officer is?
Yes, I agree.
Do
You
you
asked
know
if you
what
received a
police
message from Dominique
officer
Jones that was a
does?
group text between you and her brother Kishan. And you said, nope, I don't remember that. No, ma'am. Remember that?
Yes.
Then he accused him of being unable to control his bladder.
Oh, prosecution gave you a copy of your statement that you gave her on April 8th. Remember that one, Detective Vandalin?
Yes.
And she asked you to read certain portions. And once again, she was showing you what you told Detective Vandalin about phone calls or text messages. And you said, nope, that doesn't refresh my memory. I don't remember. Remember saying that?
I agree. Yes.
Oh, come on. Stop moving, camera. I was doing something cool there.
Again, the prosecution asked you, do you remember the fact that Dominique gave you a phone call on April 6, 2021? And you said, no, ma'am. Remember that?
Yes, I
She asked if you spoke to Keyshawn on April 6, and you said, no, ma'am. You don't remember that. Remember that statement under oath?
yes, I agree.
There we go. Oh, come on.
Prosecution asked you in open court if you gave a statement to law enforcement after you were shot,
There we
and you
go.
said you don't remember, right?
Yes,
Put him
I
in the
agree.
cut cage. All right. Enough of the shenanigans.
You remember saying you don't remember anything over and over and over when the prosecution asked you questions?
Yeah,
The
just
card is
frustrated.
nonplussed.
I'm not asking if you're frustrated. I asked did you tell anyone you were frustrated when you came to court? Did you use those words like you're using today to excuse why you said what you said?
No, it's not.
Only when you were shot and injured, and your memory's no good because of all the injuries you have? Never said that, did you, sir?
Sometimes it's hard to express how you're feeling in the moment.
Question is, you never said that, did you, sir?
No, sir.
That's the most beta thing ever.
You remembered everything. You just were lying, right?
To express your emotions.
No, sir. I just wasn't making any effort to remember when I was asked. So when I was asked, I just didn't really remember or recall much because I was trying so hard to put it off in my mind.
Okay. You've been speaking to Keyshawn still, right?
Do I speak to Keyshawn?
Yeah, you talk to him every day pretty much, don't you?
Not every day, but we still speak, yes.
Still brothers, right?
Of course.
Best of friends.
Yes.
He's been telling you to come here to court and say something different, hasn't he? What you said back in November.
Keyshawn is one of the few people who doesn't really or who has he's let me know that it doesn't really matter if I go to court or don't go to court, or if I want to go or what happens. It doesn't affect our relationship. We don't really speak on this.
You're best friends with Sebastian's sister, aren't you? Or very good friends.
Good friends, yes. Like
visit her in New York, don't you?
Correct.
And you've been seeing his mom and Sebastian's family as recently as Mother's Day, right?
Of course.
And they're trying to tell you to come in here and talk, right?
No, again, these people who are in my life don't try to tell me what I should or shouldn't do and let me know that they'll love me regardless.
Sitting here the whole trial in the first row, right? That's Sebastian's mom, right? And sister. They've been here since day one, right? As far as you know.
Why is he looking at his dick? Hey,
yes or no?
wake up.
Sorry, I was drifting out. What did I miss?
No,
if you know.
I was talking with the guy. The witness, not you.
Oh, him.
No, sir.
All right, is that who I'm referring to in the first row?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, he's weeping.
You were asked by the prosecution on.
He's weeping for his
November
fallen homie. Oh, great.
2021. Again, you're asked that Dominique texted you and Keyshawn saying, "Shoot his shut up." Is that correct? And you said, "I don't remember." Right?
He's pouring out some tears for his fallen homie.
It wasn't until Friday of last week was the first time. 2 years after this happened was the first time you ever said that's what she texted you, right?
Correct.
It's in black and white. You saw a copy of it. The prosecution, the police, somebody told you, here it is. They got it now.
I agree.
Because you knew Dominique erased her phone. She was trying to hide evidence, right? She told you that.
No, sir.
You still talk to her every day?
No, sir, not every day.
You still texting her messages, you love her and you got her and you'll do anything for her? Those kind of messages like we saw?
It's less often that we speak or have spoken. So no, sir, we don't relay those messages quite as often.
But you still love her, right?
Correct.
Do anything for her?
After her selfies?
Circumstantially.
Okay. Would you go defend her honor again?
No, sir.
You asked if Chris Lowe was at your house that evening by the prosecution. You said, I don't remember. Remember saying that?
It wasn't worth getting shot in the air.
I agree.
And you asked if Sebastian showed up separate from Chris, and you said you don't remember.
I agree.
You called them. You called Sebastian and Chris and said, come on over. We need to go do whatever your words you want to use. We don't know. Let me ask you this. Did you call those two guys?
Is she the one that
yes.
All right. And the phone calls you had, to your knowledge, none of those are recorded,
Your
right?
mic is like totally crackling and breaking up.
No one ever told you to, hey, they have an actual recording of your voice, did they?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Well, you guys use FaceTime a lot, right?
If you mean I get facials a lot.
You know FaceTime's not recorded. That's easy to search, right?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Do you get facials from
you don't know
a lot, dude?
I don't work for a cell phone company, sir. That's not information that's important to me.
Okay. You asked if you spoke on the phone to Dominique, and you said you don't remember back on November 8th of 2021, correct?
It's his brother from another mother.
Sustained.
No, it's her
You asked if
brother.
your brother was home that day, and you said you didn't remember. Remember saying that?
I agree.
Different than what you told us here last week, right?
I agree.
Then Ms. Bahar asked you some more questions with one of the prosecutors. You went over to Travis's house to speak to him, correct? And you said you didn't remember that, right?
I agree.
Sustained.
You were asked multiple more questions by the prosecution. Remember saying you don't remember 50 more times, roughly?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, he thinks he's clever. Clever dick.
Couple of questions what I asked her back in November. I asked you if you remember coming to give a deposition on June 16, 2021, the one you have in front of you. Remember saying you don't remember doing that?
I agree.
Even when you were given a copy, you said you didn't remember it, right?
That should speak to the nature of how upset I was. Correct.
Well, how much you were lying, right?
No, sir, not lying. Truthful.
All right, honest to Christ, I literally have to pause this because the vocal fry, the shit is literally giving me a headache. So I think we need to clear our palate a little bit and read some of these super chats. He's literally just grating on my last goddamn nerve. But one thing I do like is, well, that I wish the prosecution would do more. The defense would do more. He just got tired and gave up yesterday. The defense lawyer is getting paid to be there. He's got no reason to hurry this thing along. If he wants to get an answer and this guy's just being a dick and won't answer and or answers different questions or rambles, I would just ride his ass until I get the goddamn answer I want. If it takes 3 days to get the answer to the question, did you hear a gunshot before you got in the car? I would take 3 days to get that answer. I would just ride him hard and do it in such a way that the jury knows I'm not the asshole. It's him that's being the asshole by not answering the question. Ride his ass, get the answer you want, get the answer you need, and make him look like the dick for giving it.
At this point, if he's going to be obtuse like this, then what you need to be doing is basically the rope-a-dope. You ask as many questions as you can, sort of circling the answer that you want, trick him into actually saying what you want, and then basically hoping for a gotcha moment, really.
And your mic quality is worse than it was before you did something to fix it.
Oh, are you serious?
Yeah. You sort of sound like a Cylon from Battlestar Galactica with crackly connections. But while you're working on that, we got some super chats here. Puddingway, my favorite duo, also Mrs. K. Griffin Mod. She is, because I agreed with you. Intellectual Iconoclasm says, no insult meant, Ozzy, just another good source. Yeah, we don't talk about other sources here. And Jonathan Smith, they still have the COVID glass up? Really? I think it's just going to be a permanent fixture. Just think of it as like the sneeze guard on the salad bar. We don't know when salad bars started putting sneeze guards on them. They just they've been there and they feel comfortable and they're there to stay. So I think like the COVID cages are just there, sort of. They're the salad bar sneeze guards of the future. Unhung Hero, this guy still, can we 1.5 this shit? Well, we did 1.25. That's the best we can do. 1.5 is just a little bit too fast. Paul Forrester, is there any chance prosecutors can use these idiots' testimony to charge them with conspiracy after a not guilty verdict in this trial? Love you, babe. Don't know. I guess they could. Maybe not a conspiracy, but they're clearly guilty of assault. But what do you get out of it? What do you get out of it at the end of the day? Just wasting more money and shit. Yep. These guys aren't going to be charged with anything ever, unless it's perjury for lying on the stand, and that almost never happens. Legendary Racing. The question feels a lot like, would you say we have a plethora of piñatas? Do you know what a plethora means? What a great movie. Chaos Coordinator Jeff, I'm losing my remaining IQ by watching this. Well, that's a sad thing. If I become a moron, you're going to pay bills for my care homestay? Just saying. Pouring vodka shot. Well, get him. He'll fight for your honor, because that's apparently what he does. Jonathan Smith, unable to remember because it was dark out. I don't even know what that means, but it sounds vaguely inappropriate. Flux, I hate him. I do not hate lightly. Flux, the heavy hater in the house. She's the Flux and Fluxinator. All right, Jonathan Smith, pleading the fifth equals don't remember. I
do not recall.
And Flux says, ha, crybaby bitch. Jonathan Smith dropping another super chat. Magic 8-ball answers. The Magic 8-ball answers would get us the fuck out of here faster. Holy crap, this guy. And Cretan Squatters. Okay. Hunch the Dirty Roofer, you just may have been supplanted for my favorite nickname of the group. Cretan Squatters. I like that. Cretan Squatters. The defense needs to highlight their lack of cooperation is because they don't care about the jury or justice. They're doing a pretty good job of that, I think, because street justice is how they handle things. Dun, dun, dun. Right. And John Gary Flux. One of my favorite TV quotes is from Mad Men. Hate's a strong word, Betty. I hate Nazis. I hate Nazis, Dominique, Keyshawn, Chris, and Tyler.
Nazis. I hate these guys. Nazis. I hate these guys.
Enough, Harrison. Wow, I better take that loop button off. Holy crap.
Come on, Harrison. We get it.
Indiana Jones really hates them. Wow. All righty then. And Waifu Kron dropping the $10 super sticker. Jess in the house. What up, Jess? With a little foxy heart going? Because you're a foxy heart, Jess. You're a foxy heart. No, you're a foxy heart, Jess. Okay, it's me. But yeah, you're not bad either. All right, moving right along. Everybody go to Waifu Kron. Subscribe to her channel. Like all of her videos, especially the one I was on. Waifu Kron is the best. She makes me laugh. And she's not ugly. All right, let's move on.
For this shit.
Me too, unfortunately. Illinois Nazis are the worst. Great Blues Brothers reference there, man. Awesome Blues Brothers bomb. Illinois Nazis. Okay, now I got to put some. All right, now I feel inspired. I got to put some Blues Brothers video clips in my repertoire. He's taking word. Oh, K. Machande says he's taking Word Salad 101 at Kamala School of Legal Studies for people who want to study law. That was good. I like that one. All right, that was solid.
Dude, so pre-law he's studying to be a junior legal secretary.
Legal Vices, I need you to make a non-whiskey cocktail soon, please. Just for you. You can make a virgin rum and Coke. We just call it a Coke. There you go. There's your non-alcoholic cocktail for the day. Speaking of cocks, let's get back to this guy's testimony.
Just upset, frustrated, most.
Me too.
Remember me asking you what happened between April and July that makes you forget what happened? Remember me asking you that question in open court?
Correct.
You said you don't know. I'm not sure. Right?
Yes, correct.
I asked if you're on any kind of medication. You said, I'm sorry. I said, on any kind of medication that would make you forget. And
like
you said, no,
today?
sir. Right?
Correct.
Dropping the
I asked if you know who Darryl Rudolph is, my client's brother. And you said you didn't know who that was either.
Yeah. Well,
I agree.
That's just like your opinion, man.
Shut the fuck up, Donnie.
I asked you if anything happened to you mentally because of this memory lapse and if you went to a doctor. You remember saying no, sir?
I agree.
I asked if you pointed a gun at Travis Rudolph. Remember that?
I agree.
You said no, sir. You tried to blow my brains out and kill me. Remember saying no, sir? You remember that, right?
Heck of a wrecked him and
In November of
killed him.
21?
I agree.
And I'm not going to be here all day, but you agreed. Probably 100 more questions. You said, I can't remember anything to any of the questions that I asked.
Correct.
Today, you would agree that you got a call from Dominique on April 6th of 2021 telling you that Travis injured her in some way, shape, or form, right?
Yes, sir.
Called you,
Yes.
not Keyshawn.
She may have called him. I'm not sure.
You called Keyshawn, right?
I also call Keyshawn. But,
See, this is
she
why I
may
think the
have called him
witness
as
chair
well.
should have a button that
And you
allows you
agree
to
at
send a mild
10:14
electric current
and
up their
48
ass.
seconds of
He'd
April 6th
like-
that evening, she texted to you and Keyshawn.
He'd never remember
I
another
apologize.
answer
Let's
to
go
any
back and ask
question
that
ever
again.
again.
At 10:14 p.m., 48 seconds, Keyshawn texted to you and to Dominique that Travis is a dead man walking. You agree with that here today, right?
I agree.
And you remember that?
I agree. that he said happened.
Right? And at 10:15:04.
No, get him to admit it.
16
Don't
seconds.
equivocate. Don't get him to answer your question. Do you remember it? Don't let him say, I agree. That's not answering your question. He's just agreeing with you because he wants to get out. Make him say he remembers the text message saying he's a walking dead man. Make him say it. Make him say it.
Seconds later, approximately, Dominique says, please go shoot his shit up, right?
No, he's not having an anxiety attack. He
About
just
16
doesn't want
seconds
to be
later,
there and
Dominique
just be as
says,
much of a dick
please
as
go
he
shoot
can.
his shit up, right?
I agree.
What'd you take that to mean? Shoot his shit up. What does that mean to you?
It's pretty obvious what it means, but I'm not.
Well, you tell us what it means.
Doesn't necessarily.
It doesn't
mean
matter
that,
if you think it's
that's what I'm
obvious.
going
Tell it to
do.
the
I'm
jury,
not,
you dick.
I'm not
a linguist.
It's hard to say. I'm not stupid because I did go over there, but
Sounds like you're pretty fucking stupid.
Brought a gun with you.
I'm sorry. What's your question?
Brought a gun with you, right?
Oh my god.
Brought a gun with me, right? I'm sorry. What's the question?
You're not stupid to do something like that, but you brought a gun with you, right?
Oh yes, sir.
Sitting shotgun was your words.
In the car, correct?
Yeah. Right.
Oh yes, they asked yesterday. They asked him if it was hot in. If
How
it
many
was
phone
cool
calls?
in southern Florida, and he said, "I'm
Let me
not."
ask you this way: would you agree there was 15, 20 phone calls between you, Dominique? I'm just approximating within an hour or two period before you went over the house, back and forth between you, Dominique, and Kashan until Kashan met up with you. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure.
Did you see your phone records when the state showed them to you? You want to see them again?
I don't want to see them again. I'm not sure.
So do you disagree with my statement?
No, sir. I agree.
All right. At 10:26, you sent some kind of video well, no, it was sent to you from Chris Lowe. What did he send you? What kind of video did Chris send you?
Dick pic.
I don't know.
No idea.
Oh, sir, do you have the video?
Him blowing other guys.
Huh?
You have the
Brains
video.
You only going to answer a question if I have the evidence? Asking you if you know.
You're telling me about a video I have no knowledge of. How, and I don't even know what you're talking about. What video?
On your phone record. That's why I'm asking you.
No.
Yeah. Multiple FaceTime calls to Gene Jock.
He's being Craig Christ again. He's being Craig Christ. This is the Craig Christ pose. He's Jesus's retarded brother from Craigslist. This is the Craig Christ pose. For those of you that weren't here yesterday, we've branded him. We have branded him Craig Christ because, as we said, he's Jesus's slower brother. And we have the picture of him here. This is the picture of Craig Christ that's now in the chapel. Same picture. Exactly the same picture. That's Craig Christ, our witness. All right, let's get back to the testimony. We like Craig.
Sebastian says, and Lowe, last names that you share. So what were those multiple FaceTime calls done? 10:30, 10:27. What's going on there?
I don't know. I can't remember.
Another FaceTime call at 10:43 with Keyshawn Jones on April 6th. What are y'all talking about there? You know?
No, sir.
I don't. 10:55 on April 6th, an hour before this whole thing happened. On your phone, you looked up something about TRAVIS RUDOLPH signing with the Dolphins practice squad and gets injured in practice. Why were you looking him up about an hour before this whole thing happened?
I don't know. I don't even know what you're talking about.
They were searching his injuries and shit like an hour before they attacked him.
They do web searches. You know about web search on Google?
Yes, I know what a web search is.
Oh, you did a Safari web search for him. It's on your records. You remember that?
Oh, he still uses Safari.
Me telling you that, does that refresh your memory that you did that?
No, it doesn't.
There could be no good answer from you why you possibly did that an hour before this happened, right?
An hour before this happened, we were all cordial and everything was okay. So I'm not sure.
Why are you looking up TRAVIS RUDOLPH then?
I couldn't even tell you what you're talking about, sir.
Oh, fuck off.
I don't know. You did it, not me. I'm asking The next one, you
Fuck
looked up
off,
Travis
you
Rudolph
asshole.
injury. He spelled his name wrong. He spelled it with a T, the next one, but still Tudolph. He spelled it a little wrong. And then it said injury. Why are you looking up what kind of injury? Trying to figure out, size him up before you get there? See if he can fight back? He can run away?
You said this was an hour before this happened. How that doesn't even make sense.
Doesn't make sense that you're going over there to talk to him or kill him, depending whose version you believe. Why are you trying to figure out if he's hurt and what type of injury he has? Why would you do that? Does that really matter if you're going to go talk to some gentleman at his home that you don't even know?
You're talking about, and I still don't even know what you're talking about. You're saying this happened an hour prior to this happening. So if I'm looking something up before I receive a phone call from Dominique, of what relevance is that even? I don't know how could I be trying to size someone up before I'm even aware of what happened? I don't.
All right. Well, if you want to see it, I'll show it to you.
You
received a text message at 10:15. Go shoot his shit up, and then you want to see it?
No, sir, I don't. I want to go home, but you just are so insistent.
Do you want to answer the questions or not?
That was me, totally, Pip.
I'm here legally because I'm obligated to be, whether or not I want to answer these questions.
You're here because you got arrested.
All right, so 10:15, you get a call from Dominique, right? That's before you did the research on your web browser to find out about Travis Rudolph, correct? Because that was done at exactly 22:56. That's 10:55, probably 50 minutes later. Why are you looking up Travis 50 minutes later?
I don't know.
And then you look up specifically his injury. You're trying to find out if he has a torn ACL, if it's still injured, if he's able to fight or run away, right? You're trying to size him up before you get there.
That'd be hilarious if the judge just reached out
Right.
and pulled out an AK and just.
Are you telling me, or are you asking me?
He just went postal in the courtroom.
I'm telling you and asking you, isn't it right? Isn't it true you did that?
First, what are you telling me? And then secondly,
You're sizing him up before the fight. You're looking, I'm checking out the guy I'm about to go talk to or whack, one or the other. And you're sizing him up before you get there. Isn't that true, sir?
He was checking his size before whacking him off. That's always.
And what in the world would you be doing that for?
As I previously said, this is my second time answering the question that you've already asked. I don't know.
Okay. We heard you had a friend named Hack. His real name is Hacksaw, right?
Yes, correct.
Know his first name?
That's his nickname when I know him by
Jim Duggan.
Know his full name or no?
John. That's his government name.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
John.
That's his first and last name?
That's what I know him as. John Hack. I don't know how many names you could know someone by.
Dude.
Well, do you remember your friend John? Well, you have him as Hack on your phone, right? That's what you put him in there, Hack.
That bailiff is just.
You remember him at 11:12 p.m. on April 6th saying, "Hold up, about to leave work. Give me a second." Remember that?
Give me a reason. Just give me a reason.
Want to see the records to refresh your memory?
No, I believe you. You asked me if I remember.
Okay. So you're talking to other people in the car also on the way there, or this is just before you left?
I don't know.
Well, explain to us why you would text from your phone at 11:39 p.m.
Oh, sorry. My bad. Didn't
You
do
heard
nothing.
This person in your phone is Hack, and you said 550 Teak Drive. Why would you text that to somebody who allegedly has nothing to do with this?
I don't know.
You told him to come along. It was backup, right?
No, sir. That's not what I texted him.
I texted him to come up my back.
I don't know.
Sounds similar, but just
You
different.
know why?
No, sir. I don't know why.
You don't even know 550 Teak Drive before this night. You don't even know what that means to you, right?
I could have been writing it down as it was read to me. I don't know.
Well, you got a text from Dominique giving you the address for Travis Rudolph. Remember that?
Yes.
And then you texted to this guy named Hack, right?
Yes.
And you don't know why you did that as your testimony.
No, Hack wasn't there.
So why are you inviting him and telling him the address?
I didn't invite him. I texted him the address. And like I previously said, the answer to the question that you've already asked. Again, I don't know why I sent him the address.
Just listening to his voice makes my throat hurt.
A message from Dominique at 11:44 p.m. To you, to Sebastian and Kashan, asking you where y'all out. Where y'all? YALL. Out. Where y'all out? Remember getting that message?
No, sir.
Want me to show you records to prove it to you?
No, sir.
What does that mean? Where y'all at? Where y'all out? What does that mean to you?
Again, great answer. Do you want me to show it to you? No.
So you don't disagree she did that, right?
No, sir.
Okay. And that's what, 15 minutes or 20 minutes before you get there?
Correct.
It's no secret y'all were going over there, right?
No, sir.
Dominic knew that, right?
Correct.
He sent you there, or you did this on your own?
On my own.
Oh, thank Christ, he's almost done.
At 11:44, after
another 15 minutes of this.
You responded at 11:44. We're on the way. Remember that?
I agree.
And you were telling her you're on the way to basically Travis's house. You didn't spell it out, but it was common knowledge that that's what you guys were doing, right?
I agree. Yes.
And then the next text you said, "I love you so much. I got you. I got you." Right?
I agree.
And I got you means
I got you means I support.
You're gonna take care of this guy for breaking up with you, right?
You got it means
this was your meal ticket too. When Dominique was a multimillionaire, and if Travis ever signed back in the NFL, you were going to get money, right?
What?
Sorry?
Is that a question? What are you even talking? What do you?
You don't understand the question?
I literally don't. How can I get money from that? That doesn't even make sense.
Dominique's your sister, you said, right?
Yes, correct.
You were trying to get a big payday, and that didn't happen because you threw her out of the house, and you were going to get retribution, right?
That doesn't even make sense, sir. I'll leave you to think about what you're saying later, because that quite literally makes no sense. If you're trying to obtain a meal ticket from somebody, why would you try to hurt them?
Because it was over. He kicked her out. They broke up. You found out the gig was over. This married woman wasn't going to ever land an NFL player named Travis Rudolph. They broke up. Ex-boyfriend when you went over to his house, right?
Okay, that's the sickest burn of the trial so far. Oh my God.
Gotcha, bitch.
That was beautiful. This fat old Mary Hag ain't ever gonna land an NFL player. Oh Jesus. Oh sweet Jesus. That was actually really, really good. That was a sick burn. I like that one.
He's dead, Joe.
Oh my God. All righty then. That was good. We're gonna go back. Ain't no way this old married woman's getting an NFL player. Oh. All right. So much for getting the Brazilian butt lift she had. Hope that was well worth it. As long as we're paused and buffering here, let's take a minute to thank Fiery Red Podcast. Fiery Red Podcast is an absolute mensch of a human being. Member for 4 months of the Clean and Sober crew. Have a great day, Jeff, mods and chat. Beer, beer, beer. Y'all rock, Vices. Thank you for the content. Slancha, I don't have anything to well, I do, but I don't. The next break, I need something, but thank you so much. And that's it for the member chats. We have a couple of highlighted things to talk about here. Okay, we did that one already. He wants to study it. AP bringing the $5 because the prosecution's witness say they don't care. The judge should dismiss the case with prejudice. Maybe they'll care then. Maybe, but I doubt it. Chaos coordinator, never gonna give you up. Never gonna. Yep. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Yep. But ain't never gonna land that. This land whale ain't gonna land the NFL player. Oh my Lord! All right. Whew. That was a pretty damn sick burn. I like that. Currently, we've got 840 of you watching. Welcome, everybody. 550 likes. 300 of you haven't done your job. So please, y'all do me a favor. Reach over there and hit that like button and smash the subscribe button. It's time for our 1 hour and 30-minute grift. Hit that subscribe button if you've already subscribed. Please just double check and make sure you're still subscribed. And while you're at it, go to Aussie Overlord. Subscribe to him. Like every single video he's ever done, especially the ones that I was on back in the day. He doesn't have me on anymore. He's gotten too big for me. Phrasing.
Hey, phrasing.
Anyway, So like Ozzy Osbourne and Ozzy Overload while you're at it. Yeah. If you're watching this on replay and somehow you've managed to survive through this numbnuts testimony this long, make sure you leave a comment. Everybody here too, when we're done, just come back later and leave a comment, your name, where you're from, whatever. Just leave something, at least 4 words. It's got to be 4 words because that's what YouTube pays attention. I don't make the rules around here. I just know what the algorithm is. 4 words in a comment. The post stream engagement is something YouTube likes. They like at least 600 likes. That gets things all those little things just help the channel grow. So come back later, leave a like. And if you're watching this and you go, darn, I really wish I could part with some of my hard-earned income, but you're not live, so I can't give you a super chat. Never fear. There's a little button down there right below the video where you can give us super thanks. It's like a super chat, but you're not here live. Just letting you know about that. So everybody come back later, leave a comment, like, subscribe, all that stuff. We have our like and subscribe poll. Today's like and subscribe poll is a no like and subscribe poll. How are we doing so far? There is no like and subscribe poll today because 9% of you said it's a figment of your imagination, much like Australia. 22% said it is missing, like everyone's guns. And also 22% of you said, wait, what? And 47% of you said, I just can't with these witnesses. All right, we'll check back in another hour or so, see how that poll's doing. But please hit the like button here. We're closing the gap. Mind the gap. Hit that like button. Let's get us up to 800 likes. We can do 800 likes. 800 likes, and I will take a shot of whiskey. I'll probably take a shot of whiskey whether or not we get the 800 likes, but hey, incentives. And again, a very, very, very huge special thanks to today's Vice Racks. So far, that distinction lies with Enchiladas Unbreaded for the $20 super chat. You have more than that, and you're the new Love Vice Racks. You can be the new Vice Racks. If $20.01 wins. All right, let's continue. And doggos are sleeping peacefully. We've had it on strawberry long enough. I think we need to spin it on over here to Yoda. Oop, Yoda. All right. It's Yoda Cam. Here we go. And back to this numbnut.
Married woman wasn't going to ever land an NFL player named Travis Rudolph. They broke up. That's
great.
Boyfriend. Ex-boyfriend when you went over to his house, right?
This is not an NFL player, sir.
Ex-boyfriend when you went there, right? It wasn't Dominique's boyfriend anymore, correct? You knew that.
I agree. I don't know, sir.
Okay. You know how many hours he worked trying to get in the NFL? You're saying he's not an NFL player. Do you have any idea?
Sustained.
You got no clue anything about Travis Rudolph personally, do you?
And no, I only know.
I can't understand you, sir.
I only know what's factual. You keep calling him an NFL player. He's not an NFL player. He doesn't play in the NFL.
He said a past NFL player, if you want to use the right diction. Past. My question is, you knew nothing about him when you went to his home, other than what your search history showed you and what your friends told you, right?
I agree.
Did you know he had a contract in Canada to play football in the CFL?
Didn't even know they played football in Canada, sir.
Dominique never shared that with you, right?
I don't know.
That's actually kind of funny too.
No, I don't know.
You don't know? She never shared with you for 30 days. They really were on the outs, right?
This is Tyler.
These aren't things of importance in my life. You're exaggerating the importance of Dominique's relationship in my life because of
I didn't know they played Canada football in Canada. That's actually
the question was she never shared that with you. Yes, no, or you don't know?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I was still answering.
You're not answering what I'm asking you. My question was, she never shared with you, Dominique, for about 30 days before this night happened on April 6th of 2021. She and Travis were on the outs. They were on the verge of breaking up, correct?
No, sir.
Never shared that with you, right?
No, sir.
And she never shared with you that she was jealous of him being in Miami and was wondering if he had wandering eyes, right? She never shared that with you either, did she?
No, sir.
Did she share with you that she had a husband?
Let's get back to the message I got you. What does I got you mean? When you texted her 11:44 on the way to Travis's home, what does I got you mean to Dominique? What's I got you?
It means I was in her bedroom going, I'm going to get you. I'm going to get you.
Define it specifically. Just
sorry, that was not very hero of me.
When you're dealing with like women in your life and they're upset, sometimes they need some form of reassurance, or not even women, sometimes men too.
I was going to say, let me reassure you,
same
woman.
Reassurance. So I guess anybody, you could say, when you're mad or upset, it's good to hear from somebody else. Like I got you, or that you're okay. So in this instance, I was just
got your nose
her with that reassurance that don't worry about it.
By the way, today's Korean culture lesson, when you come to Korea, do not play got your nose. Because this means this. If you do like got your nose, that's the same as flipping someone off here in Korea. The idea being this just sort of looks like a part of the female anatomy. Anyway.
Everything's okay.
While you're on your way to Travis Rudolph's home with a gun in your pocket.
Korean culture lesson.
I got you. I'm going to kill him just like you asked me to. Speed this shit up. That's what it meant, right?
No, sir.
Okay.
What did it mean?
You may.
Oh, please tell me you're done. Please tell me you're done. I want to hear the redirect. The redirect should be amusing. Do we get a redirect? Or is this... I've lost track. This is just regular cross, right? This isn't recross. This is like regular cross.
You said you didn't care if anything about Dalmar Rudolph when you were asked that whether he's alive or not alive, right? Last week. Remember saying that?
Overruled.
No, sir, I don't.
Also don't care if Travis Rudolph got killed on April 6th or April 7th of 2021, right? That did not do you either, is that, sir?
That's not what occurred. That's when Sebastian
Poor Nicholas
died,
is
sir.
90
That's
minutes
what I do care
behind.
about.
It's too bad he won't find out until 90 minutes from now that he can just pretend they argued for 90 minutes and he won't have missed a thing.
That's hypothetical. When you went there to his house with a gun and your friend, your posse, you didn't care if he died or if he lived, Travis Rudolph, right? You did not care. Correct?
I'm not in a posse, and I have a appreciation and understanding for the value of life. So I do care whether or not he lives or dies. I care whether or not I wouldn't want to see anyone's subject to that or to have to go through that. So I do care. As odd as that is to say.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Are you done?
Oh, yes, sir. I finished.
I tend to the witness. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right. Any brief redirect?
Okay, so it was no.
All right.
That was cross. So here's redirect.
Judge, you did limit it to brief, but I'm going to try to do my best. That was.
Please do.
Okay. Mr. Robinson, what's it like getting shot at and trying to run for your life?
Objection relevance.
Scary. Scary and eye-opening, I guess.
Fair to say that certain details might pass you by as you're running?
Yes, definitely.
I want to talk to you about something even as simple as what Mr. Rudolph was saying as he was shooting. Do you recall the exact word to use?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you repeatedly told people that, right? That you did not recall exactly what he said. It's not impeachment, Judge.
It's not impeachment.
Oops.
Refresh your recollection. Objection is sustained. You want to rephrase, please?
Let's start with the deposition. You were asked quite a bit about the deposition and what you recalled and what you said. May I approach the witness, Judge?
May.
This is going to be page 120 of that deposition. 123 to 25.
Oh, he lets her come up on him and make him read things.
So today is not the first time you're saying that you don't recall exactly what Mr. Rudolph said, correct?
That is correct.
So he's played stupid on more than one occasion.
right?
That's good.
Yes, ma'am.
But you just didn't recall it.
Sustain.
And the judge is playing Russian roulette, not Candy Crush.
I simply didn't recall.
You were also asked about whether or not you fell, and if so, how you fell, and what kind of injuries you had as a result of falling. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
You had injuries to your knees. Do you recall those?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It was
Blowing Keyshawn.
It was on the projector.
Right, those photographs that we utilized during direct, those were you, right, and your knees?
Yes, ma'am.
And those injuries, do you recall when you got them?
Yes, blowing Keyshawn.
That night.
Was it during the fight or when you were running from the car?
Ooh, that's a logical fallacy. It could have happened any other
scrapes
time.
on my knees, I believe, were from falling from the vehicle.
You were
You said
also
you
asked,
jumped.
well, what part of the vehicle are you trying to hold on to while it's pulling off and you're running away? Do you recall?
Yes.
What part?
Specifically, just I don't know the exact part of the car, but I was getting from.
How many fucking things can you hang on to on the side of a
do you recall
car?
which part of the car you actually tried to balance on?
The tail end, but specific part, no.
A lot has been said during the cross-examination about this firearm. I want to talk a little bit about your firearm. What caliber was it?
9mm.
9mm, so it has 9mm caliber bullets inside. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall whether or not you had one in a chamber?
No, ma'am.
You didn't put one in the chamber?
No, ma'am.
Loves a loaded gun and it shoots to kill.
Did you at any point pull out your firearm during the course of this night until you tossed it?
No, ma'am.
So
Put
even
another
as you're running for your
bullet in
life,
the
Mr. Rudolph is
chamber.
behind you with a firearm, you still didn't pull out your firearm.
No, ma'am.
You didn't shoot back?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I was just trying to get to safety.
You fucking liar. You asshole liar. Yesterday you said you forgot you had the goddamn gun. You were so scared and confused that you forgot you had a gun in your pocket until you heard the ambulance coming down the road and you went, oh my God, they're not going to treat me because I have a gun, so I better get rid of it. You said you forgot you had the gun. That's why you did. Oh, you piece of crap.
So you were trying to save your life.
You're welcome, vodka.
Yeah, if I still could, yeah.
And you thought the best way to do that was to run, not to fire a firearm back?
No, ma'am. Just running was all that was important.
Run,
You're
Charlie,
accused of going over to Mr. Rudolph's residence to kill him. Why aren't you firing at him if you went over there to kill him?
That's not what we went over there to do.
Oh my God, this is just
On the night of this incident,
this is
did
just
any
William Faulkner's stream
bullets
of
come from
conscience
your 9mm Taurus?
testifying.
No, ma'am.
So it just stayed in your pants pocket that was zipped up?
Yes, ma'am. It's hard to think about stuff like that when you're getting shot at.
Sustained.
It's been about 2 years and a month or so since this incident happened. Can you tell me, if you recall, right now, what color your t-shirt was? Do you remember?
He wasn't wearing a shirt. Remember, he whipped it off.
No,
'cause
ma'am.
It was warm in Florida, not because he wanted to
Yes,
fight.
ma'am.
Do you remember being shot at?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember thinking that you might die?
Yes, ma'am.
Overruled.
When you turned over your phone to law enforcement, did you erase anything from your phone?
No, ma'am.
That objection is over. All right. Feel free to stand up and stretch, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be going at it for over an hour.
Hey, phrasing.
Oh man. All right. Well, while they're doing that, Duncan, Idaho has become the new Vice Racks for the day with the $20.10 super chat. This guy's vocal fry could be played on a loop as enhanced interrogation technique / inhumane torture.
So
No,
back
'cause
to your
that'd be
phone.
against
Your
the
phone was
Geneva
left somewhere in
Convention.
that car, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you gave full consent for law enforcement to search through it, or did you withhold that consent?
I gave full consent.
Did you delete anything prior to leaving the phone in the car?
No, ma'am.
Okay, now while he's giving consent, we may as well discuss these other issues. Duncan, Idaho again with the $10 super chat. I hate this lying, squirming, vocal frying POS. I was going to say possibly more than Daryl Brooks, except for the whole parade thing. But he's definitely more annoying. Yeah, except for that whole parade thing. Wolfram, thank you so much for the super chat. Maybe Dominique was trying to get in a position of center of the football team. The BBL gave her more clearance to hike the ball. Gave her a lower center of gravity, too. Jazz Girl, is Tyler testifying? Yeah, this is Tyler, and he is sort of trying to testify. He's doing more arguing than testifying, but at least in theory, he's testifying. And Gigi Beauchamp, lots of question marks. Jeff, is it a bad thing to touch a child's hair in Korea? Not really a child, but anyone even remotely close to your age and older is is kind of rude. Flux, I hate Flux because of the trial. Now I hate her because I have to edit this again. Flux, the $21.11 super chat. The price is wrong, Bobby Lamau. All right, let's get back into this.
Yeah.
Hang on.
Any text messages?
No, ma'am.
Any calls?
No, ma'am.
Any searches?
No, ma'am.
Nothing?
Not
No,
even
ma'am.
Finding Nemo?
So you knew what they could find on your phone?
Overruled.
Yes, I was aware.
On the night of this incident, you were trying to answer a question. You were asked about your handgun and why you left it where you left it, and about why you didn't tell law enforcement that you tossed the gun that night. You started saying something about you thought it was known. What did you mean by that?
It was dropped so close into relation, and in such open view that I did everything
Wilhelm
that
scream.
it wasn't going to be found, or that it was of question whether or not. I just thought the same way that the facts were known as who shot me or I got shot. I thought it was known that the gun was dropped there. My gun was dropped there.
As you were being shot on the day of this incident.
No,
your back
stop
or
making me
side
spend
always
money, says Duncan Idaho.
Yes, ma'am.
As
Stop
Mr.
making me
Rudolph
work.
was shooting,
No,
was
keep
that
making me
vehicle
work.
that you were in attempting to leave?
Yes, ma'am.
A moment to confer with the counsel.
You may.
Oh, I think she's done.
Oh, please, babe, please.
All right. Any reason why Mr. Robinson can't go on about his day?
And just
Thank you.
fuck off
Watch
and
your
never
steps,
come
sir.
back
Stay
again.
safe. All right. Who's the state's next witness? Unless the jury. Sure. All right. Let's take a restroom break then. Remember to obey the 4 cardinal rules while you're back there, folks. At least 3 of them. Pardon me, because the 4th is not applicable. You will not run into any of us. No research, no discussion.
Yeah,
And keep an
look,
open
I don't
mind.
think I'm going
See
to run
you
into
in,
any of the jury
let's
members
see,
when I
it's
go to the
27.
toilet.
We'll make it quarter to.
What was that? Oh, Ozzy said something and disappeared. So whatever he said, yeah, that's what he said. All right, Mo in the deep end. Found $2 in the laundry. I'm mom rich. I'm rich, bitch. There you go. Oh, he's taking a dump, is he? All right. Ozzy's taking a dump. Well, he's taking a dump. Wow. Shoot. We got this idiot off the stand. And I really want to talk about this with Ozzy, but he's indisposed at the moment. Again, I don't know how long we've been doing this now. We've been doing this for, what's the timestamp? An hour and 53 minutes. I have no idea what he testified about for the last hour. It was just an hour. It was an hour and 53 minutes worth of argument, just arguing. That's all he was doing. This had nothing to do with eliciting testimony. This had all to do with just antagonizing him, getting him riled up, and making him look like an absolute idiot in front of the jury. And I think he did a great job. Wow. Gigi Beauchamp says, all the question marks are the only way I can get your attention. My other assets aren't getting any love. Well, haven't seen any other assets. Haven't seen any other assets. Make it a lot of love. Whether you're here to enjoy it with me or not, I don't know. All right, Ozzy is back. What did you get out of that last 2 hours of testimony?
A headache.
Exactly. I got nothing out of it. He was arguing, trying to make this guy look like a dick in front of the jury, and I think he succeeded marvelously.
Oh, absolutely. There was one thing that the defense was trying to get out of that. It was just to make him appear as incredible as possible and to basically run around in a circle until even the jury hated this guy. And that's exactly what happened. Bloody hell.
Jazz Girl says, dang it, I meant, is Travis testifying? I don't know. Well, we'll have to see. I kind of has to, because he's arguing self-defense. And he has to get up and go, they pointed the gun at me, so I opened fire and shot at him. At least he has to say that. He's the only one that's going to say, yeah, it was self-defense. So yeah, I'm fully expecting him to testify, even if it's very, very briefly. I want my last 2 hours back. I want my $2.
I'm just annoyed that he stopped testifying like 10 minutes before I was allowed to use various language about him.
Well, at this point, we don't care anymore. So you can use whatever language you see fit. I'm done. Yeah, I'm kind of. It was rough. That was 2 days. That was 2 days worth of rough. Oof. Wow. I got nothing. That was unhelpful. Well, it was unhelpful for the prosecution. Well, now we've got basically all of the prosecutor's eyewitnesses out of the way. Everybody that was there that's still alive testified. So I'm assuming, and then judging by the people they've got lined up, who do we have coming up here? Let me check. We have Deputy Eric Van Hoosear, Officer Anthony Goindoo, Officer Tyler Griffin, Officer Pierre Etienne, who is noticeably not French, and Dr. John Marraccini, and CSI Juliann Brandt. So it looks like now we're going to settle back in. We're going to get some normal people. And now we're actually going to get to maybe the actual scientific evidence, the crime scene investigation, the pictures. Because at some point we've got to introduce all the pictures into evidence. Hopefully we're just going to get into the normal part of the trial. The boring but normal part of the trial where we actually get meaningful evidence. Hopefully.
I doubt it.
Well, let's see. We fast forward here. Let's do the time warp. Get this up where we need to be. Oh, by the way, I was going to show this before we got too far in it. Hayden, have you ever seen the show Preacher?
Yes.
Based on a great comic book.
Yeah, really great show too. They did well with the adaptation.
That last witness and Craig Christ reminded me of, was it season 2 or 3 where Preacher was going and looking for the Messiah, and it turns out like they'd spirited Jesus away, and they'd kept him secret and hidden for 2,000 years, and they'd kept the bloodline alive by inbreeding him. Do you remember that bit? I don't know if you remember that bit or not, but for some reason, when we were talking about Craig Christ, it reminded me of that. If you guys haven't seen Preacher, you really need to see it. It's an absolute amazing deal. Me and my son, we did Preacher costumes for Halloween one year because he wanted he wanted to be the vampire guy, so we costume.
I think I won't say my favorite part, but one of the bits that I enjoyed was when the angel's pretending to be God. He's in the church and he's yelling at him like, "Where is God? I don't know."
Yeah, like God disappeared, but they eventually found God, who was dressed up as a Dalmatian in a choker collar in a sex dungeon somewhere in New York City. God just left heaven, and they hired an actor who looked like God. They had to sacrifice him so he could go to heaven and act like God. The Messiah was missing, so they had to go hunt for the Messiah. And like I said, it was Jesus. They'd spirited Jesus away, and they took him into hiding for 2,000 years and kept his bloodline alive by inbreeding him. And then finally Preacher went to meet the Messiah, and for some reason it reminded me of Craig Christ. We're probably going to get demonetized for this one, but I don't care. This is Preacher, and he's just met the Messiah, who's been inbred for 2,000 years.
Nice to meet you. It's so happy to see you. Who the hell is this?
I told you. This is the Messiah. Humperdoo.
Humperdoo?
It's the Messiah Humperdoo.
I forgot about that.
So I don't know. It just said Craig
And what you've got to understand, people, is that at the very start, there's two angels that are technically chasing down this thing that's inside the Preacher. And every time they die, their body stays where it is, but they come back down from heaven. So there's this massive fight in a car park where these angels' bodies are there on the ground like 12 times because this other angel keeps slaughtering them.
It's like for those of you that played the original old, the video games. So some of the early versions, like Diablo, the original Diablo, where some big level 99 motherfucker would just come up on you and kill your level 24 ass. And then you had to get back to your body to get all your weapons. And he was just standing there waiting for you to come back. And then he'd instantly kill you again. And you would have to do this for like 5 hours and see who went to sleep first. It was kind of like that.
Yep.
But anyway, all right. Yeah,
Good show.
Exactly. Diablo. There we go.
Yes, Sparta, they might.
So sorry about that. That was a little bit of a digression there. Let's get back into the testimony. But for some reason, calling him Craig Christ reminded me of Humperdoo, the Messiah. All right, guys. Well, what's going to happen here is I will start this because it's just some rando cop, and I've got to get a drink. Well, I have drinks. I just need a cup to put it in. Got to get some water. Got to get settled in here. So here we go with Officer somebody or other. Let's fast forward. Oh, we're not. Yeah, great. We can't even do that. This guy kind of looks like Humperdoo too, I think. So, all right, let's update things. Then I'll be taking care of business. All right. Just waiting. The judge is staring off into space. Our defendant is there.
Yeah, I don't know, Flux. I think something's going on. To be fair, I'm watching Jeff on a replay here. Sorry, on a delay. I hear what he says about 10 seconds before I see his face move.
Really?
Yes.
Are you being serious?
Yes.
Okay. It's Chandler Remington.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, Chandler.
Hey, Hayden.
How are you? Oh, they're all standing up because Chandler's coming in the room.
I'm here.
Interesting. Just Jeff. Chandler was moving normally for me. Interesting.
Huh. Weird.
What's that?
Jeff's on a delay for me.
Oh, odd.
Delayed gratification. That's what I'm all about. Make him work for it.
You start that shit.
Much like me this morning.
All right, welcome back, folks.
Yeah.
Everyone take your seats, please. Who's the state's next witness?
Next witness is Deputy Eric Hoosear.
All right.
Me want cookie.
C is for cookie. That's good enough for me.
Is it good enough, though?
It is.
I don't know. Is it good enough for me?
Love them chunky cookies.
It's discount officer Scarface.
Eric Van Hoosear.
Ooh, the hair is very slicked back today, isn't it?
Absolutely.
All right, Deputy, will you please say and spell both your first and your last name for the record and for the jury?
First you get the donuts, then
My
you
first
get
name
the
is
coffee,
Eric,
then you
E-R-I-C.
get the
Last name
women.
is Van Hoosear, V-A-N-H-O-O-S-E-A-R.
H-O-O-S-E-A-R.
Damn nice widow's peak.
All right, thank you, and good morning
That
to you.
hair.
All right, pardon me,
It's
you may
something.
inquire, Miss Ellis.
Good morning, Deputy Van Hoosear.
Good morning.
Where are you currently employed?
Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
Okay, and how long have you been with that agency?
Approximately 4 years.
And in what capacity are you currently working with that agency?
Road patrol.
What about back on April 7th of 2021? What capacity were you working for that agency?
I was with road patrol.
And any particular area
We are
in the
the
county that you
road
were
crew.
assigned to road patrol?
Yes, ma'am. I was working night shift in Lake Park.
Okay. I want to direct your attention to the early morning hours of April 7th of 2021. Do you recall whether or not you were working that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And while working that night, do you recall being dispatched to an area of 40th and Broadway, somewhere in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you ultimately arrive at that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you recall when you arrived?
Approximately 12:30 in the morning.
12:30 a.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Looks like Christian Bale.
Now, is anyone riding with you when you respond to that area?
No, ma'am.
It kind of does.
When you arrived at that location, were there other officers on scene already?
Yes, ma'am. From West
Discount
Palm Beach.
Christian Bale.
They're from West Palm Beach?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were there other officers from a different agency at the scene when you got there?
That's West Palm Beach's jurisdiction.
Okay. Why did Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office show up?
We received information that there was a vehicle that had a victim inside that was possibly involved in a shooting that occurred in our jurisdiction.
Or it could be Lenny from Lenny and Squiggy.
And so there was a dispatch for you guys to show up at that point.
Correct.
And as far as law enforcement is concerned, were you the first one from Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office to arrive on scene?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. When you got there, can you tell the members of the jury, what did you see going on when you arrived on scene? What was going on?
When I arrived, there were multiple West Palm Beach units at the area of 40th and Broadway. There was crime scene tape up. There was a vehicle that was inside of, looks like a mechanic shop area. And then that's when I pulled off and met up with the West Palm units.
Okay. When you got there, Deputy Van Hoosear, did you, once you kind of, observed what was going on, did you decide, what role you were going to take on before the detectives?
I was there to collect information to see if the vehicle was in fact potentially involved in the shooting incident that we had in our jurisdiction, and get the names of the people involved.
Okay. And did you, in fact, make that determination that the car was from a shooting that had occurred in another location?
Yes, ma'am.
And pardon me for the dumb question, but looking at the car, could you tell whether or not it had been obviously?
It had multiple bullet
He had
defects
39
on
bullet
the
holes in
passenger
it.
side and front area of the vehicle, yes.
All right. Now, did you see a passenger sitting in the car? Someone still seated in the car?
Yes, ma'am. The only occupant when I got there was the deceased passenger in the front passenger seat of the vehicle.
Okay.
That's some Bonnie and
Now,
Clyde shit.
when you, after seeing the passenger inside the car, did you notice anything that appeared to be wrong, aside from the defects, like you indicated, that appeared to be bullet holes? Did you notice anything else that may have appeared to be wrong with the car?
I mean, there was indications that there was oil around and things like that. That the vehicle, pulled in there may have been disabled because of that.
Okay. And was it your
Differently abled, not disabled yet.
looking at the car, that the oil that you saw on the ground was
It's a
from that
differently
vehicle?
abled car.
Yes, based on the area where that oil was. Yes.
We have to be politically
And
correct.
was it a small stain of oil, medium-sized stain of oil, large stain of oil? Do you recall? the size?
There, I don't recall exactly there, only because I know later on there was a larger amount in another area.
Okay. Did you see any other people that may have been involved in the incident that night, located at the scene of 40th and Broadway?
Yes, ma'am. There were, I believe, two other individuals who had already been separated from the vehicle that were off to the side with West Palm.
Okay, and did you speak with either one of those gentlemen?
No, ma'am. I got their information, their personal information, from one of the officers who was on scene who had gotten that information already.
Did you perform any sort of pat down or searches of the other two gentlemen that you saw at the scene at 40th and Broadway?
No, ma'am.
How long did you stay at that scene?
I would say approximately 30 to 40 minutes, maybe.
All right, all right. And during your time there, other than making the observations that you made inside the car, the oil stains from the car, noticing that the car had some defects in it, anything else that you did while you were on scene?
Sorry to pause it here, but Justin McCullough has just reminded me that I haven't done the 2-hour like and subscribe thing yet. So, yeah, you can all thank Justin McCullough for reminding me to remind you to hit that like and subscribe button. We're doing really well. We got 794 people here and 649 likes. That's really great. Thank you for liking that. And everybody, let Justin McCullough know how much you appreciate him reminding me to stop this stream for the like and subscribe begging, because he's all over it. Thank you, Justin McCullough. Back to
What a
our regularly
mensch.
scheduled program.
That location?
No, ma'am. I just waited there until the detective got on scene.
Okay. Once the detective arrived on that scene, did you then leave?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, where did you go after that?
I went back to Lake Park to assist with the scene that they had over there. They had the information of a potential suspect house. So I went over to the area of Teak Drive where that house was located to meet up with other units.
Okay. And tell us what happened when you got over there. What did you see? And obviously law enforcement was already there.
Correct. Yes.
What did you do, if anything at all, when you got to that scene?
I met up with our K9 and a couple other units. We staged at the end of the block to the east of the house. And then once we had a detective and other things in order, we proceeded to form up what is called a stick team of several units involving, including a shield and a vehicle. We used the K9 vehicle, and then we approached the house using the vehicle as moving cover until we got close enough to the house to call out the suspect.
Okay. Did you actually make entry into the house?
I did not make entry into the house. I remained out at the roadway where we called out the suspect to us.
Okay. At this point, you guys are in stick formation, as you just indicated to us, right?
Correct.
And you call out for a person that you guys believe has some involvement in this. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And did you call out the name Travis Rudolph?
I don't recall if it was called out by name. I know that the detective and the other people on scene had that information, and then just called the person out once I believe a phone call was made, and that's how the person stepped out of the house.
Okay. And when the person came out of the house, do you recall seeing the person come out of the house?
Yes, ma'am.
Male or female?
Male.
Okay. And was he wearing any clothing?
Yes, ma'am. He was wearing clothing. I don't recall exactly what he was wearing.
Okay. Was he cooperative with you?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. And once he came out, did he come out with his hands up?
He did.
All right. And once he's out of the house, what did you guys do after that? So
once we called him back to us, he walked past. He was taken into custody and placed into a marked PBSO unit.
Okay. Now, as far as so at this point, you have the person that is your person of interest. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you make entry into the house after that at all?
I did not. I believe maybe other units did later, but I did not.
Okay. What did you do after that?
After that, we began to check the area after crime scene and come and collected the evidence from the area where the shooting had taken place. Myself and a couple other deputies walked around where there was another alleged victim close by to search for a potential firearm.
Okay. So so at this point now you're searching for what you believe is another potential firearm that was involved in this case.
Correct. There was information that another person may have had a firearm.
Okay. And so you basically acted upon that information. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Now, you went to
1.5
K9.
is too
So
fast.
did a K9 officer, did you have to wait for a K9 officer to get there? Or was
Correct.
It
The first K9 officer that we were with was an apprehension K9. I believe a article dog, which was used for firearms, was requested to come out.
Okay. So before you started looking for this other firearm, did you wait for that K9 officer to get there?
I believe so. I don't recall exactly if they were there as soon as we started searching or shortly after.
All right. Do you recall the K9 officer arriving on scene?
Yes, I do.
All right. And when that officer arrived on scene, tell us what happened.
We were searching to the south and west of where the shooting occurred between, there's houses in a road, and then there's a grassy area, a fence, and then an apartment complex to the southwest, and then residential area on the other side. So we were kind of going through what would have been the path of least resistance for where the shooting took place and where the other victim was located. And in doing so, we ended up ultimately finding a black firearm laying on the ground.
Racist.
Okay. Now, you found this black firearm before you found this other
white
victim,
firearm.
Right?
The victim had already been located when the original responding units arrived, because there were multiple calls coming in that there was a person shot.
Okay. All right. When you located the firearm, did the dog alert to the firearm? Is that how you guys located it?
The dog did come and alert to it. Again, I don't recall if we found it alongside or just before, but the dog was utilized to alert on the firearm just to confirm that.
Okay. Now, at this point, is it just you and the K9 officer who?
No, I was also with another deputy, Imperiali, who couldn't be here now because of a deployment, and may have been another deputy. There's a few of us that were looking around.
Did you yourself, Deputy Van Hoosear, did you actually see the firearm that
I did.
you located?
Yes, ma'am.
You did. Okay. And once you guys located, did you touch it at all?
No, I did not.
Okay. So did you dog alerts to it? You guys go look at it, and you just left it there?
And we notified crime.
The dog found the firearm because the guy who threw the extended magazine hollow point loaded firearm didn't bother to tell anybody. So the dog had to find it. Great.
Good dog.
Good doggy. Good doggy.
God, that witness was so difficult. The paralegal.
You may.
The paralegal studies major.
Use the microphone.
I'm ashamed.
Portable. Thanks.
That man does not represent us. Very obstinate. Although he did have some sassy
Okay, Deputy Van Hoosear, I'm going to show you what is already in evidence as Defense Exhibit 11.
Dream sequence.
Tell me whether or not you recognize this board. Okay.
I feel like I'm in a David Lynch film.
It's in this board.
Yes.
I wish I could talk backwards. That'd be awesome.
The fence that divides between the apartment complex, which would be on the other side of the fence, and then that would be the driveway to the residence just to the east. And there's the firearm that was located next to the palm tree laying on the ground.
Okay. And so once you, and it, is this exactly how it looked when you saw it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So once you, and I believe the members of the jury have seen this already. Once you saw it lying there, what did you, after you said that CSI obviously was notified that there was a firearm that was there that needed to be collected, is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And once CSI arrived,
She better sing Proud
did
Mary
you
to honor
witness them collect
her
this
recently
firearm? Did you see them
deceased
collect the
singer.
firearm?
If she doesn't, I'll be
I don't recall
disappointed.
if I stayed and witnessed that.
Did you leave before the firearm was actually collected by someone from CSI?
That is possible, yes.
Left a good job in
After
the city.
the firearm was
Looking very
located,
nice.
what was your next task after that?
Looking for the man every night and
After that,
day.
we're pretty much done for the
Big
evening as
wheel.
far as my involvement with that.
Okay.
Tina.
I love it when Jeff
Did you
sings.
have any more involvement with this case?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay. Did you ever meet up with the other person who was shot? in this case?
No, ma'am. He was transported to the hospital earlier when arriving deputies went there, and then one of the other deputies went to the hospital.
Judge, if I can just have a second, please.
You may.
Okay. She done? That's a standard. Just
All right, thank you. Any
there you go.
cross?
His
Okay.
whole purpose in existence is to say, "Good doggy found the gun. The good boy found the gun, didn't you? Good doggy." That was the
Good
point of his
afternoon,
testimony. All right.
How you doing?
Well, the
Doing well,
dog
how you
could
doing?
Very short,
testify very well, could he?
All right,
Or
so
she.
let's go back. Talk about this day. You didn't write a report.
I
In
don't
this
know.
case,
The
right?
dog could identify the guy
Any
who
particular
was
reason why
carrying
not?
the gun.
I just did not. I failed to do that.
I'm sorry.
I just did not write one.
All right, so you have a
He's
pretty
right
memory about
there.
what happened?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So make sure I get this right. The first thing you did, you were called over to 40th and Broadway,
Correct.
and that's where you saw the car that you described with the bullet holes in it.
Yes, sir.
You said many other West Palm Beach officers were there.
There were several other ones. Yes, sir.
Did you ask them to do anything, or you don't do that with West Palm cops? You do only if someone asks you to do something in your department.
Correct. So they already had a crime scene established. It was taped off, and they had the information. At that point, it was just collecting that information and passing it on to the deputies who were on scene of our shooting. And then was notified that a detective was on their way.
So was West Palm searching for evidence? Did you see anybody search?
No, I didn't see anybody searching. Again, once I had gotten there, rescue had already come, pronounced, and left, and it seemed like it was established. But I didn't see anybody doing any searching of the vehicle.
The way you described the search that you did with the other deputies and the canine deputy and the canine dog, you went through backyards,
canine
the
dog?
fence, the apartment complex, right?
Right,
How
that was
many other
after
kind of dogs
we had
are there?
Done the preliminary and
opposed
other
to
evidence
a
had been collected
feline
from the
dog?
scene, and we were just going off further information that was provided. So they'll due diligence on that part just to carry out.
Sure, that was in Lake Park.
Correct, sir.
Right. And
Yes,
there was
he
no
is.
like time limit that you had to search, was there?
No, sir.
Did anyone ask you to go back to
Because
West
Attorney
Palm
Tom
and
has half a
search the
million
general area
subscribers.
to
I've
see if
got
there was any,
36,000.
gun
I know who I'm going
No,
with
sir.
if I'm breaking
How about the
water.
path the car drove from Lake Park to there? Do you actually know what path it took?
I know that it would have been federal going down because it turns into Broadway. It's the easiest path. But as far as directly from there, I don't know exactly which path they took to get to federal.
Did anyone tell you that there was some city cameras that may have caught the car driving away to where the
I don't
resting
recall.
place was?
I don't recall.
Do you know there's cameras in that area?
There are cameras on federal, yes, sir.
Did anyone ask you to go search any of the area of path of possible travel of this vehicle?
No, sir.
And you didn't do that on your own?
No, sir.
You could have done that, right?
It's several miles from where that location is to where the resting place of the vehicle was. It wouldn't have been apparently clear in driving at night to be able to search that far of a distance. So no.
Park your car and get out with a flashlight and have you and 50 other deputies right and look for guns if someone asked you to do that, right?
Yes, sir.
You've done stuff like that before, right?
Not to that extent, but it can be done.
You have hundreds and hundreds of police officers working for the sheriff's office, don't you?
Yes, sir.
And nobody asked you to do that at all.
No, sir.
And nobody asked you to go back to West Palm since now that you took over the case, the sheriff's office, right? It was sheriff's case, right?
Crime scene did respond to that location. I don't recall if another deputy was called over there, but I wasn't. So I don't know if any other searches or with the detectives were done. On my part, I did not.
You have no knowledge that anybody searched anything in that gas station area, right?
Correct.
Right. And you could have easily went back and brought a ladder or a drone and searched the roofs, right? If someone asked you to do that, or
If someone asked me to, yes, but other units may have. I don't know.
I'm just asking you personally.
I did not.
Okay. So the whole time you were there, you didn't look around to see if there was any weapons discarded anywhere in that gas station?
No, nothing that was. just
Okay,
clearly
so
there.
they're arguing
Fence? Remember
botched
the fence there with the food
investigation.
truck behind the fence, right where the car was parked?
No, sir.
All right. Remember a fence there?
No, sir.
Assuming there was a fence, because you'll see photographs of a fence there with some type of truck.
Okay.
You didn't try to go back in that fence area at all, did you?
No, sir.
How about the other side of the gas station? Do you know if there was a fence there?
Which side?
Well, the one side. Well, you don't remember even this.
It just seemed like an open area from where I was on the corner, but as far as the back on the other side, I thought it was other businesses, abutting it. But no, I didn't. I don't recall a fence.
Let's say I'm you and I'm looking straight ahead, and the car is to the left of me, and the business is right in front of me. You got that?
Yes.
Okay. Would you be surprised to learn there's fence on both sides of this gas station? Closed-in fence area?
It wouldn't surprise me.
You didn't go back to any of that area to look for anything?
Correct.
Or the sewers?
No.
Or even 50 feet away from that area, you didn't go and look for any firearms, right?
Correct.
Would you agree the firearm that's in that picture?
This is another one of these. You really
just looked at
investigate
on that poster board,
anything, did
that's
you,
about
Bob?
100 feet from the shooting scene?
Cases.
Approximately, yes.
Okay. And you also have prior law enforcement
There are
experience
kind of a
besides
lot of
the
those,
sheriff's
aren't there?
officer.
Yes, sir.
How many years do you have?
Approximately 8 years with Miami-Dade Schools Police Department.
Okay. And you're trained there as well, right?
Correct.
As a trained law enforcement officer, if somebody pulls a firearm and do you wait for them to shoot you before you possibly would shoot them?
No, sir.
Why not?
Reaction
that'd
to
be retarded.
Get shot.
The firearm that you find it, or the canine found it, or was it everybody simultaneous?
It was close together, yes.
Okay. The canine that came, do you know who the deputy was that handled that dog?
I don't recall.
You remember a sergeant or lieutenant calling the canine dog in?
I don't remember. I know it was requested, but I don't recall who made that call.
You don't have any knowledge that it was Detective Vandalin who called the dog in, do you?
I wouldn't have that knowledge, no.
Do you know what time the gun was found?
No, I'd have to look back. I don't recall.
But you don't have a report to look back, right?
Correct.
It would have been hours after the suspect, as you turned him, came out of the house.
I don't know if it was hours later, but it was after he was taken into custody, yes.
So you said crime scene did their work and then you went to go look after.
Correct. I don't recall exactly how long it took, if it was hours.
Did you see a blood path go back behind that house where the gun was possibly located?
Not bloodbath, but there was blood in the area of the apartment complex next to it, yes.
All right. Do you know if there's any blood in the street area where the casings were found leading to the backyard, right where the fence is, where that gun's discarded?
I believe there was, yes.
So when you go in, you remember the, not Teak Drive, you remember the other road, Redwood?
Redwood, yes, it curves around, yes, sir.
Okay. Did you go behind somebody's house where the path was of blood from
yes, sir.
Where the casings were?
Yes.
And when you went behind that house, was there a fence behind the house on Redwood?
Chain link fence, yes. Approximately 4 feet tall chain link fence.
Was it open or did you have to jump?
I had to go over it.
Okay. And when you went over that fence, was there the house where that gun is, was that right there?
So the house was to the right and the apartment complex was to the left. But yes, it was right there within, 20 feet.
Going on a gun hunt, trying to catch a big one. There's a fence. Can't go over it. Can't go under it. We had to go around.
See the back tire?
No, you go through.
Shot out on the black car that was in the gas station.
I may have, but I don't
A
recall
long
if it was
time.
flat or not.
You don't remember?
No, sir.
Did any of the crime scene people or Detective Vandalin, after you found this gun, ask you to go back to Broadway and look for any weapons there?
No, sir.
We made one person out of 820 of you laugh, so I've
Who gave you
succeeded.
information that another person had firearms, possibly? Do you know?
I don't recall. I just know that it was from the deputies that were over at that scene from earlier.
You know if they thought Mr. Rudolph's brother had a firearm?
I don't recall. I don't have that.
Rudolph's brother, Dasher, Dancer, Prancer, Vixen. Which brother was it?
There's the canine, if you know, there's a canine dog that looks, is that dog specifically for
Stop
weapons or
saying
firearms?
canine dog
The
for
one that
fuck's
responded
sake.
for the firearm?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
You said there was another canine for apprehension.
Correct.
What does that mean? Is that they look for people
Yes, sir.
by the smell?
Are
Yes, sir.
Santa's reindeer
Okay, the
related?
canine dog that looks for firearms
know.
or knives as well, or just firearms?
Based on my understanding.
See, this is actually a very interesting point. We saw this in the Stabby McStab Face guy in Florida case, where that's the first time I learned there's like I was not aware of this. There are different dogs for different duties. I can't remember what the names of the dogs were in that case, but one of them was like Cosmo or Flash or something like that. His job was to find the suspect. And then there was another guy, another dog named like Killer or Bitey McBiteface or something, that his job was to go in and get the guy. Yeah, so they had like two different dogs. One would like find the guy, and then one would go into the bushes after the guy. I did not know they did that. I did not know there were different dogs. I knew there was like the drug dogs and then the get the bad guy dogs, but I didn't know there was like different variations of get the bad guy dogs. Chomp, that's what his name is. Thanks, Vala. His name was Chomp. Chomp was the one that went in to get the guy.
That's kind of perfect. I love that.
Yeah, just like the sniffer dog. His name was like Cosmo or something like sniffy. And there's like Champ was the find. That's what it wasn't. Chomp. It was Champ. That's right. Champ was the correct
Chomp is
answer.
better. I prefer Chomp.
know,
Chomp is instructional. It's descriptional. I like it.
And to answer your question, according to Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, the movie, Rudolph is the child of Donner and Mrs. Donner. So Blitzen, Mitzi, Rusty, Arrow, Comet, Cupid, and Dasher are all uncles and aunts.
See, I was wondering because when Jeff said that, like his brother, I was like, are all of them in a little reindeer family, or did he like gather them from around the forest? Have they been trained for this since they were tiny? I have no idea. I don't know the origin story. I've never asked myself this question, and it's not.
Apparently, there's a cousin Leroy the redneck reindeer.
I'm glad that you fact checked that, Hayden, because you're on it.
all I know is they just adopted that one reindeer from the subcontinent. Donner Kebab, that guy. Anyway,
Standing in years in this field, it's for the firearm itself, solvents,
tasty.
powders, gunpowder, things like that.
Based on smell, obviously.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if the canine dog is trained to find a gun that is not fired or a gun that's fired, or both? If you know.
To my knowledge, they can still detect firearms even if they have not been fired based on the solvents used to clean it. But I haven't been trained.
His name was not Leroy Jenkins. His name was not Leroy Jenkins.
All right, thank you. Any redirect at all? All right. Any reason?
Okay, and then now again, this was very interesting because the police had the prosecution had him on. His whole job for the prosecution was to present this evidence that a handgun was found. The dog sniffed out the handgun, and then the defense, they didn't really care so much about that as just highlighting, okay, congratulations, Sniffy Dog found the gun. So after you found the gun, did you even move 10 feet either direction to look for anything else? Did you look on the roof? Did you look in the dumpsters? Did you look in the trash? Did you look in the bushes for any other guns that might have been thrown away? The answer was no. So, hey, congratulations. The prosecution says, we did a good job. We found a gun. And then the defense sets them up and says, yes, but you didn't investigate anything else. You did a shoddy investigation of the convenience store parking lot.
Yeah, see, that was my question, because I feel like it's clear that they probably tossed a bunch of guns or a couple of guns or at least one gun at some point that was not found. But I'm just like, well, shouldn't they have done a thorough search of the area? I was questioning, is it because it's procedural? Does it have to do with this, a search warrant? I would think they do a better investigation. So you have confirmed for me that they just were terrible at investigating.
Yeah, that happens a lot. Mo in the deep end found more laundry money. Hey, Chandler, take my wealth. I would spend it on carbs. Lol. Unhung Hero, thank you so much for your super chat. Saying canine dog is like saying ATM machine. Right. Exactly. Unhung Hero, too bad the dog's name wasn't Munch.
Well, I mean, I think they're referring to it as like K9, like the dog's designation, but it still sounds funny.
Still, yeah, it sounded dumb. When are the cops not terrible at their investigation? It happens occasionally, but a great deal of time there is this target fixation. Oh, we found a guy that answers our initial question, so let's build our entire investigation around proving this guy did it, rather than looking at the whole big picture and saying, okay, does the evidence support this guy doing it? If not, who did it? That takes too much time. That takes up too much effort.
Easy to be lazy.
Legal Vice is a police dog, also known as K9 or K9, a homophone of canine, is a dog specifically trained to assist members of law enforcement. So K9 is redundant two ways, but accurate.
Mansplaining is short for man explaining.
Exactly what I was going to say. I am aware of that. It just sounds ridiculous to say K9 dog.
I stole your line, Jab.
Yeah, I know.
It would have
That's
been
okay. Hayden stole one earlier too. It's humor.
Well, great artists steal. That's what they say.
And random fact, Tom Baker's fourth dog, robot dog. The fourth Doctor Who, his robot dog was K9. I believe it may have actually been introduced during the William Hartnell years, or at very least by the Pertwee years. But anyway, I digress. Thank you for that, Leslie. I was aware.
I'd like to see a canine named Fido. Nobody ever names their dogs Fido anymore. People should start doing that again. Spot. Rex.
Speaking of cops,
why Detective Van Hoosear can't go on about his
let's
day.
get on to our next
All
one.
right, thank you. Watch your steps. Stay safe. Well, I did promise you lunch after this witness. Who's the next witness? Okay, you want to do that witness and then we go to lunch? All right, very well. That's what we'll do. Who's that?
Okay, I couldn't remember if he was introduced before, but he stuck around a bit and made some reappearances, but he got very, very friendly with Sarah Jane Smith. He actually left the TARDIS with Sarah Jane Smith and reappeared with Sarah Jane Smith near the end of the lovely actress's life when she appeared with a later Doctor.
And he got a revamp after copying it in one of the Doctor Who episodes with David Tennant.
Okay.
I know.
5-1.
Because I have Funko. I have my Tom Baker Funko back here.
Okay. Very well. Thank you. Okay, they're both admitted then without objection. Come on up, officer. Please.
Stand right here. Raise your right hand. Face the floor.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Oh, I'm giving her. I'm actually kind of jealous about that. I really am, actually.
All right. Good afternoon. Will you please say and spell both your first and last name for the record, sir?
Anthony Goindoo, ANTHONYGOINDO.
That's a great name for a police officer. Go and do. This is Officer Go and Do. Officer, are you ready to plan your work and work your plan? Let's go and do, officer. Bet he never heard that one before.
All right, officer. Thank you. You may inquire, Miss Edwards.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen what you do for a living?
We actually had one, sorry to interrupt again, but we had a membership, 4 months membership for the Clean and Sober Crew, King Ginger 333, relating to the last witness. The guy looks like a bad porno actor. Ma'am, I'm going to have to strip search you and do a full cavity search. It's like the old Cheech and Chong skit. Who ordered the pepperoni? Here's the pizza, and here's the pepperoni.
I thought it was sausage.
Police officer, Patrol Division, West Palm Beach Police Department.
And how long have you been with West Palm Beach Police Department?
8.5 years.
Have you spent the entire time on road patrol, or have you had other duties throughout your time there?
I was a member of the Strategic Intelligence Unit.
This case happened, do you recall, back in April of 2021?
I do.
And where were you in the department back then?
I was working in the Strategic Intelligence Department.
Tell us briefly what it is that you would have been assigned to do or generally do as part of that unit.
My position in the Strategic Intelligence Center was to monitor ShotSpotter, city cameras, license plate readers, to provide near and real-time intelligence to road patrol and detectives.
So essentially, are you in sort of an office away from officers who are on the street at the time?
That's correct. I'm on the second floor of the police department in an office setting where I could communicate with the officers.
It was
using the
supposed to
radio.
go 1 week,
Right.
but they're
Let's
already at
start
the
with
1
something
week
that you
mark.
talked about, ShotSpotter. What is that?
ShotSpotter is a system that uses audio wavelengths with microphones that are scattered in strategic locations throughout an area that pick up wavelengths that are consistent with or likely or probably gunshots.
And as a result of that being picked up, sounds that are like gunshots, do you at the police department get some kind of an alert?
Yes, so the alert gets sent out through mobile devices so other officers can see. Dispatch will receive it. I receive it as well.
And so we understand this is basically audio only, or is there a video component to the ShotSpotter?
Only audio from my understanding.
All right. So does it record the shots as they're being fired?
So from my understanding of it, as the shots are picked up by the microphones, it is sent to ShotSpotter technicians who evaluate the wavelengths and the sound quality of the file. And then they notify that appropriate agency if it's determined to be likely or probably gunshots.
All right. So apart from the ShotSpotter notifications that you would be a part of in the center where you were working, you mentioned also cameras for the city. Talk to us a little bit about that. How does that system work?
So there are cameras that are positioned throughout the city of West Palm Beach. You're able to monitor them live time in real life, or if need be, do playback up to 28 to 30 days.
Are these cameras different than, say, red light cameras that we would see at an intersection?
That's correct. They're usually mounted to their own specific poles with their own power sources.
So different than just like watching for whether or not somebody ran a red light.
That's correct.
And did your police department, the West Palm Beach Police Department, have access to that back on April of 2021?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you or were you tasked to do in this case related to those city camera videos?
I had received a call from dispatch that basically said that there was an individual who was shot in the area of 40th Street and Broadway. I went back to the cameras and did playback, which I observed the vehicle in question as it was entering from Riviera Beach. It was a black Cadillac with the headlights turned off, driving at a high rate of speed southbound on Broadway.
All right. And did you check to see whether or not the vehicle was being followed?
I did, yes.
And was the vehicle being followed?
Not that I could see.
And the vehicle traveling at the high rate of speed, did it come to a point where it eventually did pull over in that 40th and Broadway area?
It did, yes.
And essentially, where were you able to back up in order to see where the vehicle had come from? Was it still on Broadway that you continued backing up several streets?
That's correct. I observed it coming over the bridge at 59th and Broadway until it came to a stop in the area of the 40th and Broadway.
Did you save any of the videos from that night related to seeing the vehicle in the state that you just described?
I did, yes.
And this vehicle in question, was it a black Cadillac?
It appeared to be black.
You said that already.
Could you tell us whether or not you could see the windows down at any point such that any items could be thrown from the vehicle?
I could not know.
Did the vehicle's windows appear to be tinted?
I can't tell.
So you just saw the vehicle moving, didn't appear to be stopping anywhere?
That's correct.
One moment to confer with co-counsel.
You may.
Okay, that was quick testimony.
Nothing further, that's fine.
All right, any cross? Okay. Yes, sir.
So I hope they show us pictures.
Good afternoon.
I'm surprised they haven't showed pictures yet. They usually
You
try to
say
get
that
that out
you
of the way
couldn't
early.
tell if the windows were up and down on this black Cadillac as it was traversing Broadway?
From my recollection with the video quality, it's difficult to tell with any certainty.
All right, so you agree you couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell.
And you don't remember if the windows were tinted or not, because that's also hard to tell.
Correct. At nighttime, the video quality is not the greatest.
Okay. So you have no way of knowing.
I
from
hear
those
Aretha
videos that
Franklin
you
singing
captured
Pink
if
Cadillac.
anyone threw anything out of the car as it's driving south on Broadway, do you?
That's correct.
And do you know if the 911 call came in to dispatch who dispatched you after the car stopped?
So I didn't get dispatched. I was just monitoring the radios as officers arrived on scene, and then I was able to pick up on what was going on and then did the playback from there.
All right, so the question would be, based on your investigation, do you know if the 911 call came in after the car was already
Steve's
deployed
written
to
an
Broadway and
article
gas
about
station
it.
area?
I don't know.
Or both. Or both.
These cameras have zoom capability?
They do when in the live viewing mode, but on playback, you can only zoom in. Basically, it takes a picture and zooms in on that picture.
Okay, so you can't really pixelate it properly at night?
That's correct. Unless it's a live view, then you can zoom in, actually zoom in.
All right. So does it make more sense the 911 call came in after the car was stopped? Otherwise, if it came in simultaneous, you would have had a live view and saw it exactly when it's happening?
It's possible, but I don't know.
You didn't get a call from dispatch until when? Do you know the time?
Well, dispatch doesn't reach out to me specifically. As I'm monitoring the radio and I listen to the officers, I can't recall when the officers were dispatched.
And that would have been the city of West Palm Beach officers?
That's correct.
So you would have actually heard them being dispatched and then automatically go to the cameras?
That's correct, depending on after the officers get on scene and what they have.
Okay. So do you know if the officers were still looking for this vehicle before you started looking for the video, or you don't know that?
I don't recall.
Could you tell from the video how many people are in the car?
I cannot.
You weren't involved in trying to search the area on Broadway or US 1, wherever this car was, did you?
Via cameras, I mean, I did the playback, but I wasn't on scene physically.
Right. I mean, after you did what you did, no one asked you to come on out and help search any areas, did they?
No, I didn't normally leave the office.
All right, but if they needed more manpower, they could have called up and said, "Hey, Officer Goindoo, can you please come out and help us search?"
As a sworn officer, I can be directed to conduct patrol functions.
Nobody asked you to do that, right?
Clean
No.
shirt,
Anyone call you up and come to the
new
gas station and give you
shoes,
more manpower
and
and
I
search
don't
around the
know
gas
where
station
I'm
for anything?
going to. Silk suit, black tie, black tie. Sorry. Every girl's crazy.
Do you
about
aware of
a
any private
sharp-dressed
businesses
man.
along the area of travel, wherever this car came from and the resting spot,
Got
captured
vocal.
this car on video?
I don't know.
That you weren't tasked to go to the private businesses in your jurisdiction and say, "Hey, y'all got video of this?"
No.
You couldn't even see anyone if they got out of the car or didn't get out of the car based on the quality of this video. You couldn't even tell, right?
It would be difficult. I would be able to see if the car stopped, but
Okay. So you can't tell us from when you looked at the video and zoomed in, which I know you can't zoom in the same way when it's live because this wasn't live, but you can't tell us if you could see anyone getting out of the car, could you?
I cannot know.
And based on that, you can't tell if they got out and threw anything over a fence or over a roof. Anyone who may have been in that car, can you?
And the only certainty is the vehicle did not stop.
The only certainty the vehicle did not stop?
That's correct, until 40th and Broadway.
Right. So I'm talking about after the vehicle came to its final resting spot. You saw that, right?
It was slightly out of view of the camera.
So there's no way you can tell if anyone got out of the car and started discarding evidence before the police arrived.
That's correct.
And the gunshot, we call it shot spotter?
Yes.
That wasn't in West Palm, was it?
No.
Do you have access to it, even though it's in Lake Park in the sheriff's office jurisdiction?
So in the Strategic Intel Center, we had access to Belglade, PBSOs, Lake Park, Riviera Beach, and also West Palm Beach.
Did you hear those gunshot from the shot spotters while you were looking at the videos or right after that?
I received the alert approximately a minute after the detection, I guess you could say.
You guys have mutual aid agreements, like West Palm will help the sheriffs and vice versa if you all need help?
That I'm not sure. I believe we do, but that would be more of a question for probably our command staff.
You have access to things, not just in West Palm. You have access to other things, right?
That's correct.
Okay. When the shot spotter thing recording, you made a copy of that, right?
That I don't recall.
Well, the prosecutor put it in evidence. Do you remember? I know she didn't play it with you, but do you remember hearing it?
I did hear it. I don't recall if I uploaded it to evidence.com due to the fact it wasn't in our city.
All right. When the shot spotters go off, all you can do is hear the
Evidence.com?
shots, if they're coming simultaneous, if there's a break in them, how many.
That's correct. You have the option to play it and listen to the actual audio.
And that doesn't show you if somebody's trying to murder someone or if they're acting in self-defense and trying to save their own life, does it?
No.
We
Can't
all
see anything,
search.
you just hear things.
Only hear what the
it's an
microphones pick up.
agency
You have
site.
voices as well.
Not from my experience.
And based on your experience and training, are those shot spotters dead on accurate?
Interesting.
That would be more a question for the shot spotter technicians. They can get into the more technical features.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. I appreciate your time.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
All right.
Okay.
The shot spotter notification, does it notify you of how many shots are being fired?
That's correct, yes.
In this particular case, were there 2 separate rounds of shots?
There was, yes.
And how many each time?
At 0011 hours, there was a 21-round shot spotter picked up in the location of 550 Sable Palm Drive, followed by, again, 0011 hours, and a second one was picked up with a 17-round shot spotter at 551 East Redwood Drive.
And is that generally in the same area?
When I pulled the map of it, I noted that the locations were approximately within a block of each other.
All right, any reason why Detective Goindoo cannot go on about it? I'm
Reason
sorry.
why?
Officer Goindoo cannot go on about his day? All right, thank you. Watch your steps, stay safe. All right, folks, let's take a lunch break now.
All right, we are back from our lunch break. Woohoo! Time warp. We're going pretty good with this one. We're not doing too shabby time wise. So again, that Officer Goindoo, his apparently his whole existence was to testify that car went from point A to point B and stopped.
Wow.
It's good just to get some of this straightforward testimony.
Works for me.
Ordinarily, this would be the boring, dull slog part of the trial, but it's actually quite
Scary when
refreshing.
this is the reprieve.
This is the palate cleanser. This is the refreshing part of the trial. That's
I'm
good.
glad I came for this part. Yeah, because the phrasing.
Yeah.
Damn it,
I said it was exciting. I didn't say it was that exciting, but
I
you
played
know, hey.
myself there.
Oh, phrasing
Although, thank you,
again.
Chandler, you just
Jesus.
reminded me of a soundbite that I need to record. Thank you.
All right. So, yeah, something about coming and playing with her so weird. All right, let's go. I got
It's
nothing
too
to add to
early
that.
in California for this.
I wish I was drunk. Says, how are we, lads and lasses? Hope all is well. Great to have you here, sir. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And Mike Middleton. Hello, Mike Middleton with the 279 Canadian dollars. Do they play football there? The last witness couldn't remember. He didn't know. He weren't aware they played football in Canada. Because he's a smart ass. For Jeff's K9 Puppy Dog K9 Bone Treat Fund, thank you very much. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Chandler, anything you want to say about the Bone Treat Fund?
Nope.
Okay, just checking. Just checking. And Squizgar2322 with a $20 super chat. You know, if you would have just given $1.01 more, you could have been the Vice Racks for the day, which is currently held by Duncan, Idaho. Matt Smith was the best Doctor, and DS9 was the best Star Trek. Any other opinion is incorrect. I told you, if you super chat it, I'll read it. You can be completely wrong and an idiot, but I'll read it. No, just not. Yeah. I'd have to go with Tom Baker because that was just, he was my Doctor. And best Star Trek would be a toss-up between the original and not Deep Space Nine. And Next Generation. Deep Space Nine comes a close third, though. That's my story. All right. Any comments on these last two exciting witnesses before we move on to Officer Tyler Griffin?
No, but I did want to say that Steve Gosney is going to be on my stream tonight.
Cool.
Because he wanted me to mention, he's like, who's Chandler having on her channel tonight? Well, that would be Steve. So join us later.
All right. That's cool.
Unsanctioned group. Sorry. Had to.
Yeah, no, that's it. And while Ozzy grift away while we listen to Chris Mullen talk about the best Doctor being Peter Davidson, who is his daughter, who was also in one of the episodes of Doctor Who, is married to David Tennant. It's like a Time Lord extravaganza fest in that house. Ozzy Overlord, go ahead, grift. Ozzy Overlord, go ahead, grift.
Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry guys, it's 2 a.m. I'm out of it. Aussie Overlord, law, news, and laughter, daily, mostly. We look at everything law, news, and laughter worldwide, and occasionally I do Kinky Corner over on Locals. I'm on YouTube, Rumble, and Twitter. Locals is the best place to get notifications because YouTube hates me, but we have seen an explosion in the channel as of late. That's what she said. Wait, no, that doesn't work. Well, I'm really fucking tired. Jeff, I'm probably going to tap out the next turn.
All right. Just give me a bit of a heads up.
Yep.
All right, well, let's get on with Tyler Griffin, see if he's better than the last Tyler we had on the stand there. And all the stuff I was going to do 2 witnesses ago, I've got to do now. Let's fast forward. Jury is coming in.
State's next witness is?
State's next witness is Officer Tyler Griffin.
Okay, come on up, Officer Griffin.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
All right, will you please say and spell your first and your last name for the record and the jury?
Yep. First name's Tyler, Tyler. Last name is Griffin, Griffin.
All right, thank you very much. Ms. Ellis, you may inquire.
I shall return.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Officer Griffin, where are you currently employed?
West Palm Beach Police, City of West Palm Beach.
Okay, I'm sorry. How long have you been with that agency?
Roughly 3 years.
Any prior law enforcement experience before West Palm Beach Police Department?
No, ma'am.
Where are you currently assigned?
Road Patrol.
What about back in April of 2021?
Same thing, Road Patrol.
Okay. And I want to just get to why we are all here today. Okay. Do you recall whether or not you were working on April 7th of 2021?
I was.
All right. And you just indicated road patrol capacity, right?
Yes.
Were you riding by yourself or did you have a passenger with you?
I was by myself.
All right. At some point during the early morning hours of April 7th of 2021, did you receive a dispatch information to actually respond to 40th and Broadway?
Yes.
All right. And do you know like around what time that dispatch would have come across to you?
No, I don't know the exact time.
All right.
Around midnight, possibly.
Okay. All right. Did you, when you received the dispatch, though, did you go there?
Yes.
Okay. Were you the first one on scene from West Palm Beach Police Department?
I don't know if that was the first, but I was definitely one of the first officers on scene. I wouldn't say I was the first. I'm not sure if I was the first or not.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I asked you about the time that you got there, and did you prepare a report in this case?
What was that? I'm
Did
sorry.
you prepare a report in this case?
A supplement report, yes.
And if I show you that report, would it refresh your memory as to what time you responded to that scene?
Yes.
Judge, may I approach?
You may. If you're going to ask additional questions while you're up there, though, you're going to need that microphone. Okay.
Cool. Did he confess to everything or what happened? Nothing? Okay.
Okay. Yes.
And after reading it, does it refresh your memory as to what time you responded to that scene?
Yes.
What time?
Around 12:20 hours.
Okay. And when you got there, can you tell us what you observed once you got there?
I observed a vehicle, not sure the exact make or model, but I observed two individuals outside of their vehicle or outside of the presumed vehicle that was there.
Let me stop you right there because I want to talk about those two individuals that you say you observed around this vehicle.
Yes.
What were they doing?
They appeared just to be in shock, as if something happened. I mean, looked like they were yelling back and forth. I'm not sure what they were yelling exactly, but they obviously seemed distraught, as if something traumatic or something of significance just happened.
Okay. And Officer Griffin, did you speak to either one of them or both of them?
I didn't speak to either one. I patted them down just to ensure, because I observed what appeared to be bullet holes throughout the vehicle. So I just patted them down, and then by that time, officers had already arrived on scene, so we separated each passenger, and that was pretty much
got to keep them separated.
Standpoint.
Okay. Now, when you patted them down, and let's just take them one by one quickly. First of all, when you approach a scene and you see two people outside of a vehicle, and obviously something's wrong, is that the first thing that comes to your mind, that something has happened?
Yes.
Is it protocol, or is it standard practice and procedure for you to pat people down? No matter, if these people have been sitting in the car or have been standing in the middle of the street, is that normal procedure for you to pat?
Yes, for
down?
Safety. Yeah, mainly for both us as well as them, just to ensure that everyone, doesn't have a weapon, or, also we were also checking for injuries, also just because of the incident.
Okay, because of the bullet holes you saw in the car.
Correct.
When you were they cooperative with you?
They were.
Did you pat both of them down?
I believe I only patted one. I don't know the name of that individual.
The one that you patted down, did you do a full body pat down, or just like a below waist pat down, waist below pat down? What kind of pat down did you do?
I would just the waist below pat down.
Oh, saucy.
Now, without telling us what they said, or the person that you patted down, without telling us what that person said, did they give you?
He said,
did they give you some information about what had happened, why they were over there?
Not that I recall. No.
Okay. Did you ask them?
I did not. I just separated them.
Okay. And why didn't you ask them what had happened?
I just didn't feel like it was the right time as of yet. I was just we were trying to get the scene under control. So I think that was the main priority.
All right. So as part of the main priority, when you come upon a scene like that, where you have two individuals, and it appears to you that something has happened, is it your first, as part of best practices or your protocol, to separate those individuals?
Yes.
Okay. And when you separated them and you patted down the one, as you can recall today, you didn't go any further other than the pat down.
Correct.
Okay. Do you know whether or not somebody else came on scene and patted down the other person?
Second base. Sweet.
I don't recall.
Right.
I don't know specifically.
Now, as you're there and you're patting this person down, Officer Griffin, do other law enforcement officers start to arrive?
Yes.
All right. And so at this point, when you're doing your pat down, do you have several officers from West Palm Beach Police Department?
Yes.
What about Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
I don't know what time they arrived on scene, but it was shortly after that our initial encounter.
All right. Do you recall anyone saying, we need to check the roof of where these people were located? Like, this was an abandoned building. Is that right, where they were located?
Sorry. Is there an objection? Sustained.
You patted him down below.
Did you search any place else other than patting that person down?
I did not. No.
Did you have any reason to search any place else other than the person that you patted down?
The immediate area, which just that person and just the observation from inside the car.
Okay. And lastly, Officer Griffin, did you see the person who was still inside of the vehicle as you were there?
Yes.
And did that person appear to be non-responsive to you?
Correct.
Or unresponsive, I'm sorry. Now, you took a look at your report a few minutes ago, right?
Yes.
Now, in your report, you indicate that you patted both individuals down. As you sit here today, can you tell the jury, do you know whether you patted one person down or both people down? Do you recall?
I do not recall.
So could you have patted both of them down and you just don't remember?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
Do you know for certain whether or not you patted just one person down?
Objection asked and answered leading.
Sustained as to the asked and answered.
It's possible.
Oh, that means you don't answer.
I mean, shut
Is
up,
there another
cop.
question?
Sure.
Okay.
As you sit here today, How many people do you recall patting down?
Objection asked and answered.
It really was. Anything other than patting down?
There's nothing else.
Okay, very
I
well.
want to make sure that he is, in light of the cross-examination and in light of what is in his report.
Objection, speaking objection, improper.
Sustained. Okay. No additional questions.
She's like, bitch, shut up. Dang, prosecutor didn't like that. She's like, bitch, you talking to me? She's gonna scratch her eyes out. Nope. She's gonna grab that weave and pull it like there's no tomorrow. Wow. She gave her the
That sounds like something Dominique would
she
do.
gave her the look, man. Of course, me going back to get the look
Mm-hmm.
buffers us. While we're buffering,
There's a lot of attitude in this courtroom,
Yeah.
this whole trial, from a lot of different directions.
Mustoyuz says, would you like a jelly baby? Jelly babies are kind of awesome. Hugh Jazz says, I missed most of Tyler's testimony this morning. Anything good, or was it just more pig shit? It was just more pig shit. If you just want to watch all of us increase our blood pressure, go back and watch it. Other than that, you missed not a lot.
There's one moment there where I pretty much have a brain aneurysm, but aside from that, you can pretty well skip it.
Yep. I did use the arrow keys, fool. See, the problem is we're watching it at 1.25. When you watch it at 1.25 speed, then you are actually watching at just about the same rate as the buffering can process. So you skip ahead, you skip past where it's already buffered. It's a thing. If we're watching it on normal speed, that doesn't happen. But we are using arrow keys. Lol. Anyway, go.
No additional questions?
All right.
You recall seeing two people there?
Sorry, I
You
can
recall seeing two people at that scene?
retotaled, but 2 passengers.
You don't see the mouse for
Retold,
fast
But
forwarding.
two people. When you say two,
Two people,
passengers,
yeah.
you mean two people
You
outside.
see people outside the car,
You
yes.
see the mouse for
As you
this
sit here
business
today,
over here.
do you recall having contact with either one or both of those people that were outside of the car?
Besides the patting down, no.
Judge, I have nothing further.
Okay,
Grant, it
thank
has
you.
just
Ross?
gone 2 a.m. on the dot.
I think Australia's in quotes.
Now, you were not the first officer on scene, is that correct?
Right back at you, Bobby.
Yeah, I don't believe so. I don't know.
In fact, Officer Penagua was
Don't
there
make me
before
come
you,
over there
isn't
and
that
shoot
correct?
your shit up.
Yeah,
Isn't it true that Officer Ocampo was there
Ozzy,
before
do a
you?
shit Bobby
Ocampo?
Baloney's shit up.
Recognize the name.
Okay, but there were multiple officers at the scene before you arrived, is that not
My
correct?
show in the morning because he
Possible.
keeps me entertained in chat.
I thought you just said yes, that at least one officer was there before you got there.
You said multiple.
Okay,
But I
so
don't-
how many officers were there before you got there?
I am not sure.
But you definitely were not the first officer on scene, right?
Yes.
Okay, and you've testified that you patted down one of the individuals. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, so is it fair to say that other officers would have patted down the other individuals, right?
Fair to say. It's possible.
Pardon?
It doesn't matter
Possible.
if you download it before
Well,
because the download only works
if you're the first officer on scene, you're not going to.
Oh my God, do we really have to do this? But yeah, see, this is the thing. As you're saying, anyone think Jeff would be professional and download it beforehand? Download when you click that download button at the bottom of YouTube, it doesn't really download it. It just kind of isolates it and keeps it out of the way. It actually kind of tends to buffer more when you use the download thing. I don't know why, but you could actually just rip it and then play it, but then you lose other things. Just hang the
The
fuck on.
captions and all kinds of
Yeah.
crap.
Don't make me put this back on normal speed so that I can, you don't want that. You don't want that to happen. You don't want that. Trust me.
just pat down one and leave the other person who could potentially be armed unpatted down or not patted down, right?
I mean, if you're
That
talking
wouldn't
about
be
a
safe.
scenario, I mean, I don't know. It's
But
possible I
other
patted down
people
once,
are like,
possible I patted
yeah,
down two.
Coke
I'm not
Fairy
sure. I
knows
know I
what
patted
shit's
down one.
on. Yeah.
For certain. Yes.
And the reason you pat people down is to make sure they're not carrying weapons, right?
Correct.
And the reason you do that is for officer safety, right?
Correct.
Because you don't want to get shot, right?
Right.
Correct.
So you're not going to pat down one individual and leave the other guy that could have a weapon just moseying around, are you?
I suppose not.
Okay. When you arrived, both of these individuals, Mr. Jones and Mr. Lowe, were outside of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Correct.
You saw the individual, the deceased individual in the front passenger seat. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did not touch that individual's hands. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say, yes.
Fair to say?
Waist.
Did you touch any part of that individual's body
No.
or person?
I did not.
I love.
You did not search the, I believe you said that you basically searched the area where these two individuals were standing outside the car and then the decedent inside the car. Is that correct?
Are you asking if I searched the decedent inside the car?
Well, I think your testimony was that you basically had contact with these two individuals, Mr. Jones, Mr. Lowe, and you looked at the individual inside the car. Is that fair to say?
Was it Officer We Too
Did
Low?
you take out your flashlight and start
No, it was
searching the
something
immediate
wrong.
area of the abandoned auto body shot?
I may have. I'm not sure.
Okay, would you
my
would
flashlight
you like to look at your report to refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I didn't see that flashlight part in there.
Did you see any part in there about you going out and searching the abandoned auto body shop?
No.
So it's not in your report, correct?
I don't think it's in my report.
Would you like to see a copy of your report?
I would like, yeah, sure.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
Is Mosey a misdemeanor or a felony? I think it's a misdemeanor because a Mosey is pretty close to loitering.
That's my only copy, so I'm gonna need that back, but if you just get a quick look at that. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Can you tell me if you searched the abandoned
I did not.
with a flashlight? No?
I did not.
Did you search the roofs of the abandoned automotive building?
I did not.
Did you search behind the fence of the automotive building?
I did not.
It was pretty dark out there.
Yeah, from what I could recall.
It was abandoned. There weren't any lights on in the building, right?
Not in the building now.
What was that building? What was it actually?
I'm not sure. The abandoned auto lot is what you're
Are
saying?
you sure or are you guessing?
Not sure.
Okay. You remember a fence being in very close proximity to where that car pulled in?
I do not.
So there would have been no reason, if you don't remember, that you don't have any recollection of certainly searching beyond a fence, right?
Correct.
You remember a food truck being behind the fence?
I do not.
So there would have been no reason for you to search beyond the fence because you don't remember a food truck. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How large would you say that property was for that automotive building, that business?
Not sure. Couldn't tell you.
But you certainly didn't take out your flashlight and you weren't searching all around. Is that correct?
Fair to say, yes. Not in the report.
Did any of you, what was that last part?
But I didn't mention it in my supplement report.
Okay, and this report that you do, this is done at or near the time of the event, correct?
Yes.
This isn't done a year later, right?
No.
This isn't done 2 years later, right?
No.
This isn't done in preparation for this jury to see, right?
No.
This is done after you did what you did.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, chill the fuck out, lady.
I have a little
Did any
quick
of your
about this one.
supervisors, any of the detectives?
What was that?
Okay,
What?
call me a bitch, but I have this pet peeve
Bitch?
when
You're a bitch.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, so when female attorneys don't brush their hair in the back and they're in front of the camera, it just really bothers me. And and call me catty or whatever, but like I
Catty.
just have a problem. Yeah. I don't know. It doesn't look good. And it's just like, is it so hard to just run a brush through the back of your hair? I keep seeing this in trials over and over again. And of course, men aren't
But
going
see,
to get
this
it.
is like
but,
this is the New Jersey Carmela Soprano. She went
Yeah.
down to Florida to be a lawyer, so that's kind of that. She never really left that 80s, 90s, mussed up hair look thing behind.
Also, it's like blonde at the bottom, but then not at the top. And I'm like, who is her
The
stylist?
drapes don't
And
match the curtains.
This is like
that
a
what you're
crime.
saying?
It's a crime against her. I don't know. It's like she like let her roots grow out forever during COVID. I feel like that's what we're looking at here. And it's just like, God, I hope when I'm an attorney, I don't look like that. Seriously, like
Attorney Fashion by Chandler Remington.
Here, yeah, that was fantastic social and legal commentary. I really have a lot to contribute today on this panel.
Yeah, you're contributing more than I am. I'm barely talking.
How you doing on time, Ozzy? Is this your?
I'll go until my eyes start to droop. So probably another 5 or 10.
All right.
Sergeants, lieutenants, anybody that came to that scene asked you to search the abandoned lot.
Not that I recall.
You believe or you knew there was a shooting, right?
It was apparent from the car that there was a shooting.
That's
Right.
fair.
Yes.
And it
Did I
never
say
dawned on you
drapes
or
and
suspected, well,
curtains?
hey, maybe I should poke around and see if there's maybe another weapon involved here?
Oops.
Well, that's what the patting down
Whatever.
came from, just to ensure there was no weapons.
I'm sorry?
The patting down of the individual, that's why I was
think I did.
ensuring there's no weapons in
Oh,
the vicinity
all right.
of what I was searching.
And the vicinity
I didn't
on
even
their
notice.
person.
On the
correct?
purse, correct, yes.
I didn't either. Obviously.
As a road patrol officer, one of your duties is to patrol the area within your
wrestler
jurisdiction. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is your jurisdiction, basically? Where does it run from and to? Can you just give me a broad idea? Is it the city of West Palm Beach, basically?
Basically.
Stone Cold
Okay.
Steve Austin.
And so you're pretty familiar with that area?
She's got Michael Hayes
Broadway area?
Freebird's hair.
Is that what you're asking? Or just
Yeah. Are you familiar with Broadway and 40th?
a little bit, yeah. I would say, I mean, I'm not proficient, with the area, but I'm familiar with it. Yes.
Is that one of the roads that you routinely patrol?
Yeah.
Okay. And is it fair to say that that area of Broadway, well, it starts out up by North Lake as US 1 and then it turns into Broadway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would you say was it fair to say that that area of Broadway in the vicinity of 40th and Broadway is primarily abandoned businesses? This is not a residential neighborhood that's well lit. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's abandoned properties.
I'm sorry?
I said there are abandoned businesses on Broadway.
Multiple abandoned.
Yeah,
businesses,
multiple.
right?
Yes.
Not just this one where this car pulled into and stopped, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Drake's American.
You're also aware that if somebody was driving south on US 1 that turns into Broadway, that one would go over a bridge. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's over the port of Palm Beach. Is that correct?
Yes.
Drapes and Merkin, is that like Tasmania in Australia?
If you were driving south
I have no idea
on
what Merkin
US 1, then turns into Broadway from the North Lake area,
Tasmania, it's a little bit
you would
south
pass
of
multiple signs for St.
Australia,
Mary's
kind of
Hospital. Is that
triangle
correct?
shape, bushy,
Not really familiar with the signs, but yes, I mean, there are probably hospital signs that point to St. Mary's.
Well, St.
not-
Mary's is, if you're traveling south
That was no
on
Les Patterson
US 1 that then turns into Broadway, isn't it true that St. Mary's Hospital is off of 45th or on 45th? So you would make a right-hand turn off of Broadway on 45th, right?
Yes.
And you would be right at St. Mary's, correct?
Correct.
St. Mary's is a trauma hospital, is that not?
This
What is a trauma hospital? Explain to the jury.
the hospital that treats
trauma
patients that have endured a traumatic injury, such as a gunshot or
Being on a
stabbing
silent
or
PS, I'm half asleep.
whatever the case may be.
Okay. And if these two gentlemen ended up at 40th and Broadway and they were traveling south on Broadway, past 45th, they would have passed
Yes.
St. Mary's Hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
And they would have passed the hospital signs to St. Mary's Hospital. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the easiest way
You
to
just
the hospital.
testified on direct examination that Mr. Jones and Mr. Lowe were, quote, yelling back and forth. Do you remember telling the jury this?
Yeah.
So did it appear that they were angry at one another, yelling back and forth at each other?
I honestly couldn't tell. Like I said, they were kind of appeared to be in shock. More of a traumatic incident seemed like took place. They were distraught. Couldn't really tell if they were yelling or crying or both. So
Well, you did testify on direct examination they were crying, did you?
no, I did. Like I just said, I couldn't tell what they were doing, but it appeared they were yelling at
Would
each
you
other.
like to see your report if you wrote in your report that they were?
I know that I put that they were yelling.
Okay, so you did not put in your report that they were crying, is that correct?
I couldn't tell.
No. Show me in your report. Would you like to see it?
No.
She's getting a little overly
I'm
carried
sorry?
with this
It's
guy,
what?
for my liking.
Well, that's kind of the point, I think, of the question.
Kind of the point to ask what's in the report.
What's the legal objection? Is there a legal objection?
No. What?
That's what redirect is for. All right.
May I
So
post
you
the
may, go ahead.
Zing.
Would you please take a report that was written the night of the
Zing.
incident?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors, please?
JSD's mostly civil and making some inroads into criminal, if that's what you're asking.
Nope. It is not in the report that they were crying.
May I approach?
You may.
Cry.
And today, on direct examination, when you were questioned by this governor,
I love Roy
you
Orbison.
said that these two men were, quote, yelling back and
I love the
forth.
Spanish
Remember that?
version of that song that was in Inland.
They weren't
no.
yelling back and forth at officers, right?
No.
They were yelling back and forth at one another, right?
Yep.
As though they were angry.
It appeared that way.
Llorando.
Nothing further. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any redirect? Okay.
Officer Griffin, when you did the pat down of either one or both men, did you locate any firearms?
I did not.
Locate any weapons at all?
I did not.
And in your report, you state, in your report, you just indicated that you did not write that they appeared to be in shock, that they appeared to be distraught, that they appeared to be yelling or whatever defense counsel asked you. You didn't write that in your report, right?
Correct.
Did you observe that?
I observed the yelling portion. I couldn't really put a gauge on what exactly their emotions were going through that at that time.
Have you seen people in shock before?
Yes.
Have you seen people distraught before?
Yes.
Is that what you saw that night?
Sorry? Overruled.
Have you seen people distraught before?
Yes.
Have you seen people traumatized before?
Yes.
Have you seen people in shock before?
Yes.
Is that what you saw in these two gentlemen that night?
I can't recall. The only thing I can say for certain is they were yelling.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Any reason why Officer Griffin can't go on about his day? No, Your Honor. All right. Thank you. Watch your steps. Stay safe.
All right. Thank you.
All right. And now we're going to take a witness out of order. Is that? No.
Such a
One
thoughtful
more?
judge.
Okay.
Stay
All right.
safe. Don't trip over your
Sure.
own feet. It'd be a liability in my courtroom.
Hmm.
No, she was kind of bitchy, huh?
Yeah, it was kind of
I
unnecessary.
mean, at least as much as me with the hair comments.
She must have heard you and decided to project it.
Mm. Well, at least now I know to bring a brush to court for the future. It's a lesson. I learned so much watching trials.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you.
There once was a boy named Pierre.
All right, sir. When you're comfortable up there, please make sure that microphone is closer to you. There you go. Will you please say and spell your first and last name for the record?
Yes, sir. First name is Pierre, Pierre. Last name is Etienne, Etienne.
Etienne?
Yes, sir. Etienne.
Thank you. All right, you may inquire, Mr. Klaus.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Pierre Etienne.
Good afternoon, sir. If you could just tell the members of the jury, what do you do for a living?
I am a police officer with the West Palm Beach Police Department.
Okay. How long you been with the West Palm Beach Police Department?
A little over 6 years.
Okay. And did you have any other law enforcement experience prior to that?
Yes, sir. I was in Gardens for almost a year.
Okay. And when you first started out, what year was that? Do you remember West Palm?
2014.
Okay.
Sorry, 2017. I apologize. 2017.
2017.
Yes.
And what position did you start out with West Palm?
Road patrol.
Okay. And if we move now to basically around midnight on April 7th, 2021,
Around midnight, you can let it all hang out. Okay. By the way, before we get on with Officer Pierre Etienne, who's probably seen a Rougarou in the bayou or two, with a name like that, we do have one starred super chat from Thunder Kid. I believe that's Thunder Kid. Thunder Kids, ho! That was Thundercats, never mind. Where is Branko when you need him? Branko would just be more snarky than Chandler, and I don't think we can handle that. The universe would implode. He would just be more critical of her hair.
I do love the snark. I don't think I could outdo. I can't outsnark Branka at all, but I can try.
Well, it looks like
Outsnark.
Pierre doesn't take shit from anybody with that look. He's like, come on, say something stupid. Say something stupid, lawyer.
do you remember what your position with the West Palm Beach Police Department was?
Yes, sir. Detective.
Okay. Were you assigned to any specific division within West Palm Beach Police Department?
Yes, sir. I was part of the Ghost Unit.
What does that mean?
It's an acronym that stands for Gang and Habitual Offender Suppression Team.
Okay. And now on Wednesday, April 7, 2021, around 12:18 a.m., did you get a call to respond to a location around 415 Broadway Avenue?
The location, 4015?
Yes.
Yes, sir. 4015 Broadway.
Okay. And is it basically at the intersection of 40th Street and Broadway where you responded to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And once you got that dispatch, did you proceed to that location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you arrived, do you remember if there were any other police officers that got there before you?
Yes, sir. There were several officers already on scene.
Okay.
Branka stars in that.
And when you first get to the scene,
Snarknado.
who, if anyone else, do you see that wasn't police officers at that?
That's pretty good job.
When I first arrived, I just noticed two individuals that were present with one officer, and I went towards that one
Also
officer.
starring Tara Reid.
And it was Officer Tavares.
He wishes.
Okay. And those two other individuals, were they white, black, Hispanic, Asian? Do you recall?
Two black males.
Okay. What would do you know what their relative ages were?
Black
late teens.
males.
I would say around 16 to 22.
Okay. And were you able to see their demeanor when you first interacted with them?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe to the jury what their demeanors were like?
Black man.
Yes, sir. The one individual that I specifically made contact with, he seemed very upset, very like in shock, angry.
Now, when you first arrived, do you have a lot of information about what had taken place, or do you have limited information about?
Limited information.
Okay. And so when you start interacting with the one male on scene, does the name Christopher Lowe ring a bell?
Yes, sir.
Was that the individual that you specifically interacted with when you got on scene?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And now when you get on scene, does your agency have any way that you can record kind of what's going on as soon as you kind of respond to a scene?
Yes, sir. My body camera.
Okay. And when you got to this scene at 40th Street and Broadway, did you activate your body worn camera to record what it is you were seeing at the time?
Yes, sir.
Have you had a chance to review that body worn camera footage?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And does it fairly and accurately represent basically once you get on scene, the interactions that you have with the individuals on scene?
Yes, sir.
Just one moment, Judge.
I think they didn't bring the officers on first because they wanted to get the shitty witnesses out of the way so that we just forget about them while they're doing all of this stuff. I honestly think that's why they did it. Because otherwise, you put the power witnesses, the eyewitnesses, the power ones on at the end to crush your case. They just got him out of the way at the beginning. I ain't scared of no ghosts. All right. They're getting
Is it
married before the
Dominic with a
judge.
fake beard?
It's like Ice-T just let himself go.
Yeah, I can see that. Oh wait, was that video footage? Yay!
Yeah, there's some video coming up.
Now, Detective Etienne, in relation to Mr. Christopher Lowe, did it appear to you in terms of his demeanor that he was still upset over what had just happened?
Yes.
Okay. And when you were speaking with him during that conversation, without saying for right now what was said, was he recounting to you what had happened basically 10 to 20 minutes beforehand?
So my initial conversation with him?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so in terms of the delay between when these shots were fired and when you took your you were interacting with him, would you say that was about 20 minutes after the fact?
I don't know, sir. I don't know when the shots were fired.
Okay. But in terms of when you started speaking with them, you recall it was around 12:18 a.m. when you got on scene?
If that's the time that you have, I guess so.
Okay. I have your report. Do you think that would refresh your memory as to when you got to the scene? If it does, officer.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to bring you up a copy just so we make sure we keep everything.
Yeah, no, I have that. I have it here.
Oh my
I have that time. A little after 18 minutes after midnight.
Okay, that's when you arrived on. All right. Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit State 69.
No, I don't like that.
No.
No, that's bad. That's very bad.
All right.
I'll be right back.
All right. And while they're having a sidebar, we will play an excerpt from the actual investigation of this police officer and our last witness, Tyler.
I am not gay. I have relationships with women and sex with men.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Oh, they're still at the sidebar. Humor ended. Now we just sit and wait.
Why are you gay?
Jesus. No! Stop that. It does never grow old. And see, since I played that clip, we've got 25 more viewers. I should keep playing it. We'll have 1,000 in no time. We've currently got 766. Welcome, people. We're just going through this. We're slogging through this. We're making snarky comments and annoying people by reminding you to like and subscribe every goddamn chance we get.
When you got out of the vehicle at 40th Street and Broadway, did you wait 30 minutes to talk to this Christopher Lowe?
No, sir.
And if you can remember, do you remember, was it within 1 to 2 minutes where you started interacting with Chris Lowe when you got on scene?
Yeah, it was shortly after I got on scene.
Okay. And then when you start interacting with him, are you doing an in-depth interview where you're asking questions and he's giving answers?
No, not in depth. I was just trying to find out exactly where this incident had occurred or started.
Okay. So in terms of the amount of questions that you asked, 1 to 2 minutes upon arriving on scene, the number of questions you asked were limited, right? And then in terms of Christopher Lowe's responses, did he just kind of answer your general question of what had just taken place?
Yes.
Judge, at this point, the state would seek to admit 69.
Any objection? Very well, thank you.
Kevin Clark, I am not putting that on the screen.
The document is, or the disc is, you may publish. It's admitted without objection. Thank you. That's 51, did you say?
69.
69. Boy, was I off. All right.
469.
Sure. As soon as you're ready.
Oh
That would
crap!
be
It
so
does look like
funny.
Epic Mike's on the stand.
Ooh, they're at a rave. Cool. Just popping Molly.
Is it in the Travis Rudolph? Where down? What city? Here. In the city. Yes. Okay, but
This is
you
what
want
it looks
to-
like when you lick those little ecstasy laced lollipop rings.
Yeah.
I have questions, but I don't want any of them answered.
Okay, did you pass the bridge? We don't know. I can't tell you. So much is happening. My boy. It's like 5 minutes down the road. Bro, it's important for us to know where it happened. We're not there. That's our home? No, I did not know. They're saying that it's happened at Travis Rudolph's house. Can you look up that name and see what address is on file? Hey, come here. So, you was at somebody's house? Yes. We came to his house before.
You got to go to a cop rave. That's-
We on the Gardens? Gardens? Yeah. No, we're not Gardens. No, it's over here. No, North Lake. No. You say North Lake? No, North Lake Park. Okay. I don't know there. I think we're still not sure on all of that yet. I don't know if Travis Rudolph I'm so scared.
Oh God, how long is this? Okay, good.
You have your like I don't. I left in my car. Were you the driver? No. Okay, where were you sitting there? They trying to get hit too?
Don't worry, there's only 3 more minutes of this.
You know, for the shooting? And, okay, so you got like Travis' house? And he tried to fight you guys? We didn't talk to him. Yeah, we didn't talk to him. Okay. From there to that, and then they part. And one of them here saying that the shooter had to shoot off. So one of them saying that they went to his house to talk to him, and then he came out there shooting. Okay, come back.
All right, we'll pause this just to give our eardrums a little break. There's still about 2 minutes of this left, apparently, from the scan. But just so you know what's going on here, the angle of the court camera that makes video look. It seems like it's actually really good video camera, but I mean the body cam seems to be really good. But what you're looking at is the camera focusing on the screen from about 160-degree angle. They're at a really severe angle looking at it, and you're getting the body cam audio being pumped through the sound system and then just through the random mics in the courtroom. So yeah, we're just doomed. We get nothing out of these body cam footages, but yeah, it's just all because of the angle of the camera. Now, all right, everybody, here you go. Plug your ears again. We've got 2 more minutes of this.
I don't understand. So you got like the Travis Rudolph house talk show, right? Okay.
Only 3 minutes left. 3 minutes. What are you, like a fucking superhero? 3 minutes?
I need plus to figure out this out. I need to know what happened, okay? So you got what the Travis Rudolph house talk show. Yes. And then what happened to that? He came out with a fight. Okay. Yes. She's already hostile on that. Okay. So he came out with a fight. Okay. Happened between you guys? Yes. Argument verbally. Okay. Yeah. And then when you saw shooting, you went to the house and already was talking to us, so ran to the car. Okay, and then that's how you guys leave it. Backseat, I'm just. Oh, this is some fucking movie. Just make sure you're not hit, you're not hurt. All you think, if you just look at you, I'll check you out. Make sure you're not hit, because you know, adrenaline and stuff. You good, I swear. Okay. Yo, come here. I need your name, Ross. Christopher Lowe. Christopher, stay here, stay here. Okay. I'm trying to. I understand. Listen, this is not crazy shit. Listen, yeah. And listen, and I'm not blowing up your ass. I'll be shy. All right. Okay, one word. Yeah, I know I scared that shit. I know I scared that shit. Listen, okay? So. Oh my God. So this is high. Crystal Fur, low, right? Yes. LOWE? Yeah. What's your middle name? Brian. Right. And what's your date of birth? February 13th, 2000. I just check on my love, bro. That's it. I just feel like I love you. That's it. Oh, yeah, that's fine. And then what's your phone number?
Music.
377 8266. 8266? Yes. All right. What's your address, boss? 5045. Hill Drive. Hill Drive? Yeah. What's that at? What's Palm Beach? What's your boy's name? Yeah. What's your boy's name? What's your boy's name? Sebastian? You got the Sebastian what? Oh my God, for Sebastian? Yeah. Gene? Jack Ways. JACQUES. You ain't that birth? Oh, yeah. He just turned 21. He just turned 21? He just turned 21 Sunday. Okay. Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. Oh God. Yo. Oh my fucking God. Fucking shit. All right. Let me have you stay.
That's not me.
Yeah, just going. I need you. I can't have you talk. Yeah. I just can't have you talk. Oh my God. Right. Why is he still in the car? Why is he still in the car? Why is he still in the car, man? Why is he still in the car, man? This is nothing that you're not gonna know. Okay. So,
Music applause, music.
Yeah. Look at me. I'm not afraid of life. Is that something that you're not gonna figure out? Right? It's not something that you're not gonna know. Hey, when did you guys go to the hospital? I'm just asking. When did you guys go to the St. Mary's Hospital? The car stopped working. The car stopped working? Oh my God, bro. Bro. Oh my God, bro. I said the car something go like I don't even see it. That's like using a couple after. Yep, it's kind of in the car.
Oh my God, I can't take this anymore. Okay, looks like we're done.
Yeah. I know. I don't know how I didn't get hit, bro. Yeah.
Oh, thank Christ. My God.
That was unbearable.
Wow.
Well, that was the wife coming in to see where I was, so I'm going to head off.
All righty. Have a good night, sir. Thank you for joining us for the early stages. You go to bed.
Yeah.
Chandler's napping as well, so I'll just.
I'm trying to stay awake. I'm really like I usually get up so much earlier than this for OJ, and this one's putting me to sleep.
Well, can't all be fun and games all the time. Ozzy, thank you for being here.
No worries, guys. Stay
What's
healthy,
coming up
live
next?
life, people, and I'll see you in 4 or 5 hours.
All right. It was
Got
so
a
nice
video
being on
coming
stream.
up in 4 or 5
I missed
hours.
you. We'll have to stream soon. Have a good night.
You too.
Later, sir. Take care. That's Ozzy Overlord, everybody. Give him your Chandler is in bed now. She's just got the sheet up over her head, so her mother
I'm-
doesn't see that she's on the computer so early in the morning.
I'm not.
That's what we used to do when
I
we were
have-
watching when
I
it was
have a
like
very ugly
Skinamax
background.
free weekend.
I put
Yeah,
I
we
did
missed
put a
the tape
blanket
on
up behind me, so it's like I it's better than like the tape on the wall, but I'm working on it. I'm working on a better setup. So
We're familiar with the tape. It's like the free weekends with Cinemax when you like put the blanket over the TV so the parents can't see the light so they don't know you're watching the skin flicks on Friday night.
yeah, that I wish this was as riveting as that.
Oh wow! So that was the video. We get nothing out of these videos. I mean, that was just tragic.
I love
Vienna
how they
waits
positioned
for
the
you.
camera right there.
Yeah. Well, one of my favorite Billy Joel songs, by the way, Vienna Waits for You. The posse just can't keep their shirts on. Not to be confused with Vienna Calling by Falco. John Gary, we already read that one. That was our big explanation. All right. So thank God that's over.
What now?
Chandler
next?
streaming from her pillow fort.
Yes, I'm very cozy, very comfy.
Chandler Remington's in Fort Brooks. Yeah, there you go. I've got Careless Whisper as an earworm and it's Jeff's fault. Sorry. Wow, that video was literally like scratching on a chalkboard with a dentist drill. That was bad. All right. Let's go.
I can't
Now,
decide which
Detective
the most
Etienne, at
irritating
the end of
part
that
about
video,
this.
what were you doing with Mr. Christopher Lowe?
He just wanted to sit in the back of a police car, which I allowed him to do so.
Okay. And before you let him into the car, did you pat him down for any weapons?
Yes, sir.
Did you locate any weapons whatsoever?
No, sir.
Any firearms?
No, sir.
Any knives?
No, sir.
Any brass knuckles?
No, sir.
It is, but under the circumstances, I'll allow it.
Now, once kind of got Christopher Lowe in your car, do you take the information basically that we saw you gain through that interview and do you give it to the other detectives that are working on the case?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then in terms of your actual involvement in the case, were you asked to do anything else in relation to this investigation short of what we basically saw in that videotape?
No, sir.
All right. Just one moment, Your Honor.
Chandler needs a green screen. Then she can be put anywhere. Rubber chickens, whoopee cushions, spears,
All
knuckle
right,
dusters,
in cross.
nuclear warheads. All right. Here comes the riveting, unnecessarily confrontational cross-examination from Edie Falco.
Etienne, excuse me. You're
Oh,
assigned to the West
Demois.
Palm Beach Criminal Investigation Division, the Ghost Unit, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is Ghost Unit?
It stands for gang and habitual offender suppression team.
And basically, what is the purpose of that unit?
We do it all, but mainly narcotics, street, anything involving weapons, firearms, narcotics, anything violent we respond to. And then whatever problems we have throughout the city, we kind of handle it also.
As a member of that unit, given the nature of
A
the
pterodactyl
call,
flying about.
were you called out specifically because it involved a crime of violence?
No, we weren't called out specifically. We just go to anything that involves any type of weapon, especially a shooting. We definitely go to that. But anytime it could be a domestic situation where somebody could have a weapon or something like that, we would go to it.
Okay.
So,
All right. You watched what was shown here right in court, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the time on that body cam appears to be at 4:33 in the morning. Did you see that, sir?
No, ma'am.
What time do you recall being there?
I got dispatched at 18 after midnight.
18 minutes after midnight.
Yes, ma'am.
And what time do you think you actually responded?
Nice.
What time did I actually respond?
Yes.
The time that I put on the paper. 18 minutes after midnight.
That was the time that you actually got there.
Yeah. No, that's the time I started going there. As far as how long it took me to get there, I don't know.
Roughly. Do you have an idea?
Minutes.
Okay. And again, if this were to say 4:30 a.m., you would have no explanation as to why that is?
I don't know how the body cam operates as far as the time.
Okay. According to what you testified, the 911 call was made from the location of 4015 Broadway. Is that correct?
Cajun old fellow.
So
old
the
Cajun
call
dude.
was not made while it was up in North Lake. Is that correct? North Lake Boulevard?
No.
The call wasn't made by the bridge that you spoke of or that was identified on this body cam. Is that correct?
No.
The call wasn't made when it was still on US 1. Is that correct?
No.
The call
You're
was
not
actually
wrong,
made
Notes on
at
the
the
phone.
location of 40th and Broadway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And again, there were several officers on scene prior to your arrival.
Yes, ma'am.
You asked at one point in that body cam, you said something along the lines of, was Travis Rudolph, I'm assuming, was he hit too? You remember that?
Yes.
Why did you ask these two men if Travis Rudolph was hit also?
I mean, that's something I always ask. I don't know because I didn't know what the incident, how the incident happened. Typically in a shooting, there could be there could be multiple shooters. It could be a gun battle. I don't know. So I just like to check on everybody, make sure like we don't have somebody somewhere else bleeding out that possibly needs medical attention.
Was there anything in your training experience and the
coulda got bit
demeanor
by
of
a
these
gator.
two men that
On
led
the
you to believe
Riveroo.
that they could have also possibly had weapons, and that's why you asked if Travis Rudolph had been hit?
No, ma'am. It's just basic, just the basic stuff that I asked.
That's just in your normal course of questioning?
Yes, ma'am.
There was a time that one of them said something along the lines of Tyler's missing. We're still missing Tyler, is what he said. Did you ask him who this Tyler was?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
I don't think I heard that.
It was right on your body cam.
Yes, it was on my body cam, but in the moment I didn't hear it.
Okay. Did the other gentleman tell you anything about a Tyler Robinson being missing from the vehicle?
What other gentleman?
Okay, you only made contact with the one gentleman
Yes, ma'am. I only spoke to Mr. Lowe.
and never spoke with the other gentleman?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did any of the other law enforcement officers tell you anything that the other gentleman said without telling me what they said, if anything?
No, ma'am. Other than what was said by Officer Tavares while I was close by him, that it happened in Lake Park. Other than that, no, ma'am.
But after speaking with Mr. Lowe and after speaking with the other officers and your observations on scene, did you ever have an idea that there was another gentleman, Tyler Robinson, missing that was in this vehicle?
No, ma'am. I learned that later on.
After you had cleared that?
After everything was, yes.
Did any of this, did Mr. Lowe ever mention to you that Mr. Robinson had a gun?
That who?
Mr. Tyler Robinson, that he had a gun?
No, ma'am.
You also mentioned to them that they crossed a bridge. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
What was significant about that? Why did you ask him that?
To see what route they took to get down here. Because we have a bridge that separates our city and the city of Riviera Beach.
Settle
How
down,
long is
defense
that bridge
lawyer. We'll
roughly in
cross that
length?
bridge when we
I
come
don't
to
know,
it.
ma'am.
And that's over the Port of Palm Beach, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And if someone were coming from North Lake going down US 1 that later turns into Broadway, they would have had to have passed over that bridge, correct?
Coming to our city, yes.
And you also remember being
Coming into our
asking him
shitty.
questions about why he didn't go to St. Mary's Hospital?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did you think that was odd?
The hospital was close by to where they came to a stop.
Actually, it was several
No,
blocks
Kevin.
north of it.
North of it, yes, ma'am.
So they passed the hospital, right?
I don't know what route they took to get down here.
All right, well, assuming that they came from North Lake and they went down US 1 and then went down straight on Broadway, passing 45th, would they not have passed the hospital?
Depending on the route that they took, if they took Greenwood, then they would have passed the hospital. If they took Broadway, they would have to make right turn to get to the hospital.
Exactly. If you're on Broadway, you make a right down 45th and you would have been right there at the hospital, correct?
Yes.
There are hospital signs along that stretch of travel, is there not?
Yikes.
Along where?
Along Broadway and US 1 that said you can get to St. Mary's by 45th Street. Are there not signs?
I don't know that, ma'am.
Okay. May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
She's having a
No
moment.
further questions. Thank you, sir.
Any redirect? Okay.
In April of 2021, how long had you been a West Palm Beach police officer?
April of 2021.
Yep. How long had you been an officer up to that point?
I got hired in 2017, so my math is right, 4 years.
Okay. And during that 4-year period, was your road patrol basically in the same type of area that you ended up responding to?
Yeah, most of it, yes.
Okay. And at this point, I guess it's up to 2023, about 6 years you've been a police officer?
Yes.
To this day, are you sure what those signs look like?
No, sir.
All right. And when you were talking with Mr. Christopher Lowe, did you ever ask him how familiar he was with the area that you were in?
Overruled.
No, sir. At one point, I remember asking him why didn't he go to the hospital. And he told me that he's not familiar with the area. He's not from around there.
And in terms of the video that we saw, what was his response when you first asked him, well, why don't you go to the hospital?
Overruled.
Do you recall what his first response was when you said, hey, why don't you go to the hospital?
No, I don't. I honestly don't remember. Sorry.
But in terms of what he did say, it's on that video that you.
Yes, sir. It is. Yes.
All right. Thank you very much, officer. No further questions.
All right. Any reason why Detective Etienne can't go on about his day? All right. Thank you. Watch your step, detective. Stay
Oh,
safe.
he's a detective.
Now we're going to have
I had him as
the
an
witness
officer,
out of
too.
order. Okay. Very well. And who's
You're
that?
out of order. He's out of order.
Okay.
This whole damn system is out of order. Okay, now what's going to happen is they're running way behind in this trial. They were expecting it to apparently to be about a week, and they're already into day 6. This point is day 4, so they'd clearly expected to have the prosecution rest by this point, but they haven't been able to. And so what apparently has happened, I don't know if they'll explain it or not, but the defense had a doctor who's here to testify about something. And he was apparently told to be available from this date to this date to give testimony. And for some reason, he can't stick around. So what they're going to do now is take a defense witness out of order. So the next guy that's going to be on the stand is actually the defense's witness, not the prosecution. So the defense will handle the direct examination. The prosecution will handle the cross-examination. They're just taking him out of order, taking him out of turn because he apparently can't stick around for the appropriate time of the trial. It happened. Judges try to avoid it, but sometimes it's unavoidable and necessary. So that's what they're doing here. FY freaking I.
Good to know.
Let me fix my thing over here. Dr. John Marraccini. Dr. Marraccini.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Okay, mind you, this is a defense
Will you please
witness.
say and spell your first and last name for the record?
My name is Dr. John, John Marraccini, Marraccini.
Thank you, Dr.
Dr.
Marraccini.
John
All right.
is a hell of a piano
Do
player.
you want me to advise the
Los
jury
Scotias.
that this witness is a defense
Dr.
witness
John
being
is
taken
Los
out of order
Scotias.
simply to accommodate everyone?
Yes, sir.
All right, very well. So you just heard what I asked, and that's the scoop, folks. All right, you may inquire. Mr. Shiner.
Do me a favor, just spell your last name slowly for us.
Marraccini. Marraccini.
All right, and your first name is John?
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit about your educational history?
Sure. I graduated from Harvard Medical School in 1978.
I already hate
After
it.
that, I completed 5 years of postgraduate education.
How do you know someone went to
At
Harvard?
the University of Miami.
You don't have to worry. They'll tell you. in
the
first
county
30
hospital in
seconds.
Miami and the Dade County Medical Examiner's
They're
Office.
vegan or do
As a result
CrossFit.
of
Yeah.
training and experience, I became board certified in 3 areas of pathology: anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology. I've been an associate medical examiner in Dade County, associate medical examiner in Palm Beach County, deputy chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County, and chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County. I'm a member of local, state, and national physician and medical examiner associations. I've published 10 papers. And in addition to doing forensic consultations now, I also have a family practice.
All right, and what is a medical examiner that you just talked about? What is that?
A medical examiner is a forensic pathologist hired by the state, and that person performs autopsies and determines the cause and manner of death in accordance to a variety of Florida laws.
And how many years did you do that in Miami?
I was a medical examiner for 1 year in Miami and for approximately 10 years in Palm Beach County.
And you said at one point you were the chief medical examiner in Palm Beach County.
Correct.
What was your responsibilities as the chief medical examiner?
Well, besides doing autopsies and determining cause and manner of death, I supervised other physicians who were associate medical examiners under me at that time.
What is forensic pathology? You mentioned that word. What is that?
Forensic pathology is the study of changes in the body, in tissues, and in fluids that relate to certain types of deaths, deaths of certain manner. The manner could be a natural death, a suicide, an accident, or a homicide. These deaths are, required to be investigated under various statutes in Florida and classified under other statutes, both for medical examiners and in terms of vital statistics.
Okay, and somebody used the term homicide when you were a medical examiner. The term homicide, what does that mean exactly? A homicide?
Homicide is either the active killing of one person by another person, or it is by neglect causing the death of another at such a level that it becomes of criminal concern. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that a homicide is a criminal action per se. For instance, when a law enforcement officer, shoots someone in the line of duty and they die, That's not necessarily a prosecution or quote a murder unquote, but homicides are those types of classes that have those types of cases that are classified in that way.
Okay, so whether someone, like a police officer acting in self-defense or not, if another human being kills another human being, that would be classified as a homicide?
Right. It's classified as a homicide for vital statistics purposes so that the state can sort out different types of deaths and keep track and trend.
All right. And now you said you have a family practice and a consulting practice?
Right. For about 20 hours a week, I am a forensic consultant, either do a private autopsy or review the paper product
Thank you, Donna T.
of other medical examiners,
We'll catch up
photographs,
over the weekend.
and different kinds of case informations so that I could provide an independent opinion, perhaps to the cause of manner of death, or alternatively, in the case of gunfire, for, you know, direction of gunfire, and then certain other questions that would come up before the courts. And the other 20 hours a week, I have a family practice, which, you know, I heal the sick, and
Just
anyone
like
above the age
Jesus.
of 5 and below the age of 110 qualify. So
He's a miracle worker.
In terms of your
That was
consulting
Helen
practice,
Keller.
how long have you been doing that approximately?
well, I've actually been consulting since 1982, but I was consulting even when I was a full-time medical examiner in Palm Beach County. So it goes all the way back, beginning at the time that I was a fellow in forensic pathology in
Back when I
1983
helped
or
develop
so.
the Hippocratic
So
Oath with Hippocrates.
So I've been doing it for decades.
What's a fellow in pathology? What's a fellow?
Well, fellow, you've heard of the term
It's a bloke, a
intern,
young man,
resident,
a
fellow.
chap.
Well, fellow is the next step up where you're doing a
Fellow is a
subspecialty
jolly good member of
any
our
particular
team.
field of medicine. In this particular case, forensic pathology is considered a subspecialty of
Are you
pathology in
doing full
general.
of fellows?
And when you were a medical examiner in Miami and Palm Beach County, were you hired by the state of Florida?
Yes. Originally, indirectly hired. I'm a sub-appointee or appointee of the governor under those circumstances. But the actual hiring in the case where I was employed in, for instance, in Palm Beach, I was actually an independent contractor to the chief medical examiner for a
That
number of
means he's a
years.
mercenary.
And then I became an independent contractor to the county.
And as a consultant, are you hired only by defense lawyers, or how does that work?
Well, as a consultant, I could be hired by, the prosecution or the defense. Practically speaking, though, once I stopped being a full-time medical examiner, I'm mostly hired by defense attorneys. And then in civil cases, I could be hired by the plaintiff or the defense in roughly a 60-40 ratio.
Okay. Were you contacted by my office to give a possible opinion in this case?
Yes.
You recall when that was approximately?
I think it was around May or June of 2021.
How long till we get to the how much do you
And
get
do you
paid?
recall what you were tasked to do?
Well, first of all, to review in general the ballistic injury, and then to determine whether or not there was some evidence, specifically in this case, of whether, some finding might indicate the holding of a weapon by the decedent in this particular case.
Okay, so the injuries that you were tasked to look at, was that for the decedent or anybody else?
I was tasked to look at the injuries of the deceased.
All right, and did you receive a copy of what you believe was all the discovery that was sent to the defense?
Right. The discovery included everything the medical examiner did, including their photographs, both at the scene and at the time of autopsy, and their written reports, conclusions, and so forth. And I received police reports. I received copies of depositions. I received crime scene investigator reports and photography regarding this particular case. I looked at some ballistic reviews and analysis by the firearms examiner.
All right.
It'd be
And
funny if
specifically,
Dr.
were you tasked
Malkovich
with
started
basically
pointing the
one question by the
defendant
defense?
singing Fat Boy Slim's
Well, the most
weapon
important
of choice
question,
and
yes. So
dancing
what
around the
what
courtroom.
does a particular finding on a hand mean? And the hand in question is the hand of one deceased person.
Okay, and what were you asked to make an opinion about the hand?
Very specifically, I was asked if the posture of a hand might indicate that a firearm or other weapon was clutched by the hand on or about the time of death.
And I believe there's an objection to defense number 18.
Okay, and why they're talking about this guy? Why all this testimony about he's going to testify about what happens when someone dies and what they clutch in their hand is because the defense is saying that the deceased person, his hand was frozen in a position as if he had been holding something that would resemble a firearm, a pistol. So I guess they're going to get him to testify. His hand was in rigor in a form of someone who would be holding a weapon of some sort.
Fascinating. I did not know that detail.
Yeah.
Thank you.
finally
right.
something interesting.
It's submitted then without objection.
Need the witness step down, Your Honor.
Yes, watch your step, doctor.
I mean, this
Not
trial
one
has
of
had
you-
its moments, but
You may.
you know.
You're going to have to share. There you go. Thank you.
All right.
Of course, we're going to see this like at the most
Sure.
extreme angle possible.
Well, okay. All right.
Looks like a hand. That's a
That,
hand, all right.
I'm
Most of the time we
convinced.
see a hand like this, it's a posture that we see in someone who's committed suicide with a handgun. But sometimes we can see this in homicide cases. So if an
Prosecutor,
individual
defense lawyer, would you mind
has
doing
been
the
in the
time warp
process where
and
lactic acid builds
taking
up
a
in the
jump
hand,
to the left and
like
then a
from a
step to the right?
struggle or combat and things like that, the hand muscles can become very tight right after
That's
death.
the pelvic
And this
thrust
is a
that will really
process
drive the
of,
jury insane.
accelerated rigor mortis, some people call it. But what it really means is that the small muscles and the medium-sized muscles that are most used will, develop
Yes,
acid
it does.
very quickly. And so people get what's in the military is referred to and otherwise referred to as like a death grip on a weapon. But it could be a lesser degree than that. It doesn't.
Yes, when they talk about
sometimes
prying
it's
something
difficult to
from your
remove the
cold,
firearm.
dead
Now,
hands, this is
conversely, if someone
literally
has
what
not
they
been
mean.
in the middle of a significant
Huh.
use of
Literally.
the arm, like if someone just suddenly pulls a gun out of a drawer and shoots himself in the
That's
head,
good, Jeff.
then this process would
seriously.
not occur usually, and the gun would fall out of the hand, with recoil and so forth. So the point I'm trying to make is that we see two things. Number one, a posture is consistent
If I had a
with
mustache,
the holding
I'd
of a
stroke it.
firearm, and the other is that because of the physical exertion that this individual was in, based on the history that we know.
Well, let me ask you this. Did you see evidence and photographs from the medical examiner of injuries to this gentleman's knuckles?
Yes, he has bruises on the opposite side of his hand. So,
Did you see all the pictures of this gentleman that the medical examiner's investigator took?
right, I saw hundreds of pictures, some from the medical examiner and some from the crime scene.
Well, the head
bruises
trauma,
on both
that'll
the hands?
that's generally your
I
arms
know
will
at least the
stick
right hand.
up and your fists will
Please continue.
clench,
What else do we see?
not
in
sit
this
like
offensive
this.
All right, so you have to see a couple things. Number one,
Or
you see
it'll be
this
like
area
this or
here
like
in the
this.
index finger.
Not like
that suggests of a trigger
literally a
impression, but
gun.
that's not nearly as important as what you begin to see here is a palmar surface of the hand has evidence of a little bit of bruising with some pattern to it. So, when we see this, we see that as further evidence of contact with the hand combined with the overall posture. We think of someone who was embracing a firearm on or about the time they were killed.
Now, did you see? You said you saw a lot of photographs. Obviously, they weren't all on poster boards. They were just probably 8x10s.
Well, I saw 8x10s and I saw some, actually digitally prepared photographs, so forth. I saw a lot of different photographs, some of which were overexposed, but this actually shows, I think, one of the better images.
Is this photograph fairly and accurately depict in your mind what you described as the certain injuries to the hand?
It does at the seat, correct?
Are you also familiar with firearms?
Yes.
Firearms?
Yes.
Been studying firearms since you've been a doctor?
Well, yes, but I've been shooting since I was 12 or so. But in addition to that, I had some training directly as a medical examiner with the firearms ID section in the Miami-Dade Police Department, and the cases I had as a medical examiner in Dade and Palm Beach County interface with law enforcement, and the study and comparison of weapons, their injuries, and transfer information from a weapon to a hand, for instance, whether it be gunpowder if the firearm was fired or a pattern of contact and so on and so forth.
Okay. And do you have an opinion based on all your training and experience if the decedent's hand in the right hand in this photograph is consistent with holding a firearm prior to death or after death as well?
It's consistent with the embrace of a firearm.
What was the last word before firearm?
Embrace of holding.
Embrace meaning holding.
Holding, yes. Gripping, holding. And
All right, thank you. You can be seated. Thank you. I'll take that from you.
Well, what do you know about that? Finally, I'm awake a little bit.
That sort of looks like someone holding a gun when they die.
It really does. Because you'd think the muscles would
Do you have
tense
an
up if there wasn't
opportunity to
something
view
in
the
there
photographs
to
of what
clench
may have been in the
fist.
car where the decedent was sitting?
yes.
Anything in that car whatsoever that's consistent with the injuries, in your opinion, that we see in this photograph here in front of us that would have caused those injuries?
Well, you're talking about the gripped posture and the markings that we talked about. Well, the gripped posture and the markings we talked about, one of the things we do is we look at the picture at the scene and says, well, is there some other object that would look like this or it could cause this?
Okay, and that's a good place to talk about things that a couple of people have noticed. These are just two examples. To be fair, it makes no difference what it looks like. There's no actual gun. And Richard W. is saying, where's the skepticism? This wasn't some guy that ate a bullet and was found holding the gun hours later. Well, this is what goes on here. First of all, we have to remember this is a defense witness. The defense does not have to actually prove anything. They don't have to prove what this guy was doing. They just have to they have to do two things here. They have to, one, raise the possibility that the defendant was acting in self-defense. How to do that would be to say this guy was most likely holding a gun at the time he was shot by the defendant. And two, they just have to put reasonable doubt in the minds of the jurors to counteract the prosecution's assertion that nobody pulled a gun at any time and pointed it at the defendant. The defendant was just wanting to murder some people because he was angry about being jumped. And so all this guy has to do is make the jurors go, well, that looks like there may have been a gun here. That's a reasonable explanation. It's reasonable based on this picture and this expert's testimony that this guy might have been holding a gun at the time he was shot.
Right.
And
I mean,
if that plants it, then defense. But
well, I was just going to say there's always no cross-examination. The state can put up their own counter witness if they want. If the state wants to put on a medical examiner that says, "Oh, I've seen tons of like hand positions like that in my day, and they didn't have anything to do with weapons," like they can do that perfectly easily. But you're exactly right. It's all about creating reasonable doubt. That's the most important thing.
Yes, this is a defense witness. He's being taken out of order. His scheduling, he was supposed to be here. We're supposed to be to this point in the trial, but his schedule apparently won't allow him to stick around. So he is a defense witness. So that's what his job here is now, to testify for the defense. So it's still speculation, but that's the point. The defense gets to speculate. If it's a reasonable explanation, if it's possible that what this guy is saying is true, that's reasonable doubt, and you must acquit the defense. You must acquit the defendant if what this guy is saying is a reasonable explanation. If the speculation is reasonable, that's reasonable doubt. Because it could possibly be a gun. It could possibly be that. And now the state is going to have to come up with a very, very good explanation as to why that's not even possible to speculate that it might be him holding a firearm at the time he was shot.
I'm curious to see what the state says. But I definitely am paying attention to this. It's been that kind of trial where you're like, it slogs on. And this is the first moment that my ears have perked up a little bit. And I'm thinking, I imagine the jury is probably intrigued by this as well. I hadn't heard this up until this point. So, it's interesting.
Yep. This right now, gut level from what we've seen from the prosecution's witness thus far, and just seeing that picture went, okay, that sounds reasonable.
Well, because you're trying to piece together what happened. You have this really grainy video footage, and then you have people's bodies blocking what's really going on. You have these, these prosecution witnesses who are super shady, who aren't going to tell you what really happened. And so you have to figure out what's going on here.
Well, as Corn Pope says, one guy has already thrown away a gun and already admitted to having a gun and throwing it away because the dog found it. If that dog didn't find that fucking gun, he would never, ever, ever, ever admitted to having it. Exactly. But the fact that the dog found it, he's forced to admit it was there. And there's bulges in everybody's pocket. One guy has a gun. Nobody else had a gun. But this guy seems to have his fingers locked in the position of someone who may have been holding a gun when they died. So there we go. Possible reasonable doubt that the prosecution is going to have to overcome. Anywho, just a little note there.
Yeah, no, I'm paying attention now. I'm interested.
We consider, for instance, I think there was a cell phone at the scene. Oh, okay, maybe he was just holding a cell phone. So the cell phone at the scene, however,
could be,
was located, I think, in a kind of like a pocket area of the door. And furthermore, there was no transfer of any blood or tissue onto the phone.
And I believe the guy's phone was in the trunk.
Some kind of force consistent with gunfire. But at the end of the day,
right,
without the transfer of any blood or tissue
normal
to the phone, it would be hard to place that phone in that hand, creating that impression.
How about there was a pen in the car? Did you think a pen could have caused anything like we're seeing here?
Right. There were other objects. There was a pen there. There was a cell phone charging cord. There were a few other objects. So I looked at all the objects in the car. I said, well, what else we got? I didn't see anything else in there that would, be suggestive of this per se.
Okay.
Ms. Perlette.
That's okay. I have no further questions.
Oh, okay.
You side nominee. Thank you.
All right. Any cross?
Yeah, sure.
All righty.
That was strong. That was short, sweet, and strong. Now let's see what the prosecution has to say.
It's actually impactful, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Now, doctor, I believe you said that at a certain point in time when you left the medical examiner's office, started being a private consultant on matters like this, right?
Yes.
When was that? When did that begin?
Well, I mean, it overlapped. I was doing that even before I left the medical examiner's office for a number of years.
Let's talk about after you left the medical examiner's office.
Well, let's see. I was finally completely out of the medical examiner's office in 1999.
Okay. So from 1999,
did
you started doing private consulting, right?
Well, I continued. As I mentioned, I had started that decades prior.
Okay. So post 1999, approximately how many cases have you worked on as a private forensic consultant?
Hundreds.
How many of those for the state of Florida?
Perhaps 3. The state of Florida. One time I was retained by the sheriff here in Palm Beach County to review a case.
Okay. So how many times was it then, doctor?
Well, if you include the sheriff or the state attorney in Dade, Broward, or Palm Beach County, let's call it 4.
Okay. Are you sure about 4? Could it be 3?
Well, with the state's attorneys, it's 3. Let's see. Prosecutor's office in Dade County, there's 1. Sheriff's office in Palm Beach County, there's 1. I mean, it's not that many.
All right. Now let's talk about, since 1999, how many times have you been hired by defense counsel for purposes like this?
Let's see. Let me do the math here. Well, several hundred times, I guess.
All right. So 3 to 4 times you would say for the state since 1999?
So he's prejudiced against
And hundreds of times
prosecutors.
for defense counsel?
He's always about the defense.
I don't know. I'm gonna guess, 15 or 20 cases per year times roughly 20 years. So 300, 400 perhaps.
Now, on direct examination, you mentioned that your ratio testifying for plaintiff and defense was 60-40. You remember testifying to that?
Right, in civil matters.
Civil matters. Did you give the ratio for criminal matters, state, versus how many times you testified for the defense?
Well, okay, retained by and testified.
My question was, doctor, did you tell this jury what that ratio was?
No.
Okay. Now can you tell the jury what the ratio is for how many times you testified for criminal defense versus
Well, apparently it's 1%. So
Okay, so retained by and testifying for are 2 different things, first of all. But retained by would be, 400 to 4.
Zing.
Testifying for would be considerably less. A lot of the times when defense attorneys retain me, I say I'm agreeing with the original medical examiner.
and I
so
would
they
work
never
for the
ask
defense as much as
testimony.
possible because they're the
So
ones
there
with
is
the
a difference
money.
between retained by and testifying for in those cases.
You
Okay,
get
so
paid
if
a
we
lot
stick with
more
retained by,
testifying for
the
the
ratio is
defense.
100 to 1, wouldn't you say?
Correct.
Now give the ratio for how many times you come in and testify. How much different is it?
I'm not sure how many of those police cases or. Give me a second here.
I love how this has nothing to do with the
I only
evidence.
recollect a couple cases where I actually
Right.
testified for the state on brand new cases.
Well,
but
like
I've
we,
come
we
back
saw
to
the
court and
we
testified
saw
for
the state hire
on
an
older
expert
cases
in
or
the
cold
Murdoch
cases,
case, the guy
both
that
here in
came
Palm Beach
down
County and in,
did all
Dade
the
County. So
the
I do
measurements
testify for the
to
state.
show the
It's
angle
just
of the
that those are
firing
on
and all
older
that.
cases that was
Occasionally,
originally
the,
medical
you know, the
examiner on.
prosecution will hire their own.
Or in the case in San Diego, there was a serial killer who started his actions in Palm Beach County and continued after moving to California. So of course I testified in that matter. But the vast majority of the time when I do testify, and let's call it round numbers, 4 times a year times 20 years. These are approximations. I've testified approximately 80 times for the defense, ballpark figure in open court.
Okay. And in terms of how many times you've testified for the state, not in relation to older cases you had to wrap up? Ever?
I'm trying to
Dude,
remember.
Do you really think the jury's going to go, okay, this guy doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about? Do you really think he's going to say that? Any of these jurors? Come on.
This isn't strong at all.
No, it makes him
I
look
mean,
stupid.
It
makes
really
the
does.
Well, unless it's an older case, I wouldn't be testifying. So the answer is none.
So we can't even do a ratio with that one, right? The denominator would be 0 when it comes to how many times you testified for the state, right?
Well, I don't think you could divide by 0 mathematically, counsel, but
Yeah, because
that was my point. You can't make a ratio out of that, right?
right.
Anything divided by 0 is
Now,
1.
in terms
I
of
can do
your
that
fee,
math.
how much do you charge to come in?
That's
Let's say
good.
be consulted with first, not testify.
My expert fee has gone up gradually over
There
time.
you go.
But currently at $600 per hour for criminal
He's
cases.
here to make money. We
private
can't
cases,
trust
not
him.
indigent for cost cases.
They're
So that
paying this
ratio
guy.
slides down. You know, if it's, I've testified and worked for the Innocence Project at the University of Miami, and I've testified in indigent for cause cases with the JAC paying an expert witness fee. So there, for criminal cases, it'd be $350 an hour up to $600 an hour for privately retained cases.
So in relation to this case, what's the hourly rate you're charging?
600.
Duh.
And approximately how many hours have you worked on this case?
Say $1 billion. Say they owe me $600 billion. What the fuck is it to you?
If I were a juror, I'd want to hear about why is his hand like that?
I'm going
And
to
they're
give
not
you a
talking
top of the
about
head
that
number
at
of like
all.
12 hours or something.
Well,
Yeah, 12 to 14, somewhere in there.
Well, let me ask you this first. How much, as you sit here right now, what's the total amount of money you've received to be here right now, including
Please say
everything you've
nothing.
consulted on and you sitting up in that chair right now?
Please say
How
nothing
much did your
yet.
suit cost? Where do you vacation?
I'm going to estimate it would be approximately 10,000.
Estimate?
Yep.
Yeah.
So you're not sure how much total you've been paid?
Oh, for
on this
Christ's
case?
sake.
Well, unless I go back to my individual invoices, I can't tell you off the top of my head.
How about you do that? Would that help you refresh your memory?
Sure.
Let's figure out exactly how much you've been paid. To be here.
Jesus.
I don't have my
Ooh.
invoices with me, counsel.
You knew we were coming to testify today, right?
Sure.
Okay. And so as you sit there now, you can't tell this jury exactly how much you've been paid by defense to be here, right?
I can reconstruct it if you want me to do that.
Please.
Is that what the jury cares
Oh,
about?
for-
Really?
Let's see.
Oh, for God's sake. We've got to watch this guy go through his fucking timesheets because this prosecutor wants to swing his micro penis around the courtroom. Jeebus, crap Christmas.
This is a hard cope. This is a really hard cope. And it's like, okay, if I'm the
Seriously,
state,
this guy is sucking the copium right out of the atmosphere.
right? I mean, okay, if I'm the state, I'm thinking, what does the jury want to hear with what that testimony just was just now? He doesn't have anything. So he's attacking his character's credibility. He's like, oh, he's just in it for the money. Like Elaine, like, you're just here for your 15 minutes of fame or whatever. It's like
I think my invoices are 11,720.
Are
11,000. Say that again, doctor.
11720.
Also, coming up to today, you've been paid $11,720 to give your opinion that you just gave, right?
Yes.
Now, doctor, you remember giving a Zoom deposition back on November 4th, 2021?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as you sit here today, are you exactly sure of how many hours you've worked on this case?
Oh, for Christ's
No.
many
All right.
sakes.
If I showed you your deposition where we asked you at that time on November 4th, 2021, how many hours you had already spent at that point, do you think it would refresh your memory?
Okay, I'm going to guess that what he said he's 11,000 something now. I'm going to guess. This is just me. I have no idea. I could be way off. I'm going to guess he maybe in November said $9,000 to $10,000. Because by the time it gets to deposition, he's done the vast majority of his work. Pretty much all he's got to do to prepare for trial is review his notes and show up. So I'm guessing the number from all the way last November is going to be very damn close to the number he's just putting up right now. Because I don't think he's done much of anything in the past 6 months. It would be weird if he did. Every single expert I've ever used, ever seen, ever billed for has been everything is in the run up, and then you just sit around and wait for trial.
Yeah,
This guy's
I'm
a
not sure.
dick.
He is a dick, and I don't think he's coming across well to the jury because I don't think the jury's sitting
No.
there going, the jury's not thinking, okay, there's a specific figure that if this guy got
Yeah.
paid, that we'd trust him versus not trust him. If I'm a juror, I'm just really going to notice, like, why isn't he just refuting what his testimony was really strong just now. And I mean, I know I'm being repetitive at this point, but it's like the more he doesn't talk about the hand clutching a potential weapon,
Yeah.
the worse he looks, it's backfiring, and it makes this guy's testimony look way stronger. It solidifies it.
Yep.
That's more doubt is inserted and injected into this whole endeavor.
I think you're exactly right in both places. I mean, about $10,000. They're going, oh, okay, well, that's That guy must be a real good expert. Oh, what you mean? It was actually 11,200. Oh, well, fuck him. He's obviously bought off. We're not going to trust him.
Yeah.
No, nobody's doing that. They don't care. They know he's getting paid. There's not a single person on planet Earth that doesn't know he's getting paid, and he's getting paid well for doing what he's doing. There's not a single person that doesn't know that. And then, like you're saying, they're going, all right, we got the freaking idea. He got paid to do this. Why aren't you talking about the evidence? You're right on both points, I think. Oh, my Lord. Yeah. Yeah. And then they're going to go back and go, oh, yeah. Oh, exactly like Daily Quick Bites is saying, oh, you lied because you previously said this and this. This is stupid prosecutor trying to act like the defense lawyer. Just trying to humiliate the guy when this guy isn't going to be humiliated.
It's just not a strong. It's not a strong point of argumentation. I'm sorry. It's really, really weak, and it's distracting.
It's dumb and it's distracting.
It's not working though. It's like I don't think he's distracting the jury. Like I think that they're waiting to hear about something important that they care about. Like, come on, dude, you don't have anything. It makes me think they also don't have their own witness. Like they don't. I know he can't like ask about another expert that might come up later, but it makes me think that they don't have alternate testimony that challenges the that theory about him gripping a potential weapon. So it's yeah.
Jonathan says lawyer's mad he makes less money. The prosecutor doesn't make anywhere near what this guy makes. And this assistant district attorney doesn't make anything near what this guy makes. Oh, all right.
No, he sounds bitchy. He sounds pissed. He sounds like he's on his period.
Oh, nice. Let's get back to this nonsense. This guy what a dick.
I got my depo right here. Just give me a page, counsel.
Yes, sir. May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Page, and you know what? Can I take a look at it because we've been having different transcripts?
Sure, go ahead.
He's just like, bring it on, bitch. Bring it on.
Hey! Stop fucking with Korean Jesus. He ain't got time for your problems. He busy with Korean shit.
No, they're just taking him out of order. We'll go back to, after he gets off the stand, we're going to go back to prosecution witnesses.
When you've had a chance to review that, if you could look up and let me know if that's refresh your memory.
Okay, there I say 16 to 17 hours.
Okay, so back on November 4th, 2021, you had already worked 16 to 17 hours, right?
Hold on, let me check.
17 hours.
I think there might be a difference between invoiced and hours worked.
Let me ask you
there
this.
you go.
In your depot, you'd agree with me that you said at that time you'd worked 16 to 17 hours, right?
Correct.
But today's testimony was that you'd gotten it up to 12 or something like that, right?
Well, those are invoices. There's a difference between invoices and time spent on a case. So.
Right. Oh, hell yes.
So can you tell us right now how many hours you spent on this case?
Prosecutor, he's not saying what you think he's saying. So he's like, aha, you said that you billed for 12 hours. Then you're saying you worked 16 or 17 hours. He is saying he's giving the defendant a huge discount. He's saying, yes, I worked 16, 17 hours. I billed for 12. Either they're not billed hours, because the question was, how much money have you received to date? That was the prosecutor's question. How much money have you received to date? I've invoiced the $11,000. I've invoiced for the whatever that is, like 12 hours, 13 hours. He's saying he worked this many hours. Either he hasn't billed them yet, or he's giving them a discount. I do that all the damn time and take huge chunks off the bill. I wrote a bill today that was about $35,000 for the firm, and everybody looked at it and went, that's an accurate bill, but they're going to go, what the F, when they see this bill. So we knocked $5,000 off the bill, just off the top, to make it less shocking to this happens all the time. He is literally saying either he hasn't billed it yet and you're an idiot, or I'm giving them a discount and you're an idiot. Fucking lawyers and their ability to do math and
Yeah, it's backfiring pretty hard on this dude. I'll have somebody who's
This
like, at
is
least
so
it comes
dumb.
the back of his hair. It's like his hair does look neater from the back, so that's the one thing he has going for him.
Well, it's because he has hair in the back. Oh my laws, this guy. We're ready for the purge. I'm ready to purge everybody on the prosecution.
You know, I think right now we're talking close to $12,000. Now, say 17 hours times 6 is 10,200. I just gave you a number for invoices of 11,720, and so, you know, that's where we're at with this particular case.
So actually, we're closer to 12,000 at this point, right?
Sure, why not?
It was 11,000.
You said on direct examination that about 20 hours a week you do your family practice.
Oh my Christ! I told you the numbers would be just about this fucking same. I told you
work
that.
week, the other 20 hours a week are doing what you're doing right now, right? A forensic consultant.
Right.
Would it be fair to say that at the time you got hired on this case, that
chat, no
half of your
spoilers,
working days are taken up with
please no
consulting,
spoilers,
like you are now?
Sure.
All right. That's a pretty significant amount of your work day or your work week, right? That's taken up with private forensic consulting, right?
Sure.
Now we're just purging
everybody. Private consulting 20 hours a week, right?
Sure.
Right. So yeah, it was $11,700. He's like, no, it was closer to $1,200, wasn't it? $12,000, wasn't it? Yeah, it was. I told you they'd be about the same. Oh, I hate this guy.
It makes you so
And you rely on that
mad.
income coming from your private forensic consulting business, right?
Well, I mean, family practice doesn't make much money, so sure.
This does make a lot of money, right?
Well, it makes more than family practice.
Makes more than you, bitch. A lot.
I mean, it's different on different years. I'm trying to figure out 21 and 22. I was working because of COVID. I was working half-time at the family practice office. So I would say in terms of raw numbers, income, 1/3 family practice, 2/3 forensic consultation.
And 2/3 forensic consultation. How much does it amount to over a year?
For fuck's sakes, how long are we going to talk about this?
Are you asking me my personal income, counselor?
That comes from private forensic consulting. Yes, 2/3.
On what legal
How
basis?
rude.
Overruled. Solely for consultation.
Yeah, please say I
Probably-
make an embarrassing amount of money, sir. I just make a ridiculously embarrassing amount of money.
160.
Respectable.
Could you afford to live without this private consulting aspect of your job?
Yes.
Would you have to live a little bit below the means you're living now if you did away with it?
Let's see. I'm trying to compare myself with your living. I guess I live probably better than you do, but if that's what you're trying to.
Burn! Oh, sweet.
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh, that was great. I make 160K a year. So if you didn't do this practice, would you have to lower your standard of living? Would you have to live a little bit? I just like that. I'm trying to compare myself to your shitty, poor life, you miserable bastard of a district attorney, assistant district attorney. Nice. Prosecutor, it's not going your way. Get off of it. I mean, he's literally been going, for 10 minutes now on this? He's been going
it's
for
making him
10 minutes.
It's making the state's case look so strong. It really is.
Holy crap.
He's so petulant. He's so whiny. He's making himself so unlikable.
Oh, and I didn't even
think with the
notice.
jury-
He's smiling too.
Uh-huh. I don't know. I feel like a jury can they can really sniff out if they don't like a prosecutor, if that prosecutor rubs them the wrong way, they are not going to be having any of it, even if he makes a good point. Get to the evidence, get to the facts.
Wow. All right. We need to go back a little bit and hear that.
Yeah,
that
I think
burn
so
again.
too.
Wow. Good grief. This guy. Get off it. I mean, Judas Priest on a pony. This is if I hate him and you hate him, the jury has just got to be livid again.
Counselor?
That comes from private forensic consulting. Yes, 2/3.
On what legal basis? Overruled. Solely for consultation.
Probably. Let me think. 160.
Could you afford to live without this private consulting aspect of your job?
Yes.
Would you have to live a little bit below the means you're living now if you did away with it?
Let's see. I'm trying to compare myself with your living. I guess I live probably better than you do, but if that's what you're trying to say.
But would it, you'd have to live a little bit less than your means if you took that 2/3 business out the window, right?
So good.
Not really. I don't spend the money I earn. I put it to retirement. I don't have a retirement fund like you do through the state.
You used to, though, right?
No,
Not at all.
never.
Examiner's office?
Nice.
Nope.
Independent contractor, right?
Nope.
Yes.
No,
Now.
no money like you, bitch.
In
This
terms of
witness,
this
this
business,
witness
with
is
consulting,
unexpectedly
if you give
sassy,
an
and I love
opinion
it.
that someone doesn't like, they're probably not going to hire you, right?
No, they hire me, but then they don't use my testimony in court.
And does your testimony in court come with payment? Do you get paid extra by doing that?
Oh,
Well,
Jesus.
sure.
Okay. So back to my question, in terms of if you give an opinion about a case that an attorney may not like, it's very likely that you won't get to the stage, right?
Right.
They probably will not list me as an expert witness for purposes of discovery.
And then he'll be
So you
able
wouldn't
to,
use
to
it
go on
as
the next
part of
guy
the
in his
process.
freaking waiting list that's 5 miles
Probably
long.
not. I mean, depends if you cut a plea or not, counsel.
Now, in terms of this photo, you said it, your ultimate conclusion is it's consistent with a gun being there. Am I breaking that down basically?
Yes.
Consistent with nothing in his hand?
I'm sorry, repeat.
That picture also consistent that nothing is in his hand.
Is it possible there's nothing in his hand and his hand just looks like that? Sure.
My question was, is it consistent, this photo, is this photo consistent with nothing being in his hand?
Yes.
Is this picture consistent with somebody that may have been grabbing onto a door handle and closing the door next to him?
What door? What are you
During the
talking about?
gunfire?
I'm saying, is this position of his hand consistent with moments before gripping onto a door handle? Yes or no?
This guy's
Not
in a
while the
battle
bullets
for
are
his
flying
life.
through his door,
Why?
What door?
because his arm would then be hit by gunfire.
So in terms of, are you saying that you reviewed the videos and where the
retarded.
door handle is, there's no space that someone could have been hanging onto and not been shot by a bullet?
I think you specifically said gripping the door handle, not anywhere.
Okay.
Zing!
Is the position gotcha, bitch. Also consistent with somebody that had been holding on to a door handle and then let go because they were shot?
Shut the fuck up!
You're talking about the door handle in this particular vehicle, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, please be just like a button. Please be something that's not like a handle. Is he having a stroke?
No.
Why is that, doctor?
If you look at the dorsal aspect, this part of the hand here, the hand with the posture we talked about, it's hit. Well, you can see a bunch of small impact areas. That's consistent with other things, glass fragmentation at the time that the shooting occurred.
Is that the conclusion of your answer, doctor?
Yes.
Above that door, there's a passenger window, right? Next to this man's hand?
Right.
You remember if it was shot at all?
Well, there's fragmentation of other windows.
Do you recall if the front passenger window had any bullet holes in it?
Show it to me, counsel.
I'm asking you if you
Do I recall? No, I don't.
So let's say that the passenger window didn't, in fact, have bullet fragments or anything.
Prosecutor, you're
That's
losing.
where that glass injury could come from because it would have been right above his hand as it's holding onto the door handle, right?
I'm confused. The
Me
door
too.
handle is
Started to
below
pound the
glass
table a
level.
little here.
Right. So glass can fall through gravity, right?
Right, but we're talking about an intermediate target effect. If you want me to draw it on the board, I'll be glad to show you.
Intermediate target effect. Did you mention that on direct examination, doctor?
I don't think he asked me about that, counsel.
So that would be a no. You never mentioned that, right?
Correct.
Jesus Christ.
So my question is, you had just mentioned glass fragmentation on, I guess, the top of his right hand. Is that accurate?
Right.
Okay. Isn't it possible that that glass injury on the top of his hand could have come from the window that was right next to him?
Starting to sound like Ben Shapiro a little bit.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to my original question.
Isn't it possible,
With
Judge?
This position of his hand, isn't this also consistent with
Oh
somebody
God, he's so irritating.
holding to a door handle, pulling it closed, and then being shot, and it's staying in the same
All
position?
right. I'm
Well, the door handle is below glass level.
I'm calling this again.
Yeah.
He's going to go through all this bullshit.
Yeah.
All this bullshit. It's going to go to redirect. The defense lawyer is going to stand up He's going to say something very close to, is that consistent with someone who was holding a gun when they were shot dead? Yes, nothing further. That's how I'm calling redirect. That's how redirect is going to go. He's going to do a mic drop and walk.
Well, we're talking about glass driven at velocity. For instance, if you look at, do you want me to publish these? I have some images taken from the scene. If you want to go over it, I can explain the answer better.
Let's stick with my question.
You asked the fucking question.
Sure.
My question is, this position of his hand, can you see it, doctor?
Yeah, I got it.
Can that also be consistent with somebody holding on to the door handle right next to him before being shot? Yes or no?
Could he
No.
have been masturbating? Could he have been holding his penis?
Because glass driven at velocity has struck his hand. It
A
has,
Nerf gun?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
that's it.
Okay. How do you know how fast the glass was going?
Because of the minute fragmentation, the lack of cuboidal patterns to the glass.
Okay.
And I can illustrate it for you if you want, but we can get to it on redirect, I guess.
Okay. So in terms of the injuries on the top of his hand, the glass fragmentation, where does that come from in your opinion?
Bullets passing through glass.
Right. What bullets?
I'm sorry, I don't understand the question.
Saying that the damage on the top of his right hand came
The
from bullets
39
from-
bullets?
Right.
Yes.
Why is it that that glass that came through the passenger side window could not have struck his hand and caused that damage if it was sitting on the door handle? Can you explain to the jury how that is impossible to you?
Because my understanding is the door handle is below glass level, Counselor.
Okay. And what in your training and experience demonstrates in your review in this case that the glass couldn't have been shot down in an angle?
Window.
When it hit
Oh, fucking hell.
Because there's a similar
Window.
fragmentation
Handle.
pattern
Oh,
of
look, it didn't
glass
touch my hand, you
on the
fuckwit.
body of the deceased, as well as the hand. And when in redirect, I'll show the jury what I mean.
Okay. So
Oh,
in
that means
terms
redirect
of
is
the
going to
answer
go
my
longer.
question,
Damn it.
the reason why his hand couldn't have been on the door handle is because of other glass injuries that you saw on his body. Is that what you're saying?
Of high velocity fragmentation effects of intermediate target impact in this particular case.
Is it consistent with him holding a cell phone, doctor?
Yes.
And going back, I think, to my original question, is it consistent with nothing being in his hand at all?
Yes.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Wait, what? Oh, God, I thought he was done.
Couple brief more things, doctor. In terms of the, you got a chance to
More?
review the autopsy report in this case, right?
Yes.
And if you're keeping score,
That's the
dang it, why does that keep going down? If you're keeping
gentleman
score, God dang it. He spent 10 minutes asking about how much he gets paid. So far, he spent 5 minutes talking about the door.
the autopsy in this case.
Yes.
Find anything wrong with his report?
Not about the ballistic wounds, no.
Find anything at all wrong with his report?
I think he said somewhere in his report that there were no marks on the hands. I'd have to, the palmar surface of the hands.
And if you could, may the doctor step down?
Yes. Watch your step, doctor.
When you talk about palmar, can you just point out on this?
You got to use the pointer so you don't block any of the jurors' view.
You just point out to the jury these palmar marks. Okay. What, if anything else, can cause those?
I don't have a good answer for you right now. I'm just asking.
Yep. Thank you for reminding me.
Obviously, other things could cause marks on the hand.
Okay. Could it have been a pre-existing injury that he had?
Yes.
Could it have been during the fight?
Yes.
Could it have been a birthmark?
No.
It didn't look like a birthmark, but
Could it be something else than a gun that left an impression inside of his hand?
yes.
Dick.
And then in terms of how all of this went down, you have no idea whether this gentleman grabbed that door handle as he was being shot, right?
Well, I mean, when you said as he's being shot, I mean, he's being shot a number of times. I mean, all I know is there's an intermediate target effect on this hand, similar to what we see here.
On this hand.
Suggesting that the hand is above door handle height. So that's all I can tell you.
This guy's impressive.
Now,
He's
in
quick,
terms of
simple,
Yeah.
strong testimony. Not a lot of fluff.
Correct.
You don't know if it was a cell phone,
Correct.
Well, I mean, the cell phone at the scene did not have any blood spatter on it, but it could be another cell phone that disappeared from the scene, I guess.
In terms of the palm of his hand, was the palm of his hand bleeding? Know what your review of the records was?
No.
Okay. So when you talk about this blood transfer, what blood would have transferred from his hand if it wasn't bleeding to the palm?
Well, he's getting impacts to his neck. He's getting impacts to other part of his body, but most particularly the shoulder and the neck.
And it wouldn't be on his palm because there was a gun in his
impact
hand.
Typically produces a spatter of very fine particles of blood, and that spatter can extend out a ways. So, I mean, I suppose it could be selfie length with his phone, but then, within a reasonable range, you'd get what's called a transfer of high velocity spatter, which I can illustrate for you on an easel, or I can just describe it.
In terms of having a cell phone in his hand and dropping it, you don't know which one of those bullets struck Sebastian Jean-Jacques first, right?
Correct.
Could have been the lower half that got struck first, right? Do you recall seeing it?
Sure, yeah. I mean, he's got buttock injuries. He's got other injuries down below. He's, and, a number of bullets strike him. So,
Okay. So if one of the lower extremities was struck first, and that's when he dropped the phone, there wouldn't have been blood splatter, right?
Sure, I guess that would work.
You can take your seat, doctor. Thank you very much. I'll grab that.
Oh, my Lord.
Just one moment, Your Honor.
All right.
Just for clarification with the jury, you're not here as a firearms expert, right?
I've been court qualified as a firearms wounding expert, so I can talk about a considerable number of topics as related to firearms.
If you want to make me one, I can.
Direct examination. I think you were even asked a question that the sole purpose of you coming here was to give an opinion about what was in this hand.
Well, until you started asking about the fucking... until you asked him about something else, you idiot. This prosecutor is not doing well. And again, the prosecutor's job is to say, this is what it was. Not could it have been this? Could it have been that? That's what the defense is supposed to do. Say, okay, the prosecution said it wasn't a gun. It could have been a gun, right? Oh my Lord. It's the defense's idea to raise doubt. The prosecutor's raising doubt over here. Oh my Lord. If you thought if you thought his hand was on the door, bring the freaking door handle in. Say, this is exactly how you would hold your hand if you were holding on to this part of the door.
Yeah.
And then let the defense try to disprove that. Instead of going, well, could have been this, right? It could have been that. That is doubt. That is the prosecutor doubting he doesn't know what happened. He doesn't know why his hand is shaped like that. He's given all the speculative answers, which just add all kinds of other things that could be going on.
I mean, they're the state. They have the budget. They can hire an expert to counter that if they want.
Yeah, and so I did.
They got nothing.
You answered that.
I answered it.
That's why the defense just has to get up and go. But
again,
it could have been a gun, right?
Firearms wounding expert is what you said. Are you an expert in firearms, how they operate, what different types of firearms there are? Did you go to school for that? Is that what you're here today as, a firearms expert?
Well, I think have I been court qualified on all those things? Yes, I have, with the exception of making ballistic comparisons, which I do not do. Ballistic comparisons would be tool marks. For instance, does the mark on the bullet match the rifling of a firearm? Or does the mark on the ejected casing match extractor marks? I don't do that.
So being able to match a casing to a gun.
Right, that I don't do. But I've been
Because
court
that's
qualified to
fucking
testify
voodoo.
as to the functioning of firearms, human factors in self-wounding and wounding of others, the rapidity of firing of firearms, external ballistics, internal ballistics, wound ballistics as it relates to X-rays and other physical evidence, intermediate target effects, distant target effects, effects of tumbling, and a considerable number of other aspects of the effects of firearms in humans.
And despite all of that training, you weren't brought in here for that question, right? It was solely for this question.
Well, today, that's the way it is. Sure, why not?
No further questions, Judge. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow.
I love this witness. He's so based. He doesn't even have to try.
That was 10 minutes on money and 10 minutes on the actual evidence.
He just sat back and let the prosecutor make an ass of himself. It was beautiful.
All right, on redirect is what we're doing this with?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any objection? Those pictures. I thought only 17 was. So now 16 and I guess 18 are being offered.
I wish he had
Well,
asked.
17 was already entered.
Was the victim secretly a mime? Was he just enacting his miming fantasies in the last moments of his life, pretending there was a gun?
Oh. What do you, is that what you have 19? Okay. 16, 17, and 18 then. All right. All right.
I'll just hold these up. Are these photographs also, are they consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
I'm showing you number 16 so the record's clear. Right? That's consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
Yes. I want to see the picture.
One more time.
I love
16 is
seeing
consistent
pictures.
with
I'm
your
a
opinion,
visual
Doctor?
learner.
Yes.
Showing you what's been entered into evidence is defense number 17. Is that also consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
Yes. The flatness.
And photograph number 18 has been defense exhibit 18 entered into evidence. Is that consistent with your opinion?
Yes.
The way all the
You've looked
witnesses
at the
say yes.
autopsy photos you said and all the photographs.
Yeah.
The medical examiner investigator took outside the car and inside the car and the crime scene photos involving the car?
Yes.
I'm bored. Can I go home now?
Is there anything in that car whatsoever that is consistent with your opinion in number 19 that is consistent with the firearm? Anything else that it could be that you saw in that car that is consistent with the hand impression that we see on number 19?
Well, if it's possible, yes. I mean, but the problem is the lack of spatter on the phone and its physical location.
Why would
take
you
it out?
I'm sorry. Why would you believe there'd be spatter? You say spatter, you mean blood?
Well, okay. So when you take gunfire, you get a bunch of very tiny particles coming out from the impacts of the gunfire. And these small spatters of blood can travel through the air. And if you have something in your hand, it could hit your hand and whatever's in your hand. What we saw down in the pocket of the door, which was a cell phone, didn't have any of that. So
Why would it have any of that in your opinion, sir?
why wouldn't it have any of that?
Why would it, or why?
Well, I mean, if it's in his hand and he's taking gunfire, then you would expect a transfer of spatter.
All right. Would it also matter possibly if that was not even his phone and he didn't have the passcode?
Well, it's beyond the scope. Passcodes and ownership of phones are beyond the scope of my testimony today.
Well, if you heard that was the testimony in this trial, would that make a difference? Possibly.
I give that as a jury question.
Okay. You're basically looking at it from a forensic standpoint. Is that what
I'm looking at wounds and I'm looking at, transfer evidence. I'm looking at ballistic material and effects. I'm looking at human postures. I'm looking at the geometry of a car. Where's the glass and where isn't the glass in relationship to a door handle? I'm looking at all those things we talked about. Irrespective of what you asked me to talk about, the prosecution opened the door to many other areas.
Sustained.
Well, in all your years' experience that you told us about, have you seen cases where guns have been disposed of by human beings so they wouldn't get caught with things? Have you seen people throw away guns hiding?
Of course.
How about when you were a medical examiner? Did you have similar issues when someone's hand may have been in a position similar to this and there was no gun present and you're trying to figure out where the gun is?
Sure.
All right. So what's intermediary target impact you were talking about? What is that? How do you explain that?
Well, if a bullet, for instance, passes through, this is plexi, but even specifically.
Use the mic so we can hear you. Sorry.
All right. So a bullet passing through glass not only makes a hole, it creates a pushing out of particles of the glass around the hole. And those particles of the glass are energized. They don't just fall flat down. They're actually forced through the air, with and following the bullet itself. So these particles flying through the air can strike a person or an object. If it strikes a person, you could produce small abrasions or cuts on the surface of the skin. And this is called an intermediate target effect because this is the intermediate target. And then you have a human being, of course, beyond that in these forensic cases. So the intermediate target.
Oh, he's only got about
helps
another
identify
6-7
whether
minutes
something
left.
what was in position between the gun and the person receiving gunfire. So it could be
I'm
glass.
learning.
Sometimes you see drywall as your
Smart
intermediate
guy.
target. Sometimes you'll see some other object creating that kind of energizing of the destructed material and it flying through the air. So the intermediate target effect can give us a snapshot of what's going on. In this particular case, that same intermediate target effect striking the outside of the hand, you'll see it on the side of the neck, on the shoulder, and elsewhere in this particular individual. The take-home point is it's consistent. The whole theory of whether a door handle would be grasped and create this effect, you know, the hand is going to be, at least at some point in time, exposed to the glass, just as the neck and the right shoulder were in this particular case. And the door handle is considerably below windowsill level.
So hypothetically, if the jury hears testimony that the decedent had a gun pointed directly through at the front windshield, would this photograph, defense number 19, and the other photographs be consistent with him previously holding a gun prior to death?
Yes.
Obviously, you weren't there. You don't know if he really was holding a gun or not, do you?
Correct.
Anything else based on what you see in the photographs, the autopsy report? Well, let me backtrack. You said on direct it could be nothing. Why could it be nothing?
Well, nothing is always a possibility, you know. But what we have, you know, is a more likely than not impression that something is being held.
All right. So when you say it's a possibility, is it an unlikely possibility that there was nothing in his hand?
Yes, it's an unlikely possibility. There's nothing in his hand.
Right. Prior to death.
Correct.
Could somebody, if he, let's hypothetically that number 19, the decedent had a gun in his hand, and the two guys that were in his car, is it possible they could physically remove it, or would the grip be so tight they couldn't get it out of his hand?
Well, you could possibly spring it out of his hand, depending on, you know, if you're holding, I don't have a firearm here, fortunately, but if you're holding something,
Unfortunately.
I mean, you could slide it up and out, and the hand, the posture of the hand would be affected. But on the other hand, if you pull it this way, the posture, the grip might be broken. So yeah, I mean, it depends how you do these things, but.
All right. And you mentioned earlier that lactic acid's formed by physical activity like fighting.
Right. Lactic acid is a normal chemical that builds up in muscle as you exercise or do physical work or grappling or in combat. Any of those things will build up acid in your muscles. You've all experienced it. That's what makes your muscles hurt when you exercise. So, but after death, the drop in pH, the acidity from that stuff, causes the fibers of the muscle to lock up. And this is what creates rigor mortis, which can sometimes be almost instantaneous if you've been exerting yourself, as opposed to you dying, you know, from a heart attack in the middle of the night and dead asleep. That's different.
And you said previously on direct, you mentioned something about military. You see this type of death grip with military. Can you explain that a little more?
Right. I mean, you know, if you look at pictures from the battlefield, you know, you will see individuals tightly gripping weapons in their hand, having so-called death grip on their hands. And that's because being in combat, they're exerting themselves and then they die suddenly. And, you know, the hand, the forearm, it's actually the grip muscles in the forearm become fixed and tight upon the weapon.
Okay. And if the weapon wasn't on the soldier's hand or in their hand, and you just saw the hand like that, would you think that would have been a cell phone or nothing? It's a coincidence?
Well, I mean, you judge things by the company they keep. I mean, you know, if you're in the middle of combat in Vietnam, it's unlikely they have a cell phone in their hand.
Vietnam.
You ask questions about.
He's old. He's old bringing up Vietnam references. There's like 3 people in the courtroom that were alive during Vietnam.
About how much you made when you were a medical examiner working for the state of Florida. Did you get paid?
Yes. It's still real to me, damn it.
When you have patients come in as a family practitioner, do you get paid, or you do this?
Of course. I mean, unless I'm working in the Good News Clinic or one of the volunteer things, but yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that.
That's just because he was a
many times
medical
you're
examiner
retained.
during the Battle of the Bulge, I
But
believe.
that doesn't mean you're testifying. Tell us about that again. Explain that.
Well, I mean, I'm retained to give an honest opinion. And if that honest opinion doesn't help a defendant, then my honest opinion might be discarded. And they say, have a nice day. And no, we won't be calling it. I mean, that's the way it works. But that's just to make the point that my opinion is my opinion. If they decide not to use it, that's the way it is.
prosecutor was saying you're dependent on your income, and do you change your opinion so you can make more money? Is that something you do or ever done?
Not necessary. I mean, more of the money is made in the consultation process than actually appearing in court. So
There you go.
You know,
As
and
I said, he's billed
you know,
everything.
I just
already
don't have to
long
go out
before
and
now.
search for new work. I mean, to make a long story short, or to look for extra hours where, you know, let's just say that I'm 68 years old. I've saved some money, and, you know, I'm not worried about what's going to happen to me tomorrow, even if I retire, which my wife wants me to do.
All right. And you mentioned something about invoiced hours could be different than
We
the actual
don't
hours
need
you
no
work. What does that
stinking
mean?
money.
Well, I mean, the invoices usually lag behind the hours worked. I mean, you do the work, and when you get around to it, you write an invoice up.
You cut people break sometimes and don't bill for every moment you work on a case?
I'm sorry, what?
You cut people a break sometimes, lawyers, and don't bill for every moment you work on a case?
Yeah, sure, depending on the case and,
as I said,
you know,
I'm
the general
smart.
circumstances. I mean, I'm working for the Innocence Project and a case of University of Miami Law School, and, you know, I don't bill for every second.
Thank you very much.
Redirect? I mean, sorry, recross, excuse me. Yeah, all right.
Ooh, the first recross. I believe this is the first recross of the day of the trial.
Yes.
Nice. Rigor mortis would be very difficult to try to manipulate these fingers after the fact if it had already set in, right?
Yep.
Well, there's resistance. I mean, rigor mortis comes in small, medium, and large. Sometimes the grip is so tight that you can't even remove an object, but other times it's simply stiffer than you would expect. In other words, you could have all extremes of a dead person. You could have a flaccid hand, or you could have a hand with some muscle tone in it.
So much
post-mortem.
phrasing.
Or you could have a hand that's gripping so tightly that it takes great effort to remove an object in the hand. And you can break rigor mortis. You can physically push it aside. You can physically straighten out fingers that are curled and tight. So you get all different degrees from a locked in hand to just barely tighter than you would expect, but enough to maintain a posture.
6
after
to 8
death.
hours in a resting figure, but as you said, if there's lactic acid already being produced,
I can't
by
tell you without
physical
examining. All I
exertion, it
know
can
is it's a
happen
fixed posture.
much quicker, much faster than that.
So
You had a chance to review the reports from the crime scene investigators, right?
yes,
Had a chance to review from the medical examiner and their investigator, right?
yes.
Did you happen to review any materials about how easy or how difficult it was to manipulate this man's fingers?
I don't recall.
You don't recall on the
I don't recall on exactly how tight his hand was.
Okay, so on the issue that you were brought purely into court on, this, you're sitting here telling the jury you forgot what level of rigor mortis this was?
I would have to review. You asked me what's in the reports, and I'd have to review a report to tell you the answer.
Did you review those reports before you got up on that chair, doctor?
Weeks ago.
Okay. Do any prep before you got up on this chair today?
Sure.
Okay. So as you sit there now, you're telling this jury you can't say what stage of rigor mortis this is in, right?
I don't remember the term rigor mortis in the police reports.
Anything you've gleaned from the police reports, medical examiner, photos, anything like that. As you sit there today, can you say what stage of rigor mortis this is in?
No.
All right.
That was
All right,
pointless.
thank you. All right, any reason why Dr. Marraccini can't go on about his day? All right, sure. Thank you, doctor. Watch your step.
Wow. Just real quick here, got a couple of comments that we can envy the sleeping dog. Nicholas Starr's trial watch. The medical examiner can tell what David Carradine was clutching. Solid take, Nick. Legendary Racing. Pull a TMZ guy and ask him how much the prosecutor has made on this case. Right. Yeah, hey, TMZ here. Love you. We love you, Judge. Hey, how much you making? How much you making, prosecutor? I wish I was drunk. This is as painful as knee sliding on sandpaper. Ow. Roscoe says the old man no longer has time or patience for the DA's BS and petulance. Right. He just came in, answered the question. You get snotty. He got snotty right back.
No
But
nonsense.
it was moderate. It wasn't like the idiots that testified earlier. Now, Vicky Hatherley says this doctor is great. The attorney is a slimy prick.
Yep.
Why is the attorney a slimy prick? Chandler.
I mean, I don't know if I would go as far as calling him a slimy prick. I would just say that he's, kind of well, he's irritating and he's petulant. So, I mean, slimy prick, I'm not sure if I would call him slimy necessarily.
I wouldn't even call him a prick. I think he's a great lawyer. I think he's doing a fantastic job.
Yeah, you think?
Oh yeah.
Tell me how.
He did exactly what he wanted to do with the girlfriend and the other 3 survivors. He wanted to piss them off. He wanted to irritate them so they acted exactly the way they did so the jury would hate them.
That's
and
fair.
He's zealously advocating for his client. He's going hard. He's a bulldog. He's going in. He's tearing the witnesses apart. And he walked this guy through a great direct examination.
Yeah, sorry, I'm really sleepy, and so I'm just like, I don't know which attorney Vicky is referring to. So I think my brain kind of autofilled there, and I saw the doctor is great, and I was just like, yep, I agree.
We're talking about not the prosecution. We're talking about the defense witness.
Oh,
that's the one she was talking about.
The defense attorney?
Yeah.
Oh, I love the defense attorney. Yeah, the defense attorney is excellent.
Okay, well, the message came through during the redirect. They're referring to the prosecution. Are we sure? It came through during the direct. I mean, during the redirect part of it.
It's possible that when it came through, Vicky was watching a little bit behind.
Yeah, I'm talking about the person that the person in chat was talking about.
Well, I'd say the defense attorney is great, and I would say that the prosecutor is just kind of dickish and really not a very good attorney. He's missing the point. State is not really doing a lot for me. He's bolstering the defense, which is the opposite of what he should be doing.
I think the prosecution is an incompetent dick. Well, he's not incompetent. He's just a dick.
Would you call him a slimy prick, though?
Well, see, now we need to get Vicky Hatherley if she's still okay. Sorry, all the prosecution. Okay, Mr. Comeover is okay. All right,
that was what I thought. Well, I think slimy is like Gravely. Gravely is slimy. This guy is just irritating. He's just annoying.
Yeah.
He's just not very good.
Yeah.
I think if you call somebody slimy, the way that I perceive that is like that person is using tactics that are sketchy or dodgy or indicates like coaching or I don't see that. I don't think he's very good at his job. Yeah, greasy. Greasy works.
Yeah.
Greasy does work.
He's like Grima Wormtongue from Lord of the Rings. He's like
yeah.
He's okay. Well, Vicky has clarified prosecution, Mr. Comeover. Yeah. Okay, we're in agreement then.
Stark
your
contrast
message
between the defense and the
came
prosecution
during the defense's redirect. So I was like, all right, whatever. But I agree with you then.
It happens sometimes where it'll come through, but somebody's like watching a little bit back. I see people sometimes they'll react to something that happened a couple minutes ago because they're a little behind. So I think maybe that's what happened there.
Yeah, I mean the defense lawyer Cliff Clavin. He don't mess with him. He's smart and good.
He's good. Yeah, I like him.
Mandy says, "Is the slimy prick flaccid or stiffened?" I don't know. That's your department, Mandy. I couldn't tell you. Alrighty then.
What a fun
We got
case.
one more. We've got one more witness today. Thank God it's 3 a.m. here.
How much longer are you going to stay up?
We got to get through the last one, and then we'll do it again Friday, and it's probably Sunday. We'll just marathon the shit out of this and catch up.
Well, you are committed. I admire that.
We'll get
There's
up to speed
dedication
by
there.
Monday. So that's
right.
the goal, to be up to speed by Monday. I think we have. Let me check the witness list here. We have one more. Yes, we have CSI Juliann Brandt is our next witness.
Okay, so how much longer are we going to go for today?
It is Cliff Clavin. Well, about an hour and 39 minutes at most. Well, an hour and 30 minutes at most. We've got a break coming up here, so let's go to the end of the break. And there she is coming in.
I'm happy to be here as long as you want me to stick around.
I got 1 hour remaining. How we go right up to the end? It looks like looks like 50 minutes we've got, and at 1.25 speed, it should be right around 45 to 50 minutes. So
yeah,
we're good.
I can do
All
that.
right. Okay. Wow. So takeaway from that again, I thought the prosecution got their ass absolutely handed to them by this defense witness.
Yeah, I really think that how do I put this? I feel like the cross was too long. I feel like if you have a strong testimony like that, generally you need to read the room and figure out what are my weaknesses, what do I need to not hammer on too much, and I think it should have been shorter, you know. And I think that all of the stuff about how much money he makes, I think that was really telling, you know, of what he wasn't talking about. It was a big distraction. I've said this already. I'm a little repetitive at this point. But if I were, you know, on the jury, I would notice that you're spending all this time on how much money this guy makes. And, you know, I mean, he's a doctor. Like, he makes a lot of money. It's like, this isn't, you know, he's not doing this for the money necessarily right now. I don't know. He didn't do anything.
No.
He didn't damage his credibility at all. He didn't damage his integrity. He didn't damage the you know, the structure of his testimony. I thought that his testimony was very technical. I learned something. Finally, in this trial, somebody said something intelligent that I, you know, learned something from, that I was able to follow, that I enjoyed. And he actually had very specific, you know, forensic and technical knowledge and medical knowledge that I was not privy to. You know, the things that he was saying about the height of his hand and being able to disprove that, I thought it brought a lot of credence to this idea that there was a gun in the decedent's hand. And so he kind of just kept hammering on the facts, and that was the best thing he could have done. Great witness, really excellently testified to.
Well, I'm going to just, I mean, I know he's not, but I mean, if we were just to go completely out on a limb and say this guy was absolutely wrong and full of shit in his analysis he was just giving, he did it in a very convincing manner, in such a convincing manner that I believe him. So, you know, I think that was good testimony. He had me convinced. So even if he was wrong, demonstrably wrong, I still believe him because it sounded really, really good.
Well, he said the smartest things of anybody so far. And I really just enjoyed intelligent testimony.
Yeah.
Instead of, you know, a bunch of sass and a bunch of backtalk from witnesses who didn't want to be there, who, you know, have a lot of culpability, who for some reason are not being charged with, you know, with felony murder. It was just it was
I like
refreshing.
to think we all learned something.
Yeah, finally.
All right, let's get into CSI Juliann Brandt. It's Juliann.
Oh, nice.
Not Juliann.
It's a woman.
Yeah, I believe so. It's spelled Juliann, so I guess so. Righto. Where'd we go? Here we go. Add to screen. Don't want to push the wrong button. There we go. It's kind of sad. I don't know why they didn't have their own little copyright thing up today, but you know, whatever.
So you have the cut cage, but there's no logo?
Yep. No logo today.
It's just like a random cut cage. You're just like putting some random, you know, like gallery member in the cut cage. That's kind of funny.
All right, welcome back, everybody.
The Jew roars have returned.
Okay, so let's bring the witness in and swear them, and then we'll address some of these exhibits right away. All right?
Oh, this is the okay. See, he talks about the blowing through the exhibits. So this is going to be the crime scene investigator. This is where I think she's going to be the photography person, where they introduce all the photographs they've taken. So this is going to be long and sloggy, but if we're lucky, we'll get to see all of the pictures. Probably not, but if we're lucky.
Maybe not head on, but you know, at some angle.
At an extreme angle, we'll be able to see them. All right, let's see. We got to change up the sign here for her name. And Duncan, Idaho is still the vice racks of the day with the $21 super chat for the win so far. This is our last witness in case any of you want to take the lead from him and become the vice racks for the day. Her name is CSI Juliann Brandt. All right.
Branded.
Save and scroll. Here we go.
Nice.
That prosecutor got wrecked by the doctor.
Yup.
It's Pat.
Pat.
It's Large Marge. She's a truck driver. I know her.
All right, when you're comfortable, will you please say?
It's Large Marge.
Oh my god,
She
I so wanted
died
to
on
play
the
the clip. Oh my god.
Want to see
I love
something
that.
really scary?
Spell both your first and last
Made me
name
think
for the
about you, one
record.
of my favorites.
Juliann Brandt, Juliann, Brandt, Brandt.
Thank you. You may inquire, Mr. Klaus.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If you could just introduce yourself to the members of the jury by saying what's your current occupation
I'm a crime scene investigator for the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office.
and how long have you been doing that, Ms. Brandt?
With the department, 34 years, and crime scene, 22 years.
Now, what if?
Okay, it's not Craig Christ, but I do have to say that Brienne of Tarth has really let herself go since Game of Thrones.
Ooh, that's a really apt. I didn't even think of that.
Brienne of Tarth, she went into crime scene investigation after she lost the kingdom.
Wow, spitting image. I am very impressed.
Any type of either specialized training or education do you need to get before you can even begin to start as a crime scene investigator?
Currently, or when I did it 100 years ago?
Let's start back in the day. I don't think it was 100.
Way back when, in 1999, when I was a fingerprint examiner, I started.
She already hates her job. She's like, way back in 1999. Brienne of Tarth. She's already tired and she's been on the stand for 30 seconds. I think she's already given me mom vibes. This would be like what my mother would be like on the stand already.
Started taking courses at the local community college, which is now Palm Beach State, and I took all of the crime scene courses they had available as they became available. But at that time they did not have a degree crime scene program, so I tested out with all of the courses that I took. I just don't have a proper degree.
Okay. And then I think you said that you started actually in a crime scene investigation position. It was 22 years ago.
What was I doing in 1999? I was making my wife
being
pregnant.
a CSI or crime scene investigator entail in your experience?
Well, my duties as a crime scene investigator are to identify, document, collect, and preserve for future court presentation items of evidence.
Okay. And in the course of your career for those 22 years, do you get what's known as, continuing education to keep up to date on different, methods of crime scene investigation? And
sure, we can get 40 hours a year.
Okay. And what types of topics are addressed in those 40 hours?
All manner of crimes, sex crimes, homicides, burglaries, robberies, and also reconstruction of shooting scenes, bloodstain pattern analysis, sex crimes against children, abuse, and photography techniques and processing techniques.
Okay. And so speaking of that, what are the different ways when you go to a crime scene you can start to, in your words, start to preserve evidence once you get there?
Well, hopefully the preservation is already done before I get there by the first responding law enforcement officers who secure the scene, not only by their presence, but by putting up yellow barrier tape and red barrier tape. And then my first introduction into a scene is what I usually do is a walk around to see what I'm immediately dealing with, get briefed on the facts known thus far. And then I start my documentation.
So let's jump into this case. So on April 7th of 2021, were you a crime scene investigator with the Palm Beach County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And were you called out to a location in West Palm Beach at around 12:57 a.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember what location you were called out to first initially in this case?
It was in the city of West Palm Beach on Broadway Avenue.
Okay. And are you notified in terms of what it's in regards to, what you're going there to do?
Yes.
What was that?
It was a shooting-related homicide with one person deceased in a vehicle at that location.
Okay. And do you recall who requested that you go down there and start doing your job at that location?
Well, my initial notification was through our communications division, who notified me, and then I was en route, notified by the on-call crime scene manager, Bronson.
Okay. And do you remember what time you approximately arrived at that location at
1:28 a.m.?
Was there any, or if you can remember, are there any other crime scene investigators that assist you or came with you to assist with the many different things you had to do?
Yes.
Do you recall who they were?
And Manager Bronson was on scene at the Broadway location, and CSI Ali was dispatched to the town of Lake Park to process a location where some casings had been located.
Does she have a different name now, Miss Ali, if you're aware?
Yeah, it was Odinger, and now her married name is Ellie.
Okay. So the first location that you respond
Larry
to is that
Bird,
location at
nice.
40th and Broadway, right?
That's
Yes.
good.
And when you get there, do you get that debriefing that you discussed from the officers that are on the scene at the time?
We met with Sergeant Shea, who was the sergeant for our homicide unit. He
Larry
was on
Broad.
scene, and he briefed us.
Okay.
No.
And then after that briefing, do you start?
No,
when
Renee,
it comes
you
to this
can't
case,
say
did you
Larry
start beginning your
Broad.
documentation process?
Yes.
Okay. How do you begin your documentation process when it comes to this case?
Video recording the scene.
Okay. What's the purpose of video recording the scene?
It's just to memorialize it as is before things are started to be moved around.
Okay. And did you conduct a kind of walk around crime scene video in this case on 40th and Broadway?
Yes.
And would you recognize that if you saw it?
Yes.
And Judge, for right now, what I'd like to do, just to make sure you don't forget, I believe it's by stipulation.
It does look like Larry Bird. It's funny.
3, 4, and 7 into evidence.
All right, identify them for the record, please.
Yes, sir. Exhibit 3 is the Sig Sauer rifle.
Sig Sauer rifle.
Sauer rifle.
Yeah.
Exhibit 4 is the Herstal pistol.
All right.
And number 7 is Tyler Robinson's Taurus firearm.
All right. And there's no objection, correct?
No objection.
Okay, but those haven't been identified yet, so we'll deal with those three first. All right, they're admitted. The 3 firearms are admitted without objection.
Right. We'll talk about those. But for now, Judge, State would seek permission to publish States 58, which is the crime scene video at 40th and Broadway.
All right.
All right. Well, he's doing that. I wish
How
I
long
was
is that?
drunk.
Approximately.
Is the guy whose hair afraid of his forehead? Yes. Thanks. Harry Peter, super sticker. Thanks for that. Let's go. Brandon says, "Who's your guest, Jeff? She's hotter than your dog's not leaving a house fire."
Aw, that's really
That's a
sweet, and really
compliment, I
flattering.
guess.
Thank you. I feel
that
very
was a
flattered.
compliment. And she looks like she served lunch at a high school. Yeah, she's the Simpsons lunch lady.
Oh, she totally does. Put like a hairnet on her, get her with like those gloves and whatnot. Big ladle.
Like my banshee of a school bus driver when I was a kid.
She's even kind of dressed for it.
Oh, sorry. 9. Thank you. All right.
Does this look familiar to you, Brand?
Yes,
Is this the start of your kind of walkthrough of that initial scene?
it is.
This is Megan Fox scouting dating locations. Alice, that was a good show. Doxing the murder vehicle. Well, black guy's mom had a Cadillac, so. Yeah, that's mom's whip, as the children say. They still call them whips, right?
I believe that would be my mama whip
Wow.
in the parlance of the, the witnesses. My mama crib, my mama whip. You and David both, you're like the whitest guys to stream this trial. Like all of the everybody had to like do the Ebonics translation. Like, what does that mean, my mama crib? What does what? Oops. I was just like, did you grow up with any black people at all? My God.
No.
And then I remembered you grew up in Utah.
Utah and Korea. No. I literally knew 2 black guys and a half black woman that I dated for a while. That's it.
I was in chat. People were like, Chandler's the blackest person in this chat. Oh my God.
I play sort of like southern blues, like Appalachian blues, finger picking blues. And one of my friends called me the blackest man from Utah.
I just love like when the attorney was reading those texts into evidence. Just the confusion. From those Utah boys.
just Fresh Prince and what was the guy the one that had Odo in it? Odo played the governor.
Chris
Benson.
brings up a good point.
Yeah,
Benson?
I've seen
Oh,
Fresh Prince.
soap?
Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and Benson. Does that count?
Wait. Do you like soap?
My parents wouldn't let me watch soap because it was a dirty show.
Oh my God, Jeff, it's the funniest show. My family
I
loves
know.
soap. It's so good. You have to watch it. It's on Voodoo, I think. It's hilarious.
I mean, it isn't. I mean, I've seen it now.
Benson's a
but yeah.
spin-off of soap, but I mean,
Yes.
it's so funny, and he's my favorite character.
Valerie Bertinelli's a spin-off of not Bon Jovi. Who the hell did she date? Who the hell one of the which Van Halen did she marry? Eddie? Valerie Bertinelli married the dead one. Eddie Van Halen? Anyway. This is a great video. Thanks, cameraman. We're getting a fucked lot out of it.
I know. I love watching just like the reactions of the defendant and this yellow tie dude who I presume. This is I don't notice they from different angles. It has to be his attorney, right?
La 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 la. No, we understood what they were saying. We just couldn't figure out the one, how I've got you means you win and I give up. That was the only one we had problems with.
I got you?
Yeah. I got you apparently means I give up, you win.
I don't think so.
No, that's apparently it. We had official black people in chat confirm that.
Official black people in chat. Oh,
yes.
Like certified.
Yeah. I'm melanin deficient, so I have to bow to their superior knowledge.
Melanin deficient. I like that.
Or what was it we decided yesterday? Chalk ghost? Is that what I was?
Chalk ghost.
Oh, you got that. Yeah, you got that means I give up.
I missed that. I think I need context.
Yeah, see, Tanny is our official translator. She was our official translator for you got that. And if it's her or me in the discussion about what was meant by the street vernacular, I'm just out of the. I just have to throw in the towel. And of course, it would be a very, very white towel that I throw in. Oh my God, cameraman, can we at least have the benefit of seeing what's on the shitty video? I thought they said this was 2 minutes. Oh God.
It's just thrilling.
I lack serious amounts of wokeism. I'm wokeism seriously deficient. Oh, thank you. Mandy, heel. Well, I want to see it. I earned a body. I earned seeing a body after putting up with this shit for 4 days.
Yeah, for real. I mean,
all right.
Well,
also, we
Now,
get
see,
the
it's like,
hand.
once you take
We
this
just got
kind
a
of
handy out
overview
of
of
it?
the scene, what's your next step in terms of processing it?
Flux did it
the
to
crime
us.
scene.
Then I would take digital
blame Flux, bro.
photographs of the scene.
Why take a video
Blame
and
her
then
little.
also individual photographs?
A video is one clear capture of something.
Those
And with the
glasses, they
photographs, you
just
can have to
tie
piecemeal
the
back
room
together.
together.
So photograph of this here and then over
They
here.
tie the
So
whole
instead of
face
showing someone
together.
50 photographs, if you show them individually, you should have a video that encompasses everything all at once.
Got it. So in terms of the number of photographs taken, do you take an awful lot of photographs depending on the scene?
I do.
Do you sometimes take what looks like the same exact photograph twice?
Yeah, sometimes 3 times because we started overall. Then we moved to mid-range and then we moved to close-up.
Are there also times where maybe the photo just doesn't come out and it's blurry?
Yes.
So is the reason that you take multiple kind of angles is to, as best you can, preserve what you're seeing when you're seeing it?
Yes.
And so you said after you took this video, you started taking individual photographs of that scene at 4015 on Broadway?
Yes.
And would you recognize those photographs if I show them to you?
Just still warm.
So I
Gotta
believe it's
still
by
be warm.
stipulation. State's going to be now asking to exhibit 53 as a composite exhibit.
5-3?
Yes, sir.
All right, looks like there's 40 or 50 photographs there.
There's quite a number, Judge. Some of them are going to be very quick.
Okay.
We've already been seeing.
All right.
Composite letter starts with A and ends with triple S, Judge.
Triple S?
Triple S.
Okay, so it's more than 50. All right, very well. Admitted without objection, right? Okay, very well. Thank you. Yes, sir.
John Gary says, for what it's worth, Brandy Churchwell's chat is 91% not guilty.
You tell me, ladies and gentlemen, do you want the lights
Nothing that
dimmed or
Brandy
no?
Churchwell can say is of any worth to
No?
me whatsoever.
What are we looking at here?
Yes.
This is the exterior east
Agreed.
face of the business, reflecting the numerical address.
And when you arrived on scene, was that crime scene tape already up?
Yes.
Showing B. What are we looking at here?
That's more overall of the scene.
Law and
It's a little bit
Crime
further
has
back outside
73% not
the red
guilty.
tape. So the beginning of the
17%
yellow
guilty and
barrier paper, the
11% hung
exterior
jury.
corner of the scene.
Law and Crime is 73% not guilty.
That's the red Cadillac.
I've never seen it
Cadillac.
that high before on any trial ever.
That's kind of, yeah, that's unheard of. That's wild. Like 73%?
This is the same property, but it's
Wow.
further to the south edge of that property where the Cadillac was located.
Do you know what this building was back here?
Just the appearance, in my opinion, the appearance it maybe was a former gas station because they had the building and then separate what looked like could have been a gas pump area in front of it.
And then what about what's behind the Cadillac here in the background? Do you know
It looks like an RV to me, but the area was locked and secured with chain link fencing. It was illuminated by some exterior lighting, but I couldn't access the area.
So this right here, is that the fencing you're talking about, the chain link fencing blocking it off?
That's correct.
Show you D. What are we looking at here?
This is more the main or primary building, and it's just two bay doors that were on the south side of where that medical address was in the first photograph.
And when you got there, this business was not operating.
That's correct.
And then E. What are we looking at here?
It's just more parking stops.
And is it to the west of the Cadillac, right? To the left side of the Cadillac?
Yes.
What's in this photograph?
This is the back of the Cadillac.
Go to G. What are we looking at? State's exhibit G.
This is the rear window of the Cadillac with a defect.
And by defect, they mean bullet holes.
What that term is used for in your business?
A defect can be anything. It could be a tear, puncture wound, but in this instance, all the defects that I refer to would more than likely be bullet holes.
God dang, I could do her job for her.
Yeah, you probably
Correct.
could. Were there 39 bullet holes or 39 bullets?
It's the same
39
area,
rounds
just
of
a
fire.
closer view
Okay.
of that defect.
So when it comes to the rear of the car, the rear of the vehicle, how many bullet hole defects did you notice, at least when you first were inspecting the vehicle?
Just one.
This is I. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior driver's side of the Cadillac.
We look at J. What are we looking at here?
This is the interior of the driver's door of the Cadillac.
And on the interior driver's side door, are there defects near the window?
Yes, in the window, in the door panel.
Okay. What are we looking at here?
These are a closer view of the interior of that driver's door showing the defects.
In terms of the driver's side window, do you recall numerically how many defects you found in that window?
Later, I'll have to look at my report when we took it back to the garage and everything was labeled. Totally, I found 30 exterior defects and 53 interior defects. But I can't right now. I can't, without looking at my report, I can't quantify exactly how many were in there. On the driver's door.
The lead attorney has 59% not guilty, 20 guilty, and 21 hung jury. It's time for our poll. I feel pressured into doing a poll.
That's where the interior, where that vertical bar is. That would be one of the pillars on the interior of the door.
Pull back. Is there a pillar going right along here?
Yes.
And in terms of states L, that's the pillar right there?
Yes.
And that's a bullet hole defect, right?
It is.
Can you tell us what we're looking at in states M, as in Mary?
This is an overall view of the interior driver's side of the Cadillac, and it has a partial view of the right front passenger quadrant as well.
Now, in terms of the driver's side of the vehicle in the front, when you're taking these pictures, did you locate any type of firearm in the front part of this car?
No.
Did you locate any type of ammunition in the driver's side of this vehicle?
No.
Did you locate any type of shell casing spent in this area?
No.
Poll is up.
Show you states N as in Nancy. What are we looking at here?
This is the driver's floorboard, and there's a pen laying on the floor.
Is that the only item that you were able to find when searching this vehicle in terms of the front driver's side?
Yes.
This is states O. What are we looking at here?
This is the center area, or where the center console is located between the driver and right front passenger seats.
Just for you, Joe. Just for you.
Did you locate any type of firearms in that area of the vehicle?
Rawr.
No.
Any type of ammunition in that area of the vehicle?
No.
Any type of spent shell casings in that area?
No.
I'll show you states P as in Peter. What are we looking at here?
This is the left side of the decedent's face.
And what, if anything, do you see kind of on the headrest here to the right?
They're blood-like stains.
And whenever you notice blood, is there an abbreviation for that?
BLS.
Anytime that you notice BLS or blood-like stains, do you also try to notate that and capture it as best you can?
Yes.
Show you states Q. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
That's the decedent's right front, his right hand, which is resting on his lap, palm up.
Pressure.
States R. Backed up view of that same kind of picture.
I wish I was drunk. Pressure is only for blow up dolls, Jeff.
Going up to his left leg right there.
It's a USB cord.
And Queen.
Do you know what, if anything, it charges based on?
To me, it looked like it was to a cell phone.
So states S, as in Sam. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior side.
I'm looking at a very blurry picture. There we go.
Now, in relation to these defects here on the window, I'm going to show states T.
This is likely the only good witness, the good evidence you'll see from the prosecution is these pictures.
What's the
These
best
appear to me
angle
to
that we
be-
have so far?
All right, you get some voir dire on that. Go ahead.
You have no training in ballistics, do you?
No, sir.
And you have no courses and no education whatsoever in terms of telling what a bullet entering a glass, coming out of a glass, other than practical experience. You don't have any education on that, do you, ma'am?
Yes, I have some shooting reconstruction courses.
All right, and are you certified in reconstruction?
I am not.
Have you ever testified as an expert in certified reconstruction?
I am not.
And would you agree that you don't have the proper training and education to determine to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if a bullet goes in or out of a vehicle?
I would agree.
That's all I have on that, Judge. Same objection.
Sustained.
To states U, what are we looking at here?
This is the front of the Cadillac.
Sticking with the front, it's going to be states V. What are we looking at here?
This is the housing for the right front headlight that has a defect in it.
Can you tell if this defect was from a bullet or something else?
At that time, I couldn't tell.
would there come a later point in time where you got more information to be able to tell what caused
I believe later when we were processing the vehicle, I was able to get a closer view inside the housing, and there was a single defect similar to the others that were in the vehicle that were round.
States W? What are we looking at here?
This is the front quadrant showing some dark brown stains that appear to be leaking onto the ground from the engine compartment of the Cadillac.
And kind of near the bottom middle, there's a little black piece jutting out. Do you know what that was?
No, I don't know if it's from the fairing from underneath the front grille or not.
States X? What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior passenger side of the Cadillac.
And are there defects in the rear passenger side window?
Yes.
States Y? What are we looking at here?
This is the right front tire, which is flat.
Let's look at states Z. Zebra? What are we looking at here?
This is the undercarriage of the vehicle, just showing more of the dark brown stains that were coming from the engine compartment.
When you say the dark brown stains, you're talking about this area right here, right?
Yes.
Do you know what that is?
No, to me, it looked like the consistency of oil, but I don't know that for a fact.
Because did you do like any type of testing on that chemical substance?
No.
It smell like oil?
Yes.
I'll show you one more of that. This is an AA. What are we looking at there?
This is a continuation of that leaking fluid, which ran the length of the passenger quadrants, front and rear, under the vehicle.
On to DB. What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior of the vehicle, and it shows this is the right front passenger door. It shows defects in the window, and below.
Well, as we get ready to wrap this up, I was going to send us over to the lead attorney because he is now up to the point with Tyler, the shitty witness, and I'm definitely going to listen to his take on Tyler's time on the witness stand. That'll be fun. But I can't, you need redirect privileges to get to him. So I'll just put the link down here in chat later and we can all go over there when we're done.
So everybody's like in various stages of catch up with this trial.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Well, everybody saw the girlfriend's testimony and went, all right,
Is this with that door kind of?
we're watching this.
Well, Dominique is something special. I mean,
Yes.
she's unique.
Yes.
Who knew she would be the best witness so far?
That was a fun one, definitely.
This is the passenger side view mirror.
Did you notice any defects with regards to the passenger side?
Yes.
What type of defects were on the passenger side?
Defect in the housing, and the mirror itself was broken.
FF? Is that same mirror, just the mirror side?
Yes.
And where on this did you notice any defects on the mirror?
On the upper left of this photograph.
GG? What are we looking at here?
This is the exterior view of the right front passenger window.
And at least when we look at this right here, is that
See, now I just want to say, you guys
That would be
watching
like
this
the
show
reflection of the
right
flash.
now, watching that are here in chat, that are here watching, we have 716 viewers with
At least
my
6.
with my 36, almost 37,000 subscribers. Lead attorney has 331,000
This is the interior
subscribers.
right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac.
And
The door open.
he
You
only
can
has
see,
twice as
like,
many
from the waist
viewers as
down
I
of the
do.
decedent- in-
That's
in
because
the
you guys
seat.
are awesome.
Are there any
Thanks for
defects
that.
you notice along this
Appreciate you
body?
being here.
Yes, on the exterior leading edge of the door, there were defects.
This is II. Are those the exterior defects on that door that you were discussing?
They are.
And again, are those defects consistent with bullets?
Yes.
This is JJ. What are we looking at here?
It's another defect in the leading edge of that same right front passenger door.
KK?
This is the interior view of the right front passenger door, showing defects in the interior side of the window as well as the door panel below.
And from the outside, we had seen bullet defects kind of in this door. Were you able to see where some of those bullets were able to penetrate into the car once you did a later inspection?
You can see in the photographs on the scene that there were holes in the door panel itself, defects holes.
So for example, states LL. What are we looking at right here?
That's the interior door panel itself, and it reflects some of the defects that were observed, as well as a phone in the door pocket.
So right down here is the cell phone.
Yes.
So the phone was in the door pocket.
I can't tell from this. It may be a defect. I can't tell from my vantage point.
What about right here?
That's defect.
What about right here?
Defect.
What about right there?
Defect.
What about right there?
Defect.
Zoom in a little bit. States MM. This is just a more close-up version of the door panel we were just looking at.
Yeah, and it includes the lower portion of the door panel, like below the door pocket where the phone was another defect.
And that's right here?
Yes.
And then this is Nancy. What are we looking at here?
This is the door jamb of the right front passenger quadrant.
Did you notice any defects along this area?
I didn't, but there was some material that may have been fragments from the projectiles. Initially thought to be the possible projectiles are fragmented, but actually turned out to be plastic from the breaking of the interior door panel when the projectiles went through it.
This is OO. What are we looking at here?
That camera moved real off.
This
that
is
body
a
real
side
quick.
view of the decedent sitting in the right front passenger seat.
Now, in terms of this area.
That camera moved real quick when we saw the body.
Yeah.
No.
Did we get a shot of it though, at least?
No.
Or,
Oh yeah.
No. Oh yeah.
You got
I
a
missed
flash,
it.
and then the camera whipped away and got blurry real quick.
What are we looking at here?
This is the right front passenger quadrant of the Cadillac, and this is reflecting the decedent's lap area on down his legs and his feet and where they rested, as well as his right hand.
What, if anything, did you locate down in the floorboard of the passenger side?
This is his sneakers, which was wearing.
Are you aware of what this white piece is right here?
I'll have to refer to my report. I don't recall.
As of right now, do you know what that is?
I don't recall.
This is QQ. Now, what are we looking at here?
This is the decedent's right hand, which was resting on his lap.
Down at the bottom here, what's that? Again, that little white thing sitting on right there?
That's part of the white cable, that USB cord that was coming out of the center dash.
Oh yes, you did,
The center
girl.
console area.
Yeah, he's talking about the guy from yesterday. That he's watching the guy from yesterday.
White specks that you can see on the hand.
So,
The white specs, I don't know. I
We'll
can
go over there
guess that
after.
they may be pits.
Sustained.
Are you sure? Do you have any idea what those white specks are?
I do not.
Now, in terms of the top of the photograph, you see this kind of copperish item up here?
Yes.
What was that?
That was a copper fragment
Copper fragment.
from a bullet.
This is RR. This is just a close-up of that copper fragment of a bullet.
That was
Yes.
kind of funny.
This is SS. What are we looking at here?
This is a wound at the decedent's right shoulder.
TT. What are we looking at now?
This is the exterior of the right rear passenger window and door, showing defects.
And if you can recall, how many defects did you see in the window portion?
Initially 3 on scene, the window itself, but as we moved forward, we saw more in the middle frame and pillars of the door itself, above the window and to the left of the window.
Looking at UU. What are we looking at right here?
That's a defect in the pillar, the center pillar between the right front passenger door and the right rear passenger door.
Okay. So there are a lot of bullet holes.
And these
in this
are
car.
an exterior view of the 3 defects that were in the right rear passenger door window.
I was thinking it. I didn't say it. You said it. I win.
A little this way and show you WW. What are we looking at right here?
This is to the left of the right rear passenger door window, and it shows a defect towards the top in the C pillar.
Who the fuck is messaging me at 3:30 in the morning?
What are we looking at here?
This is
Oh,
the
Doug.
exterior
That's fine.
view of the right rear passenger door.
Auto delivery? I don't know.
YY. What about this one?
This is interior view with the right rear passenger door open.
That's indoor.
Yes.
ZZ. What do we have here?
This is the interior
Oh,
view
be right
and
back.
some additional defects
Okay.
that we observed on the interior of the center pillar between the right front and right rear passenger doors.
In terms of those two defects you just mentioned, would those be the ones on the left side here and here?
Yes.
This is AAA, almost there.
This is the same open quadrant for the right rear passenger section. Now it shows the seat and the interior floorboard and part of the scenes here.
Now, in terms of the back seat of the vehicle, anywhere either on the right side or the left side, did you find any firearms in the back seat of this vehicle?
No.
On the floor?
No.
Did you find any ammunition on the back seat or on these floorboards?
No.
Did you find any spent shell casings on the back seat or on these floorboards?
No.
This is triple B. Can you see, you make out what this one is?
Yeah, it's a copper colored metal fragment, which would be from jacketing for projectile. And that was laying on the floor of the door jamb for the right rear passenger quadrant.
It was messages from Flux and Tug.
The copper fragment that we saw on the deceased leg earlier.
Yes.
Triple C, what are you looking at here?
Well,
This is
close.
the back of the right front passenger
It was just
seat.
Tug,
That's
not the
decedent's
rub and
hair,
Tug
and
part of
to
it.
the left of which is the headrest.
Zoom in on the headrest. Triple D, what are we looking at here?
There's some blood-like stains on the back of the headrest, and there's also defects in the headrest itself.
Is this the area you're talking about defects to the headrest?
Yes.
And then I guess to the left near the bottom, this kind of red streak going across, is that the blood-like stain?
Yes.
Triple E, what are we looking at here?
This is the right rear passenger seat, shows a water bottle and some broken glass fragments on the seat itself.
This right here, that's broken glass.
Yes.
Triple F, what are we looking at here?
The photograph of the rear passenger area, the center rear passenger area, and the interior of the left rear passenger quadrant.
Now, in terms of underneath the driver's seat and the passenger seat, do you look underneath that to see if you can find anything of evidentiary value?
Yes.
Did you find anything of evidentiary value below either seat?
No.
Did you find any firearm underneath either seat?
No.
Did you find any ammunition underneath either seat?
No.
Did you find any spent shell casings underneath either seat?
No.
This is triple G. What are we looking at here?
This is the floor area of the left rear passenger quadrant.
And that's just a water bottle down at the bottom?
Yes.
Triple H. What are we looking at here?
This is a shadowed photograph of the headrest area.
The shadow and blurred photograph of the headrest.
Speaking of the driver's seat, do you recognize this, which is states triple I?
Yes, this is the right side of the driver's seat headrest.
Notice any defects on that?
Yes.
Okay, how many?
3.
This one of them?
Yes.
This one of them?
Yes. There's actually 2 at the top. Those are 2 defects.
So this is 1 and 2 defects?
Yes.
And that's liquid.
Yes.
This is triple J. Can you tell which door we're looking at here?
No.
This looks the interior of the. This would be the interior of the left rear passenger seat.
This is triple K. What are we looking at right here?
This is a close-up of the door panel and the controls on that door panel.
Do you know what this material is here? I guess kind of the whitest material above where the switches are.
Well, there were fine broken pieces of glass, of clear glass, throughout the vehicle, and I don't know what that is for sure. It's similar in appearance.
Okay. And then I don't know if you can see it in this photograph, but do you know what's right here?
I can't see. I don't know if that's part of the control mechanism. I can't see if that's a defect on that. Sure.
This is triple K.
So we have lots of
actually, we thought it
lots
was
of gunshot holes and lots of
evidentiary, but when we
blood.
collected it, it's a dried dead bug.
A dried dead bug?
Yeah.
A dried dead bug.
To
Great.
show the difference, I guess, between those copper ones and this, when they take a look at triple K, this thing right here is not one of those copper fragments.
Right. Sometimes you know to actually pick it up. That was similar with other evidence that was found outside. We thought it was silver metal, and it was actually silver plastic from the part of the door panel breaking apart.
So for triple L, is that just a close-up of what we were just talking about?
Yes, pre-identification of the dead bug.
Now I'm going to show you triple N.
Who got a dead bug in their Cadillac?
This is
The
a photograph
dead
of the cell phone that
bug?
was in the right front.
Yes.
Is that code for
passenger door
something?
panel pocket.
It's code for a dead bug.
Okay. I don't know what the
This
relevance
is the
is.
back
but
side of the case that phone
whatever.
was in.
It's just something they thought was important, but it turned out to be a dead bug.
What about this one?
And this is the flip side of the phone and the case.
Now, did you notice any type of damage to either the case I just showed you in triple N or obviously this image that we have up right now?
Yes, the back of the case was shattered.
Do you know why it was shattered?
No, given the circumstance of the condition of the door panel and door panel pocket with defects in the immediate area, it may have been
Another
caused by a projectile.
Another victim.
Nice. That was solid.
This is just a close-up of the damage to the outer
Dead by drive-by.
It is.
Now, in terms of a bullet,
Oh, it's a sad shark.
Did you see anything like that in terms of the cell phone?
No.
The bullet went all the way through it?
No.
I'm going to show you triple Q. What are we looking
Oh
at?
my.
This is a set of keys that was discovered, removed, and collected from the decedent's right front pants pocket.
Crotch area. His crotchal region.
It's crotchular region.
Exactly.
Wearing anything that have pockets that you go through to see what's
Or as
in those pockets and that.
I've called it ever since they first mentioned it on MST3K, his area.
Right front.
This area, yes.
Was there anything else in the pocket?
Will forever be an area.
Triple R. Tell us what we're looking at here.
This is when I'm preparing the vehicle to be towed from this scene. The doors will be closed and evidence tape seals will be placed on all exterior doors, the hood and the trunk. And this is just a photograph showing the seals in place along the bottom of the doors.
So the seals you're talking about are this and this down at the bottom of the photograph?
Yes.
And you said you do that all the way around the car?
Yes.
What's the purpose of that?
That's to preserve the integrity of the contents of the vehicle. And it shows, it's like a chain of custody. It shows that nobody, if those seals are broken, I know somebody's been in that car before I got to it again.
Are you aware of, in relation to any of the 7 seals being broken, that you weren't aware of?
No.
The last one I have here, Judge, is the triple S. Can you just tell us what we're looking at
All right.
right here?
And this is after the vehicle has been placed on the wrecker to be towed. And this is the stain or the fluid that had been leaking from the vehicle while we were there on scene.
And that's the fluid that you said it smelled like oil when you were there?
Yes.
Had the consistency of oil?
It appeared to have the consistency of oil, yes.
All right, this is a good time to take a break. It's 16, almost 17 minutes after 5. Ladies and gentlemen, I have had an opportunity to look at my morning docket. I should be able to finish that by 10 o'clock tomorrow. So if you were, please check in with the jury office downstairs, sign in, then come upstairs, wherever it is you've been assembling. That's where you go. Remember and obey the 4 cardinal.
All right, so they're going to start a little bit later. So Friday, tomorrow's show should be a little bit short. And what have we got coming up tomorrow, everybody? You're not going to want to miss it. You're not going to want to miss it. We got 2 shows tomorrow, starting at the normal time of 10 p.m. my time, so 9 a.m. Eastern. For 2 hours, Drex will be joining me. We'll be doing some Drexcast. We got some Drexcast Friday, and then
Awesome.
I'm gonna try to talk him into hanging around for the trial. But of course, it would be just more boring photography stuff, which I'm sure is going to take a good chunk. I don't know, but I'm sure it's going to take a good chunk of the next day. And we'll do Drex for 2 hours, and then we will come on over here and do more of this trial. We'll try to get through day 5, and then we'll power through day 6 and 7 on Sunday, and we'll have a great time doing it. That's what's coming up here. You don't want to miss it. Next week, more trial. Woohoo! We'll be here until the guilty verdict or the not guilty. Till the not guilty verdict comes in. Say whatever it is. The verdict is what I just meant.
The
to say.
verdict, I think, is what you
Paging
meant.
Dr.
Yeah.
Freud. Paging Dr. Freud. What is your verdict? 10% of you said guilty. 74% of you said not guilty. Hung jury, 16%. Well, you all are almost exactly like Law and Crime. How does that make you feel? Make you feel special? You're just like Law and Crime? I thought you were no. That's
Nicky.
I can't see a guilty verdict coming in right now. So
Me either.
unless something really super stellar and spectacular happens in the next little while, I think it's going to be a not guilty verdict. For me, again, I would never dare to predict what the jury's going to do, but it would have my not guilty verdict if I was on the jury. So right now we're going to wrap this up. We're at Chandler Remington. What are you looking at? What are you doing? What are you saying? Give us a quick rundown here.
Oh, sure. I'm going to have Steve Gosney on today at, I think it's 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to talk about Steve's new book, Death Penalty Debates. And that should be a lot of fun. So that's my stream for the day. And yeah, that's kind of all I have planned. So I think I'm going to be on the panel tomorrow with Eric and friends on Layback News. And that's all my streaming. I have like some contract work and stuff to do, so I'm on YouTube a little bit less while I'm getting adjusted to my new schedule, but you'll see more of me and I'll have more stuff to announce coming up.
All right. And our last question of the day, our last super chat of the day comes from Let's Go Brandon. Let's Go Brandon asks, when is the first Friday of this month of June? Effort Friday will be the third Friday of the month. It will be the 16th because the first Friday of the month is today.
Yeah.
And next weekend I have a bunch of stuff going on. I can't
it's
do
June.
Effort Friday because Saturday is an all day, all you can drink New Zealand wine festival that I have to go to.
You poor thing being dragged to a
Yeah.
bacchanal against your will.
Yeah. And then on Sunday, so that's Saturday the 10th, so I have to drink wine all day, so I can't do anything on Friday night. And then on the 11th, I have a memorial dinner for my best friend. His three-year anniversary of his death. We do barbecues and drinking for his birthday for his death celebration. So it'll be the 16th. Friday the 16th will be the Effort Friday for this month, and then a month after that will be the birthday stream. So that should be off the hook. All right, let's wrap this up here. Thank you so much for being here, Chandler. Join me tomorrow for Drex at 9 a.m. Eastern to 11 a.m. Eastern, and then we'll hit the trial at 11 a.m. Eastern and just take it on through to the weekend. Thank you for being here, Chandler.
Thanks for
Wake
having
up,
me.
Strawberry. It's time for us to go to stream. But what we're going to do now, here is the link to the lead attorney. Keep posting it here a little bit. Go on over and watch the lead attorney's probably going to stroke out at this witness. The old the dude that got Swiss cheesed and hold. Let him know Legal Vices sent you. And let's enjoy it. I'm going to pop on over there and see what he thinks as well. Follow the link. Let's go head on over to the lead attorney. We'll see y'all later. Larax out. Chandler, give us a goodbye.
Oh, goodbye, everybody. See you later.
Peace. Thanks, chat.